Chapter 1, Black Chicken Becomes a Phoenix. Sell the porcelain at a low price. Sell the porcelain. Sell the porcelain. Sell the porcelain at a low price. Who in the family understands? These old items we just collected are all unique. You'll miss out if you miss them. The price is negotiable. The main point is sincerity. Go ahead. Gu Yan stood under the mottled archway of Xuanla Antique Street in Jiangqing City. The sunlight shone on him through the gaps. The elastic bandage on his left rib under his white t-shirt had nowhere to hide. This injury happened 3 days ago. A series of car accidents occurred on the elevated road. He became the only unlucky guy who was injured, and the only evidence left was that his ribs were broken by the airbag. Young man, would you like to see some merchandise? It's a newly unearthed Tang Dynasty tricolored pottery. Just give me 2,000. It's definitely a great bargain. The bald man squatting on the stone steps under the plaque tugged at Gu Yan's trouser leg, and his gold-plated front teeth reflected a dazzling light under the scorching sun. As the man spoke, he handed over a clay horse covered in mud, his cloudy eyes gleaming with cunning. The host spent 50 yuan and chose to check Tao Ma. The remaining balance is 2,224.62 yuan. Ding! This pottery horse is a modern high-quality imitation. It is made of industrial hydrochloric acid and hydrofluoric acid mixed in a specific proportion and evenly applied to the surface of the pottery horse. It is worth 80 yuan. A translucent label appears above the pottery horse. Pooh! Gu Yan cursed in a low voice, swindler. The reason why he dared to step into this mixed antique market was all because of the appraisal system that he awakened after the car accident. It only cost 50 yuan to appraise the value of everything. Make way. Handsome guy, make way. Gu Yan heard the sound of being driven away from behind, mixed with the crisp sound of bronze objects colliding, and quickly dodged to the side under the arcade to avoid being knocked over by the big man carrying a wooden box. The shadow of the arcade is filled with an old atmosphere mixed with the smell of antiques. It smells funny. He felt the old cell phone in his pocket suddenly vibrate, and when he opened it he saw it was a WeChat voice message from his sister. Brother, Mom. Mom's medical report is out. Whoa. The doctor said the tumor surgery will cost at least 380,000. Gu Yan listened to his sister's helpless crying, and the nails of his other hand almost dug into his palm. 380,000. This number was like a huge rock pressing down on him, making it hard for him to breathe. He took a deep breath. He strode towards the street stall area in the West District. The musty smell is even stronger in the West District, and the stalls under the faded blue awnings are like a herd of dormant animals. At booth 13. Gu Yan squatted down and his fingertips touched a verdigris-modeled incense burner that was pressed under a pile of thread-bound copies of The Art of War. The host spends 50 yuan, chooses to view the copper furnace, and the remaining amount is 2,174.62 yuan. Ding! The copper furnace was made by the imperial court in the 3rd year of Xuanda in the Ming dynasty. The furnace ears were repaired in the Republic of China. The current market value is estimated to be 8 million. Gu Yan's whole body froze. Buzzing in the ears. He bit the tip of his tongue tightly, the taste of blood spreading in his mouth, and he barely suppressed his pounding heart. Boss, how much is this broken incense burner? Gu Yan pretended to be nonchalant, lightly touched the stove with his toes, and his tone was full of casualness. Young man, this is a treasure that came out of the palace. The skinny stall owner's eyes narrowed into slits, but there was a shrewd light in his eyes. If you know what's good, take it for 30,000 yuan. 30,000? Gu Yan couldn't help but sneer, his face full of disdain. This thing is so rusty that it's about to fall apart. I think 30 yuan is too much. The stall owner's face darkened instantly, and he said unhappily, if you don't want to buy, don't make trouble here. Gu Yan was not in a hurry. He still looked calm and composed. He picked up the Jean Ping Mei on the stall and flipped through 2 pages casually. This book is rare. Is it a Ming edition? He asked. Hey! You have a really good eye. The stall owner immediately perked up when he heard this, and hurried forward. It's from the Wanli period, if it wasn't missing a cover. Can it still be called a Ming edition if it's missing a cover? Gu Yan raised his eyebrows, questioning. It's worth at most 500. You're bargaining too hard. The stall owner was so anxious that he kept rubbing his hands, his face full of heartache. At least 1,200. Any less will not do. Gu Yan sneered, then picked up another copper coin, examined it carefully and said, what about this Xianfeng Chongbao? The edges are almost worn away. This is made by the Baoquan Bureau. Fine beads of sweat appeared on the stall owner's forehead, and a trace of panic flashed in his eyes. If you are sincere, I will give you 2 pieces for 1,500. Host spends 50 yuan, chooses to view copper coins, remaining 2,124.62 yuan. Ding. The patina seems to be artificially aged, the color is too uniform, lacks layering, and seems to be a bit superficial. This Xianfeng Chongbao is a high-quality imitation, and the market value is only 3 yuan. Gu Yan looked at the text displayed on the panel and couldn't help rolling his eyes. He knew this would be the outcome. Forget it, the goods at the stall next door are much better than what you have here. Gu Yan stood up slowly. Pretend to leave. Etc. The stall owner reached out and grabbed his sleeve. The price is negotiable. If you add a little more. Gu Yan shook off the stall owner's hand, glanced at the incense burner again, and said slowly, "Unless you give me a gift." Gift? The stall owner followed his gaze and sneered, "I'm asking for 30,000 for this incense burner, you should at least give me 28,000. Who said we were going to buy it? Gu Yan picked up the Jinping Mei and the copper coins. These 2 items are worth 1,000, and the incense burner is a bonus. The stall owner widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. You are simply robbing. If you don't want to sell it, then forget it. Gu Yan turned around and left without even looking back. Etc. The stall owner gritted his teeth and stamped his feet fiercely. I can give you the incense burner, but these 2 items will cost 1,300 yuan. It's really hard to sell it if they're less. Gu Yan stopped walking, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and the moment he turned back, he put away his smile. Deal. When scanning the code to pay, his fingertips trembled slightly, and he felt nervous and excited. Little brother, you really have a keen eye. I, Huang, am convinced. The smile on the stall owner Huang's face became more and more brilliant, his eyes narrowed into slits, and he hurriedly stuffed the 3 items into a plastic bag. I said, ever since you came here, I've seen that you are different. This vision is so poisonous. Who knows? If this thing falls into your hands, it will be like a black chicken turning into a phoenix. You will make a fortune right away. Isn't it? It has increased more than 6,000 times. Gu Yan took the bag and immediately turned into the corner of the alley, making sure no one noticed him. He slumped down against the wall, his chest heaving violently and breathing heavily. A treasure worth 8 million. At this moment, she was lying quietly in his arms, shining with a strange brilliance under the scorching sun. Chapter 2 Boys Urine Quenching. China's top auction house, Guardian Auctions, has a team of antique appraisal experts who provide 24-hour rapid evaluation. Gu Yan took out his mobile phone. The cracks on the screen reflected spiderweb-like patterns in the sunlight, and a line of words popped up on the browser page. Before he came, I have already thought about the provenance of the object. Hello? Jia Dexuan? Gu Yan dialed the phone. I have a Ming Dynasty copper furnace that I want to appraise and auction. I'm in Jiangqing City. You have a store in Xuanla Antique Street, right? I can just go over there and find an appraiser, right? After getting a positive answer, he hung up the phone. He carefully put the canvas bag containing the copper stove in his arms, and followed the instructions of the mobile phone navigation, hurried towards Jia Dexuan. Not long after, Jia Dexuan came into view. The magnificent gilded plaque hangs high, exuding unique majesty and solemnity. Under the plaque, several stall owners wearing melon-shaped hats were holding purple clay teapots leisurely and chatting leisurely. They saw Gu Yan clutching the canvas bag, walking hurriedly, and with a rustling sound he opened the jade curtain, and his figure quickly disappeared into the door. In an instant, the curiosity of the stall owners was instantly ignited. Master Zhou's shop, this time there must be a big shipment of goods. Hurry up and go in and take a look. Maybe you can learn something new. A fat man in a short jacket with a double-breasted collar, with a thin man squatting beside him, and a few other people, unable to suppress their curiosity, followed Gu Yan's steps and rushed into Jia Dexuan like a tide. Master, I have a Xuanda bronze furnace from the Ming Dynasty. Can you appraise it and see if it can be auctioned? Gu Yan walked in and immediately stated his purpose. Copper furnace? Zhou Mingyuan, the chief appraiser and store manager of Guardian Shenzhong City, paused as he saw Gu Yan come straight to the point and said he wanted to appraise and auction the item. Then he gently placed the Buddha statue back on the gold-woven cushion. The reading glasses on his nose slid to the tip of his nose, revealing a kind yet sharp look. Come, put it on this ebony tray. He pushed over a rosewood desk with a lotus pattern. The dark redwood grain seemed to still be permeated with the scent of hundreds of years of incense. The moment Gu Yan gently placed the copper stove on the velvet, Zhou Mingyuan's pupils suddenly shrank. Years of rich experience and identification sounded like a warning bell in his heart, telling him that this copper furnace was no ordinary item. Hey, why does this copper furnace look familiar? The fat man spoke first, his face full of confusion. Isn't it the one on Old Huan's stall on the west side? I noticed that the silver is all in the same place. The thin man also joined in the conversation. Mr. Zhou, I don't think you need to. Before the fat man could finish his words, Zhou Mingyuan raised his hand and waved, stopping him from talking. Zhou Mingyuan picked up the incense burner, looked at it carefully, and said softly, "It's a replica from the Republic of China, and the silver filling process is crude. Have you ever touched the copper material from the third year of Xuanda?" Gu Yan suddenly interrupted him, pointed his finger at the indentation of the furnace belly, and copied the system's introduction: 12 refined wind-milled copper, mixed with purple gold tribute from Siam, and quenched with boy's urine during smelting. Then, he carefully turned the copper furnace over, and a spider-like scratch slowly emerged from the thick patina. Look at this word "yin." It's not carved with a knife, but corroded with the rat whisker brush that Tang Yin used to paint with green alum. Zhou Mingyuan's hand holding the magnifying glass trembled involuntarily. As the lens passes over the furnace bottom, he clearly saw half of a Luru cinnabar seal hidden in the peach blossom pattern. In an instant, the same mark on the inscription of Peach Blossom Cottage that he had seen in the warehouse of the Forbidden City 30 years ago flashed through his mind like lightning. Gu Yan showed his professionalism. It was beyond Zhou Mingyuan's imagination. He knows. There's no way to fool this young guy. Fuck. This is fucking bullshit. Is what this kid said about falling to the ground true, Mr. Zhou? Mr. Zhou. Is this furnace really from the Xuanda period? Was it really handled by Tang Yin? Everyone was talking at once. They all turned their eyes to Zhou Mingyuan. Mr. Zhou, in 2019, Sotheby's Hong Kong sold the same Xuanda furnace with silver ears for 9.2 million. Gu Yan took out his phone and looked up the auction records. I know the rules of your auction house. It takes at least 3 weeks for an item to be auctioned. I can't wait that long. Give me a suitable price. He paused and continued, "It's up to you to take over the resale and make the difference." When Zhou Mingyuan heard this, he immediately put down the incense burner and looked at it carefully. "Please keep it for now." He glanced at the fat man and others who were staring at the incense burner with burning eyes. "I need to make a phone call to discuss something with the company. Wait a few minutes for me to give you a reply." Soon, Zhou Mingyuan came out holding a gilded abacus, and the ivory beads made clear sounds as he fiddled with them. 5,680,000. He said, "This is the highest price I can give you, no cheating." Bang! The beeswax string that the fat man was playing with suddenly broke, and the round beads rolled uncontrollably everywhere. Okay, deal. Gu Yan tried hard to control his inner excitement of winning a huge sum of money. Let's go to the West District. The woman struggled to move her eyes away from the incense burner worth more than 5 million yuan, and grabbed the man beside her. That pile of junk copper and rotten iron on Old Huang's stall, there might be leaks. The rest of the people? He rushed out immediately, fearing to fall behind even a little. Xuanla Antique Street. West District. You don't know, I met a fool this morning. That boy, at first glance, is a novice who has never seen the world. Huang Ziming said this while gesticulating with great excitement, his eyes glittering with cunning. As soon as I saw his silly look, I knew I was going to be taken advantage of. He smiled and said, I praised that thing to the skies in front of him, saying it was an heirloom and a feng shui artifact. I made it sound very real. He actually believed me and asked me how much it would cost. I didn't even blink and directly offered 1,300. Huang Ziming smiled widely when he said this, his mouth almost reaching his ears. Although I built an incense burner in the end, that junky thing was picked up on the roadside a few years ago. It's obviously a work of art. The stall owners around him cast envious or teasing glances at him. Someone laughed and joked, Brother Huang, you are so good at talking. It would be a pity if you didn't go into storytelling. Huang Ziming became even more proud after hearing this, with his chest puffed out like a victorious rooster. What do you call this? This is called vision and ability. This 1,300 today was earned so easily. As he was saying, the fat man and his gang rushed into the West District panting. Several people turned Huang Ziming's stall upside down like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey, and even held the copper coins in the corners between their fingertips and looked at them in the light for a long time. Brother Huang, you don't have any other incense burners here? The fat man wiped the sweat off his face, his voice full of anxiety. Huang Ziming was stunned for a moment, then sneered, "It's just that broken stove, no one wants it even if I give it away for free." "What, you guys also want to get a bargain?" The thin man stamped his feet and sighed, "What the hell? The incense burner you sold this morning was sold at Jiadexuan for more than 5 million. Before he finished speaking, the smile on Huang Ziming's face suddenly froze. What the hell? His throat choked and his fingers gripped the cloth tightly, veins bulging. 5,680,000. That's the price Mr. Zhou said himself. The fat man added. Huang Ziming felt dizzy and his ears were buzzing. More than 5 million. Where had he ever seen more than 5 million in his life? He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Everything went dark and he fell backwards. Chapter 3, The Fisherman Gains Benefit. Xiaogu, I have transferred the money to your account, please check it. Zhou Mingyuan handed over an antique business card with the large gold-plated characters Jia de Xian Zhou Mingyuan on it standing out. If you have items to sell in the future, please contact us. The price we offer at Jia de Xian will definitely not disappoint you. Gu Yan took the business card with both hands, a little anxiously, and then casually put it into his pocket. Good. He smiled and said, "Thank you, Mr. Zhou. I'll call the bank to check. Several million. It's not a small amount of money. This is my mother's life-saving money, and we cannot be careless in the slightest. Although I have a system now and it may not be difficult to make money in the future, the emergency money at the moment is the most critical and valuable." A few minutes later. Mr. Zhou, I have verified it and the money has been deposited into my account. Gu Yan bowed politely. After that, he turned and strode away, his steps hurried with an eagerness that seemed to make him impatient. My mother is still waiting for the money in the hospital, and we can't waste even a minute. Walk out of Jiadexuan. Standing on the street, he raised his hand to stop a taxi. Master, go to Jiangqing First People's Hospital, please hurry up. Gu Yan's voice was filled with anxiety. The driver glanced at him in the rearview mirror, nodded in understanding, stepped on the accelerator, and sped away. A few dozen minutes later, he got out of the car. Speed through the hospital gate. The hospital was filled with the pungent smell of disinfectant, with people coming and going, and it was noisy yet depressing. He gently pushed open the door of the ward and saw his sister Guyuer curled up in the accompanying chair by the window, her hair messy and stuck to her pale cheeks, and a half-wet tissue in her hand. Such a thin body can be blown down by a gust of wind, which makes people feel heartbroken. On the bed, his mother was wearing an oxygen mask, her chest rising and falling rhythmically with the ventilator, and the dripping sound of the instrument was like a blunt knife cutting his heart. Just a week ago, my mother was still vividly repeating "stay up less late" on the other end of the phone. Her voice was warm and kind, but at this moment, she was so thin that she almost sank into the quilt. Her life was so fragile that it seemed like it would disappear at any time. Brother, woo-woo. When Guyuer saw her brother outside the door, she immediately stood up and threw herself into his arms, as if she had grabbed the last straw. Wow. 380,000, wow. Where can we earn this 380,000? Her crying was heartbreaking, and her tears soaked Guyan's clothes. Dr. Zhang said that the deposit must be paid by tomorrow noon at the latest, otherwise, woo-woo. The speech was intermittent, full of despair and helplessness. Her mother was bedridden, her life hanging by a thread. As a daughter, she could only stare at her with sorrow but was powerless to do anything. This feeling was like a sharp blade, piercing her heart. She cried bitterly, tears streaming down her face, as if she wanted to cry out all the grievances and pain. Hiss, okay. Guyan gently patted his sister's thin back, his voice soft but full of strength. Brother is here, mom will be fine. It's just 380,000 yuan. It's nothing to me, your brother. We're going now. Before he could finish his words, a soft voice suddenly rang out. Xiao Yu, brother Guyan. Guyan loosened his arms around his sister and turned to look at Su Chanxian, who was approaching, bringing with her a gust of fragrant wind. Su Chanxian has a head of long wavy hair that falls casually, and a slim-fitting Chanel-style suit that perfectly outlines her waist and hips. The perfect waist-hugging design makes her figure more graceful. This sister's best friend is always radiant on weekdays. At this moment, her pretty face is not wearing exquisite makeup like usual, but she is still breathtakingly beautiful. Sorry. Su Chanxian apologized, her eyes full of guilt. Something happened at home a few days ago, so I didn't come to visit Auntie. I'm really sorry. How is Auntie now? Is she okay? Saying, she held out the fruit basket. Thank you very much. Guyan took it and said, that's thoughtful. He was just about to say that he already had the medical expenses for his mother's treatment, but his sister spoke first. Qian. Guyuer couldn't control her tears and cried out again. The doctor said, wow, it will cost at least 380,000 to perform the surgery, wow, and tomorrow noon is the deadline. Her voice was filled with tears. Trembling constantly. When Su Chanxian heard this, her expression tightened. There's over 36,000 in this card. She pulled out her own bank card from her phone case and handed it over without hesitation. Something happened at home recently, so I have this much money. With all of mine and your own, then. Brother Guyan, how much is left? I can borrow some money from my friends first. Please don't refuse. Saving my aunt's life is the most important thing. Guyan felt warm in his heart. I am sincerely happy that my sister can make such a close friend. Chanxian, thank you for your kindness. He declined with a grateful smile on his face, but I have already raised the money. Su Chanxian obviously didn't believe it. You should know exactly what the situation is at your best friend's home. Such high medical expenses. It's not as if you can get everything together just by saying it. She was about to persuade him again. At this moment, a big black hand with long curly hair suddenly appeared and grabbed the bank card and pulled it away forcefully. Oh, since you don't want this bank card, then I'll just accept it. Guyan and the other two. They all looked at the person who snatched the card in confusion. This was a tall, fat, bald man with a beard and a big gold chain around his neck. Behind the bald man were four younger brothers with tattoos on their arms, colorfully dyed hair, chewing betel nuts and smoking cigarettes. Tang Chang, you should return the bank card to me quickly. This is life-saving money. Su Chanxian stepped forward. She stretched out her bare hand to take back the bank card. Bald Tang Chang would never give her a chance and stepped back to avoid her. Miss Su. Tang Chang grinned with yellow teeth and said, this card is also life-saving money. Are you going to save others instead of your dad who raised and cared for you? He looked at Su Chanxian obscenely, drooling all over the floor. Today is the last day, where is the 36.66 million that young Master Zhou wanted? Don't say you didn't, huh? If you don't have any, it's easy to solve. You just need to sleep with Master Zhou for one night, and then the money your father owes Master Zhou will be written off. Tang Chang knew. After Zhou Sha finished playing, he was also lucky enough to wash the pot. When I think of it, the sight of Su Chanxian, such a stunning beauty, being toyed with in bed. He was already seething. Brother. Guyan stopped Su Chanxian behind him and said with a smile, isn't this wrong? You told the little girl to pay back the money today. Why are you in such a hurry when it's not even midnight yet? Chapter 4 Upgrading. Boy, you'd better not mind your own business. Tang Chang's face was stern, and he said viciously, you'd better not think about performing such an outdated plot as a hero saving a beautiful girl. If you know what's best for you, get out of the way. The four thugs behind him came like a pack of wolves. Oh. Guyan's mouth corners slightly raised, his expression calm, give the card back to the person. However, while his words were still echoing in the air, Tang Chang had already winked at his four younger brothers. In an instant, like hungry wolves, several people waved their fists and rushed towards Guyan aggressively. Brother, be careful. Brother Guyan, on the left. Gujuer's scream pierced the dim light. Su Chanxian's heart instantly rose to her throat, and her eyes were full of worry. Bang! Amid screams, the dull sound of flesh and blood colliding exploded in the narrow corridor. This violent sound. It instantly alarmed everyone in the ward. The doors of the wards were opened one after another, and people stuck their heads out to look in. Guyan has been practicing traditional martial arts with his grandfather, the village chief, since he was a child, and he used to train hard day and night. At this moment, it all became a subconscious action. The days of punching and kicking in the morning light and doing horse stance in the moonlight flashed through his mind. Every drop of sweat became his confidence at this moment. His right hand shot out like lightning, accurately grabbed the wrist of the yellow-haired man who pounced first, and then twisted the joint violently. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Amid the crisp sound of dislocated bones, the yellow-haired man fell to his knees with a scream. His wrist joint was at a strange angle, so twisted that it was unbearable to look at. Fuck you. Seeing this, Red Hair seized the opportunity, quickly took out his weapon, and attacked Gu Yan viciously. Huh, you're too slow. Gu Yan raised a disdainful arc at the corner of his mouth and dodged to the side. Although the wound on his chest hurt a little and his movement was slightly halted, he still easily dodged the steel pipe that swept over. The steel pipe brushed past his ear, splashing a string of dazzling sparks on the wall. Gu Yan grabbed the back of the neck of the man holding the steel pipe and used the other party's momentum to slam his forehead heavily into the fire hydrant. Clang! With a loud bang, the deformed fire hydrant cover flew up, and blood splattered on the rusty iron box, leaving a fan-shaped track, which was shocking to the sight. When the people watching in the ward saw this, some covered their mouths, some widened their eyes, their faces full of horror. At this time, the switchblade swung by the third person had already reached Gu Yan's ribs. He recalled the method taught by the village chief, bent his elbow and smashed down, accurately shaking the weapon away, and the two fingers of his left hand pierced the opponent's armpit nerve plexus quickly like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue. The knife-wielding man's entire arm suddenly went limp and drooped. As he staggered backward, he unfortunately stepped on his companion's vomit, and the back of his head hit the edge of the trash can with a dull sound. Shit. Tang Chang's pupils contracted sharply as he watched his four men fall to the ground one after another in just 23 seconds, his heart filled with shock and fear. He never expected that. The seemingly ordinary young man in front of me actually has such terrifying skills. The last guy with a flat head just took out his butterfly knife, but before he could swing it, Gu Yan stepped on his instep. Amid the crisp sound of breaking toe bones, Gu Yan's slender fingers pinched his knife-holding wrist and shook it gently. The fine steel blade suddenly changed direction, brushed the owner's earlobe, and pierced into the brick wall. You are weaker than the human stakes in the field. Gu Yan shook off his bloody cuffs and looked at Tang Chang with cold eyes. Well, bald guy, it's your turn now. He approached Tang Chang step by step. Every step seemed to be stepping on Tang Chang's heart. Don't, you hitting someone it's against the law. Tang Chang pressed his back against the white wall, unable to retreat any further, and said in a trembling voice, if you come over here again, I'll call the police. At this moment, he had long forgotten that he was the gangster and was frightened out of his wits by Gu Yan's thundering methods. Everyone in the ward felt a little scared when they saw Gu Yan's cold eyes and Tang Chang's embarrassed appearance. Oh. Gu Yan remained unmoved, still pressing forward step by step. When Tang Chang was almost in despair, an idea suddenly occurred to him. Do you know who I belong to? He shouted loudly, I am Master Zhou's man. If you dare to touch a hair on my head, Master Zhou will definitely make you pay for it. Gu Yan remained unmoved. At this time, Brother Gu Yan, wait a minute. Su Chanxian hurried forward, grabbed Gu Yan's hand, and shouted, Tang Chang, give me back my bank card, and get out of here. She didn't want to get Gu Yan into more trouble because of her own affairs. Although Tang Chang was unwilling. But looking at Gu Yan's horrifying eyes, he still took out the bank card tremblingly and threw it to Su Chanxian. Go, go, go. He crawled and fled the scene in disgrace, taking care of his injured brother. His disheveled figure looked particularly funny under the dim light. Seeing that there was no more excitement to watch, and worried that Gu Yan would get angry because of their waiting and watching, everyone in the ward hurriedly hid in the ward and quickly closed the door. Sister Chanxian, how come you owe more than 30 million yuan? Gu Yuer looked at Tang Chang and others who were leaving, her face full of confusion, and couldn't help but ask Su Chanxian. Gu Yan also became curious. Su Chanxian heard this question. My eyes instantly turned red. She subconsciously leaned into Gu Yan's arms, holding his hand, and her tears with the scent of camellias soaked his shoulders. Gu Yan raised his arms stiffly. I met my sister's mischievous gaze. My dad was set up by them. Su Chanxian sobbed, her voice thick with nasal sounds. Originally his company just had some problems with capital turnover, and Zhou Buotong's father offered to help, and said that the interest rate was very low. My dad was in a hurry to use the money, so he signed the contract. Unexpectedly, the contract was full of traps. The interest snowballed and increased. In just a few months, it became the astronomical figure it is now. They did it on purpose. They wanted to swallow up my dad's company. Speaking of which, Su Chanxian's voice was already filled with helplessness. More than 30 million. For her, a student who had just entered college, this was an astronomical figure and an unbridgeable gap. She racked her brains but couldn't come up with the money. Yes, I'm sorry, Brother Guyan. Su Chanxian realized that she had just lost control of her emotions and was eager to explain. Guyan saw her like this. My heart is full of pity. His arms subconsciously tightened, as if he wanted to rub Su Chanxian directly into his body. Rest assured. He said softly, I'll take care of the money problem. It's just over 36 million. It's a small matter. I can earn more than 5 million, and more is certainly not a problem. At this moment, I feel confident. After all, with the system in hand, it's like having a golden finger to change his destiny. Even if there are only a few hours left before the deadline to repay the money, he firmly believes that he will be able to turn the tide and reverse the situation. Woo-woo. Su Chanxian could no longer suppress her inner grievance and helplessness. Tears welled up in her eyes and she cried loudly. She has recently. I have endured too much, and now I have an arm to lean on. Even if it's just a simple leaning, it still makes people feel at ease. 5 million? Gu Yuer keenly caught the key point of her brother's words. Right. Gu Yan had a smug smile on his face. Today I went to the antique street and got really lucky. I found an incense burner. Wow, they just upgraded their weapons. The cost of more than $1,000 turned into more than $5 million in the blink of an eye. Saying, he let go of the beauty in his arms. Display the arrival message sent by the bank on the mobile phone. Chapter 5 I will. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, million. Gu Yuer's eyes widened, and her fingertips trembled as she counted the numbers on the phone screen. Brother. Is this really 5 million? Her voice suddenly rose. The sound began to echo in the hospital corridor. Brother Guyan, you didn't do anything dangerous, did you? Tears still hung on Su Chanxian's eyelashes. She grabbed Guyan's wrist tightly, her nails almost digging into the flesh. Is this money from a legitimate source? Her voice trembled. The bloody scene of cash truck robbery in the news flashed through my mind. Guyan smiled helplessly and was about to explain when his phone suddenly dinged with a notification. Zhongcheng City headlines, Jiadexuan purchased the Ming Dynasty copper furnace at a sky-high price. A mysterious young man found a bargain and set a new record in the antique street. The accompanying picture shows Guyan's back as he hurriedly walks into Jiadexuan with a canvas bag in his arms. Look, I'm the mysterious young man now. Guyan shook his phone and raised an eyebrow at Su Chanxian. Don't worry, this money is very clean, even cleaner than Zhou Botong's group. Su Chanxian burst into laughter and punched him in the chest. You're still talking nonsense at this time. The atmosphere suddenly became silent. Gu Yuer's eyes moved between her brother and her best friend. Su Chanxian blushed. Scared. She didn't know why, but she felt like she was caught in bed with someone else. Elder brother. Seeing this, Gu Yuer hurriedly broke the awkward atmosphere and said, Mom's medical expenses are finally enough. Yes. Su Chanxian said with a smile. More than enough, the remaining money can even buy Mom a VIP ward. Guyan ruffled his sister's messy hair, turned around and shouted to the nurse station, let's go and pay the fee together. 10 minutes later. The machine at the payment window spit out the receipt with a click. Gu Yuer held the light piece of paper as if she was holding the weight of the world. Chanxian. My mom is saved. She's really saved. She suddenly turned around and hugged Su Chanxian, crying and laughing. My brother didn't lie, woo-woo. Su Chanxian patted her back gently, but her eyes looked across the corridor towards the intensive care unit. Inside the glass window, Mother Gu's pale face was vaguely visible under the breathing mask. She thought of her father. Are you feeling like this right now, trapped in some invisible cage? Chanxian. Gu Yuer grabbed her hand, her eyes burning. We'll give you the rest of the money. 5 million isn't enough for 30 million, but it can at least delay Zhou Baodong. It would be nice to have some time to spare. She looked at Guyan in admiration. In this way, my brother can use his old tricks again and go to the antique street to pick up bargains. Su Chanxian shook her head. Aunt needs the money for her recovery and nutrition after surgery. I can't take it, and... She pulled the corners of her mouth bitterly. 5 million can't even cover the interest of 36 million. Zhou Buotong's family won't be lenient at all. Gu Yan's eyes seemed to be burning with two flames. I said, leave the money issue to me. I caught a glimpse of Su Chanqian's hesitant expression. He took out his cell phone and pressed the stopwatch. It's 7 o'clock in the evening. Zhou Buotong's deadline is 12 o'clock tonight? Su Chanqian nodded in a daze. 5 hours, that's enough. Gu Yan strode towards the elevator, without even turning his head, and said, little sister, take good care of our mother and wait for my news. Wait until Gu Yan leaves. Qian. Gu Yuer held her best friend's delicate hand and said, if my brother can really make a lot of money in a few hours and save uncle from danger, then you owe my brother a great favor. She joked, as the saying goes, great kindness is hard to repay. You can only repay it with your body. Dead. Su Chanqian pinched her best friend's slender waist and said, okay, you Gu Yuer. I treat you as my best friend, but you want me to be your sister-in-law, but... She paused for a moment, blushed, and said, if brother Gu Yan can really turn the tide and save my dad from this dire situation. I do. The other side. Gu Yan left the hospital. I immediately stopped a taxi and got in. Master, turn right ahead and enter the back door of Jade Street. The driver braked suddenly, and the tires made a screeching sound on the bluestone road. Gu Yan got out of the car. Immediately walked towards the deep and narrow back alley. A few pale LED lights illuminated the gravel on the ground. A few men were squatting in the corner smoking. When they saw the strangers, they immediately put out their cigarettes and came over. Come to this corner. Of course it's not the wrong way. Gu Yan knew this place. That's because several rich second generations in the class were chatting without avoiding others. He just happened to hear it. A stranger? The tattooed man in the lead grinned, his gold teeth flashing coldly, gambling on stones or looking for jade? We don't have clear materials here. If you want to play, you have to play with hoodlums. Gu Yan glanced at their bulging wallets and suddenly smiled, lead the way, I like to gamble with my life. When the iron door of the warehouse creaked open, the smell of mildew mixed with sweat hit me in the face. The 30 square meter space was packed with people. Hundreds of mud-covered jadeite raw stones were piled on the central wooden platform, with price tags ranging from 8,000 to 200,000. In the corner, several old men in tang suits were holding high-powered flashlights and sticking labels on stones. When they saw a stranger coming in, they immediately covered the table with black cloth. New rules. The man with tattoos tapped the payment code at the door and said, pay a deposit of 100,000 first. It will not be refunded if it fails. Gu Yan raised his eyebrows. What if the price goes up? 30% commission, payable in cash on the spot. Genia blew out a smoke ring and sneered, what, you scared? How could that be? Gu Yan immediately scanned the code and paid a deposit of 100,000 yuan. The host spent 68,450 yuan and chose to view the raw stones. The remaining balance is 5.2 million yuan. In an instant, the entire warehouse turned into a torrent of data in his eyes. Raw stone number 1, Guatemala gray skin, rough and cracked, value 300 yuan. Raw stone number 7, Damacan waterstone, with high ice flowers hidden under the skin, worth 1.8 million. Raw stone number 16, Muna white salt sand, full green glass, worth 92 million. Gu Yan's eyes moved away from the number 16 rough stone and pointed at a few rough scraps. I want all of this. Wow. You are so generous, little brother. Genia sneered, raised his hand and scraped out 7 or 8 gray stones. These are all fine products from old mines. I'll give you a friendly price of 200,000. The crowd of onlookers burst into laughter. Young people are just stubborn. No one wants this pile of shit even if it's given away for free. Someone sighed. Maybe luck has come. Gu Yan casually scanned the code to pay, and from the corner of his eye he saw Genia's mouth grinning almost to his ears, and his fingers were shaking as he counted the money, as if he was looking at a living enemy. Amid the roar of the grinding wheel, the waste materials are cut one by one. The first piece has cracks all over it. The second piece was covered with black moss, like moldy tofu. The third piece. It's gone to my grandma's house. Someone screamed, $200,000 is just a waste of money, listen to it. Gu Yan, however, remained calm and picked up the palm-sized rough stone number 7 in the corner. Cut this one. You're still cutting this junk worth 88,000 yuan? You think it's too much money to burn? Genius said sarcastically, and the onlookers shook their heads.
Gu Yan said nothing, his fingertips steady as a rock. The grinding wheel roared again, and dust mixed with a pungent smell of burning filled the air. When the first cut was made, a hazy white mist appeared at the cut.
The fog is clearing.
The crowd suddenly became quiet. When I wiped the window with the knife for the second time, a streak of icy flowers penetrated the dust. The water was as clear as ice, and it shimmered in the sunlight.
Fuck! Ice flowers. This color can be a family heirloom. Amid the exclamations, cell phone flashes went off one after another. Genia's face turned pale. Little brother.
The old man in a tang suit trembled as he handed over his gilded business card.
I am Chen Yunda, the chief stone gambler of Chow Tai Fook Jewelry.
We will pay 1 million for this piece of material.
The money can be transferred now.
He had just finished speaking. A hoarse male voice came from the corner.
The material is worth around 1.5 million, and you're asking for $1 million? Are you kidding?
Boy, 1.6 million, young Master Zhou, I'll take it.
Chapter 6. I want to sell this material to Mr. Chen Yunda. Mr. Zhou? Gu Yan looked at the person who came.
He was tall, wearing a well-tailored black suit with a burgundy shirt underneath, his thin lips slightly raised with a hint of his usual arrogance and disdain. An old man in training clothes stood beside him. 4 bodyguards in suits fanned out behind the 2 men.
Zhou Badong? As soon as the words came out, the man reacted quickly, changed his words, and said loudly, Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zhou, okay.
The people around also nodded and bowed, calling out respectfully. In Jiangqing City, the Zhou family is second only to the Zhao family in power. Naturally, no one dares to slack off for fear of angering the prince.
Are you Zhou Badong?
Gu Yan looked at him with a smile and asked. As soon as these words came out, the men beside Zhou Badong immediately stepped forward and shouted, How dare you?
Call me young Master Zhou. Do you think you can call me Zhou Badong by my name?
Gu Yan still had a smile on his face, and said slowly, Okay, Mr. Zhou, I'm sorry, I want to sell this material to Mr. Chen Yunda. Zhou Badong's face suddenly became as gloomy as the sky before a storm, dark and endless. As soon as he waved his hand, his men immediately rubbed their hands, ready to attack Gu Yan.
Humph, kid, do you know what you are doing?
In Jiangcheng, no one dares to offend me, Zhou Badong, like this.
Zhou Badong gritted his teeth and spoke word by word. Mr. Zhou.
Gu Yan was not in a hurry, and gently shook the jadeite in his hand. Business requires mutual consent.
Since I want to sell it and Mr. Chen wants to buy it, what's the problem?
Let me remind you, this is the Zhao family's place. He knew this, and because he was skilled in martial arts, he was fearless.
You're using the Zhao family to pressure me?
Zhou Badong's cold eyes entangled Gu Yan like a venomous snake. When will it be the Zhao family's turn to have the final say in Jiangqing? Gu Yan put one hand in his pocket and played with the number 7 rough stone with the other hand.
The faint light of the ice flower flowed between his fingers.
As time passed, his whole body was tense, ready for battle.
Sharp-tongued.
Zhou Badong suddenly sneered, and his ruby-studded crocodile leather shoes rolled over the gravel on the ground. How about we play a game? When gambling on stones, the one with the highest price wins. If you win, I'll pay you money equal to the value of the jade.
If you lose. He licked his lips. How about you just kneel down and lick my toes and call me daddy? Zhou Badong believed that no one would be able to refuse this condition. Well, if someone wants to give money, why not?
Gu Yan nodded and smiled. But, let's make a rule that each person picks 3 pieces of raw stones.
Otherwise, with your financial resources, young Master Zhou, if you buy all the raw stones, wouldn't I be doomed to fail? The game can actually be played like this? Zhou Badong was stunned for a moment. Okay, that's exactly what I meant. He nodded and said, Let's get started. Thank you, Mr. Zhong.
The old man in training clothes beside Zhou Badong immediately rushed to the wooden platform and swept the strong flashlight across the stone skin one by one. Boy, that guy is Zhong Liren, a big shot in the gambling stone world. Chen Yunda whispered in Gu Yan's ear, raised his head slightly and said, You just relied on luck.
There is a piece of ice flower worth $1 million in front of you. You've already used up all your luck.
There's no need to gamble with others.
You're bound to lose. Maybe luck will fall on my side?
Gu Yan said with a smile.
Mr. Zhou, this piece.
Zhong Liren lifted the black cloth covering the number 16 rough stone, which was considered a 100% lose waste in the eyes of experts. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly met Gu Yan's half-smile. In a flash, he remembered that 3 years ago at a public auction in Myanmar, a young man looked at him in the same way and made him lose all his life savings.
Okay, these three. Zhong Liren finally gave up the rough stone number 16 and chose another one next to it. Phew. I almost missed it.
Gu Yan breathed a sigh of relief and walked straight to the number 16 rough stone, this one, and these two.
The people around burst into laughter. Is this kid crazy?
Number 19 is a kilogram of material, and the stepping stone number 35 has been sitting there for 3 years and no one wants it.
Zhou Baodong clapped his hands and laughed. If you admit defeat now, I can only take one of yours. Cut stone. Gu Yan interrupted him.
The roar of the grinding machine exploded in the warehouse, and sparks flew as the first piece of raw stone selected by Zhou Baodong was fixed on the stone cutting machine. Zhong Liren held a piece of chalk and drew a thin line on the gray-brown leather. The operator skillfully aligned the cut and pressed the switch.
Sizzle. A harsh friction sound and a burning smell spread.
Zhou Baodong folded his arms and sneered, his eyes slashing at Gu Yan like a knife. Gu Yan leaned against the wall, stroking the rough surface of raw stone number 16 with his fingertips, his expression indifferent.
It's green.
There was a sudden cry of surprise from the crowd.
Zhou Baodong raised his eyebrows and stepped forward quickly.
Only a turbid bean green color could be seen through the cut, the waterhead was dry, and there was spider web like black moss mixed in.
Bean seeds can barely be used to make beads. Zhong Liren wiped the sweat from his forehead and tried to remain calm.
Zhou Baodong's face darkened slightly, and he raised his hand to signal for the second cut.
The gravel flew everywhere, and the second cut completely split the stone into two. The cross-section was grayish-white with cracks, and a few scattered green spots looked like moldy spots, which caused the onlookers to sigh. It's ruined.
This material is worth at most 30,000.
Some people shook their heads and sighed. Zhou Baodong kicked over the bucket at his feet, and the splashing water soaked Zhong Liren's trouser legs. Cut off a piece,
he said with a gloomy face and viciously.
Soon,
the second piece of raw stone was moved onto the stone cutter. Zhong Liren was particularly cautious this time and only drew the cut line after repeatedly observing the performance of the skin. The machine started, and as the cutting went deeper, everyone's heart was in their throat.
Finally,
the color is revealed at the cut, which is the light green of the glutinous variety. Although it has a certain amount of water, there are many cracks, which greatly affect the quality. The glutinous variety is green, but unfortunately has too many cracks.
It is worth about 500,000 yuan.
Someone knowledgeable about the matter immediately spoke out and made his judgment. Zhou Baodong's face became increasingly ugly, and the veins on his forehead were throbbing faintly. He placed all his hopes on the last piece of rough stone.
The cutting process of the third piece of raw stone was even more tense.
As the blade cut in, the scene was silent and everyone held their breath. When the stone cutting master cleaned the stone powder from the cut, a rich emerald green came into view.
High ice-type sun green.
Zhong Liren shouted excitedly.
A smile finally appeared on Zhou Baodong's tense face.
However, when the master continued to cut, he found that there was not much green part, just a thin layer, and most of it was still the white stone core. This little bit of green is worth at most 7 or 8 million. A veteran player shook his head and sighed.
At this time, it was Gu Yan's turn to cut the stone.
His first piece of 19 kilograms of material was completely waste after a few cuts, as it was filled with stones without even a hint of green.
Ha ha ha, you dare to bet against me? You really overestimate your own abilities.
Seeing this, Zhou Baodong couldn't help but burst into laughter, with a look of mockery on his face.
Chapter 7 Movable Type Signs. I haven't finished cutting yet. Gu Yan's face was calm.
Have someone put the second piece of raw stone number 35 onto the stone cutting machine. This piece of stone, which had been left for 3 years without anyone wanting it, still produced waste after being cut, which caused laughter from those around.
Boy, you're scared now, right? Kneel down and call me daddy. Don't wait for me to do anything. Zhou Baodong laughed so hard that he fell backwards, being extremely arrogant.
Gu Yan, however, remained unmoved. He calmly ordered people to move raw stone number 16 onto the stone cutting platform. The surface of the stone is covered with honeycomb-like pits, and the edges are covered with dried mud.
At first glance, it looks no different from a stepping stone. Boy, it's not too late to admit defeat now, Zhou Baodong said sarcastically. Gu Yan did not answer.
The grinding wheel roared again, and dust rose like fog. Everyone held their breath, but Zhou Baodong took out a cigar, lit it, and looked disdainful in the smoke. Suddenly, the master's hand shook, he shut down the machine and exclaimed, "Mist!
White mist!"
I saw a layer of white mist rising from the incision, as delicate as solidified fat. Zhong Liran's pupils suddenly shrank, and he picked up a high-intensity flashlight and shone it over a faint cold green color could be seen under the white mist, like a pool of frozen camellia water.
Ice type, still full of green.
His voice trembled and the flashlight in his hand fell to the ground with a crack. Zhou Buotong's cigar froze in his lips. The second knife slowly moved forward along the edge of the fog layer, a bucket of clear water was poured down, and the cut surface suddenly glowed with light. In the glass-like transparent texture, lush greenness flows like a living spring, the color is rich but not turbid, and bright but not evil.
Glass-type imperial green.
Chen Yunda screamed, his old fingers gripping the edge of the table tightly, "This waterhead! This color! I have never seen this before in my 40 years of working in this field."
The whole warehouse was in an uproar. Mobile phone flashlights flashed wildly, and some people were so excited that they were incoherent. This must be worth hundreds of millions, right?
Last year, a palm-sized glass-shaped piece was sold for 200 million at the Myanmar public auction.
Young Master Zhou is doomed to fail.
Veins popped out on Zhou Buotong's forehead.
The fist almost landed directly on Zhong Liran's face. "Keep cutting." Gu Yan's voice was eerily calm.
With the third cut, the ugly skin of the original stone was completely shed.
A fist-sized piece of jade appeared in front of everyone.
It was flawless and as green as the vast sea. Looking closely, there were cotton-like dots like snowflakes scattered inside.
Muna Supreme Snowflake Cotton. This is a legend that will go down in the history of gambling on stones. Chen Yunda burst into tears and fell to his knees. "It's worth at least 90 million.
Zhou Baodong staggered back, the back of his suit soaked with cold sweat.
"Mr. Zhou."
Gu Yan picked up the jade and shook it. "Transfer it, 90 million, I won't take the rest of the change from you.
Just consider it a tip."
The air suddenly froze.
"Transfer money? Who do you think you are?"
Zhou Baodong suddenly laughed crazily, and his diamond cufflinks reflected a cold light under the light. "In Jiangcheng, my Zhou family is the law. Now kneel down and call me daddy, and then offer the jade, and I will reward you with a chance to live.
If not,
His wild laughter echoed in the warehouse, hysterical in its madness. The 4 bodyguards have quietly surrounded him, with their fingers pressing on the hard bulge at his waist, waiting for the order.
Gu Yan remained unmoved. His fingertips stroked the cool surface of the imperial green jadeite, and undercurrents surged in his eyes. Be prepared for anything. Zhou family's law?
At this moment, a cold female voice suddenly pierced through the stagnant air. The iron door of the warehouse burst open, and in the dazzling skylight, a slender figure in a dark cheongsam stood against the light. The peonies embroidered in gold thread snaked from the hem of her skirt to her collarbone, appearing and disappearing in the shadows as she walked, like living things. 6 black-clad guards followed closely behind him. On the silver badges on their chests, the seal script of the word Zhao glowed coldly in the dim light. Zhou Buotong's pupils suddenly shrank, and cigar ash fell on his shiny crocodile leather shoes.
Zhao Linglong?
His Adam's apple rolled with difficulty, and his previous arrogance instantly deflated like an eggplant hit by frost.
"Miss Xiao." "Hello, Miss Xiao." One by one, everyone bowed and greeted him.
Zhao Linglong walked straight past the stiffly standing Zhou Baodong, and the crisp sound of her gilded high-heeled shoes hitting the bluestone slabs was like a slap in his face. She stopped at the stone calendar. The slender fingertips gently stroked the jade facet, and the glass-like green was reflected in the eyes, turning into a touch of surprise.
"Muna Snowflake Cotton, I haven't seen such top quality in 20 years.
She turned to look at Gu Yan, her eyes slightly raised. "What's your name, little brother?"
"Gu Yan." "Nice name."
Zhao Linglong chuckled, turned his head and glanced at Zhou Baodong, his tone suddenly cold. "Master Zhou, are you going to break the rules of my Zhao family?" The person in charge of the field reported everything to her the moment the Muna Snowflake Cotton was produced.
"Nature. Everything. She knows it all."
"Zhao Linglong, this is a personal grudge," Zhou Baodong said sternly. "You'd better find trouble."
"Ha ha."
"Zhou Baodong, when you are in the Zhao family's place, you must abide by the Zhao family's rules." Zhao Linglong fiddled with the jade ring nonchalantly. "If your father knew that his son broke the contract in public at my Zhao family's place." She deliberately dragged out the last word.
"I'll pay 90 million now." Zhou Baodong almost squeezed out these words from between his teeth, staring at Gu Yan with bloodshot eyes. Transfer money. Bite. Gu Yan looked at the money that had been credited to his phone and said with a smile, thank you very much, Master Zhou. He cupped his hands. A mean look. If the mountains don't move, the water will. Just wait for me. Zhou Baodong clenched his fists in anger, his sinister eyes slashed across Gu Yan's throat like a poisoned dagger. Go. He flicked his sleeves and left quickly with his men. There was no dragging of feet. Stay present. The embarrassment will just keep surrounding us. The moment the warehouse door closed, the stagnant atmosphere suddenly melted away. He. Zhao Linglong waited for Zhou Baodong to leave, stared at Gu Yan with her beautiful eyes and said, "We, Zhao Jewelry, are offering 98 million to buy this jadeite. What do you think, Mr. Gu?" "Miss Zhao is so kind, I would be disrespectful to refuse it." Gu Yan bowed and smiled. The man beside Zhao Linger. "Transfer payment immediately." Gu Yan's bank card funds. It skyrocketed to hundreds of millions. Ding. Congratulations to the host for saving over 100 million. Now 100 million will be deducted for system upgrade, which will take 3 days. During the system upgrade, it cannot be used. Please let the host know. Mr. Gu, do you know why I didn't take the 30% commission? Zhao Linglong picked up the teacup and took a sip. The mist blurred the meaningful smile at the corner of his lips. I should be able to guess something, but I don't know if it's correct. Gu Yan smiled. Oh? Miss Zhao needs my movable signboard. He looked directly into Zhao Linglong's eyes that suddenly lit up. From the moment we stepped into the gambling stone field, everyone's every move was under surveillance cameras. The Zhao family needs a marketing campaign targeting the entire city, and even the upper-class society in several surrounding cities, and I am the best gimmick. By then, the number of wealthy merchants and dignitaries coming to gamble on gemstones will multiply, and there won't even be enough space here. The porcelain cup collided with the rosewood table, splashing out a few drops of amber tea. It's a pleasure to talk to smart people. Zhao Linglong smiled softly and handed over a luxurious card. Are you willing to be the chief treasure appraiser of the Zhao family? Chapter 8, Sheep in the Tiger's Mouth. Mr. Gu. Zhao Linglong opened his red lips slightly, his voice as graceful as a nightingale. If you are willing to serve as the chief treasure appraiser of the Zhao family, the salary will be extremely generous. A monthly salary of 1 million is just the basic amount. For any treasure appraised by you, the commission rate can be doubled. More importantly. Saying. She leaned forward slightly. The collar of that exquisite cheongsam was slightly open, revealing a hint of snow-white skin, exuding an indescribable charm that attracted the attention of all men like a magnet. From now on, your enemies are also the enemies of our Zhao family. For a time, the entire warehouse seemed to be shrouded in an invisible silence, so quiet that even the slightest breathing of people could be heard clearly. Chen Yunda in the corner. I couldn't help but secretly smack my lips. Such generous conditions were enough to shock the entire Jiangqing city. Ms. Zhao, Gu Yan didn't finish his words. Zhao Linglong smiled sweetly. Mr. Gu, you don't have to refuse yet. You can call me anytime within 3 days. I look forward to hearing from you. She blinked her big eyes. Very beautiful. Very bright. Good. Gu Yan nodded. Thank you, Miss Zhao, for your kindness. The boy will leave first. Zhao Linglong looked at his departing back. There was a gleam of amusement in Dan Feng's eyes, as if she was looking at an interesting prey. The gilded high heels on her feet tapped lightly on the bluestone slabs, making a crisp and pleasant sound. Collect the crust of the number 16 rough stone and send it to the laboratory for isotope testing. I want to see if he really has amazing abilities or if he just got lucky. Jiangqing City. In the office on the top floor of Zhou Group. The Italian Murano glass chandelier cast its pale light unreservedly onto Tang Chang's hunched back. He fell on his knees. The blood on his forehead had already solidified into a dark red scab, like an ugly mark, but he still didn't dare to raise his hand to wipe it. Mr. Zhou. I really tried my best. Tang Chang's voice trembled, and his throat seemed to be rubbed by sandpaper. That boy's skills were very strange. All 4 of us were knocked down by him. That fierce and violent attack must be from a martial artist. Waste. The young man in the high position snorted and put out his cigar in the gilded ashtray, his action showing a bit of irritation and impatience. He picked up the tablet on the coffee table.
His fingertips slid quickly across the screen a few times, and the cold light of the screen reflected his gloomy face.
Is it him? Tang Chang's pupils suddenly shrank, his whole body trembled violently, and his eyes were burning with anger. It's this bastard. He ruined your business in the hospital and beat up our brothers. Even if he turned into ashes, I would still recognize him. Ha, that's really a narrow road for enemies.
Zhou Baodong stood up slowly, his crocodile leather shoes rolling over the bloodstains on the carpet. I saw the information that this kid's mother has cancer, hee.
Guyan, you have collected all the money, right? Money can save lives? Humph, naive.
In Jiangcheng, money is just a stepping stone to power.
My Zhou family can crush an ant without even lifting a finger.
He raised his hand and pressed the pager on the table.
After a while,
an assistant in a suit and tie pushed the door open and walked in, his steps light and cautious.
Master.
He bent down slightly, waiting for Zhou Baodong's instructions.
Xiaodong.
Zhou Baodong glanced at her, and a cruel arc appeared on his lips. Notify the director of the First People's Hospital that Guyan's mother's surgery will be postponed indefinitely.
Reason? The assistant asked in a low voice. The sound is as quiet as the buzzing of a mosquito. He was afraid of angering the moody Mr. Zhou in front of him. Medical resources are stretched thin.
Zhou Baodong flicked his nails nonchalantly, his eyes full of indifference. Or, the surgeon has a sudden illness.
He paused, his eyes stern, and looked at the assistant fiercely. Such a small matter, do you still need me to teach you?
The assistant was so frightened that he trembled all over. He nodded hurriedly and said yes repeatedly, then retreated cautiously, as if he was afraid that any big movement would bring disaster.
First People's Hospital. Intensive Care Unit.
When Guyan pushed open the door of the ward, the smell of disinfectant mixed with the dripping sound of instruments hit him in the face. It was a unique smell of the hospital, which made people feel depressed and uneasy when they smelled it.
Brother, you are finally back.
Guyer was dozing off beside her mother's bed. When she heard the noise, she looked up suddenly. The doctor said earlier that the surgery date has been arranged and she can go into the operating room tomorrow morning. He said the success rate is very high, 99% of them can be cured.
Mother Gu on the hospital bed was still wearing an oxygen mask.
The pale cheek sunk into the pillow, like a dead leaf that would disappear at any time, and the body rose and fell gently with the weak breathing. The signs of life were so weak that it was heartbreaking. Guyan gently stroked his mother's hand, and his heart ached when his fingertips touched the cold skin.
If possible,
he is willing to bear this pain for his mother.
Where's Qianqian?
He turned to look at his sister, and suddenly a bad guess came to his mind, and an inexplicable uneasiness spread in his heart.
Yes.
Guyer was stunned, and quickly opened the screen of her phone to stare at the time that passed.
She said she was going to the bathroom, and it's been half an hour. Why hasn't she come back in so long?
There was a hint of doubt and anxiety in her voice.
Oh no. Guyan's face suddenly changed, and an ominous premonition came to his mind.
Without time to think about it, he turned around and rushed out of the ward. The men's and women's restrooms at the end of the corridor were empty, with only the tick-tick sound of the faucets being particularly harsh in the silence. He took out his cell phone and frantically dialed Su Qianqian's number. But it always prompts to shut down.
Sorry, the number you dialed is turned off. Please try again later.
Sorry, the subscriber you dialed is power off, please try it later.
The cold reminder sound is like a heavy hammer.
It hit his heart again and again, making his heart beat faster and faster.
Elder brother. Guyer ran over breathlessly, her voice trembling. Qianqian, I left a note.
Guyan snatched the note and the moment he unfolded it, the words on it came into view.
Brother Guyan, I'm sorry.
Zhou Baodong promised that as long as I go to the night color club tonight, he will give my father 3 months' grace.
Night club.
Guyan clenched the note tightly, his knuckles turned white from the force, and the veins on the back of his hand bulged. It was Jiangqing's famous den of brothel and hunting ground for the powerful and wealthy, a place full of darkness and transactions.
When Su Qianqian left,
it's like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth.
Chapter 9 Details. Jiangcheng City. Night KTV.
A yellow taxi slowly stopped at the door opened, and a graceful girl got out. She has a graceful figure.
Curvy and exquisite. Instantly become the focus of attention of people around. Miss Su, you're here.
The bull Tang Chang who was smoking a cigarette at the door looked at Su Qianqian wantonly. Mr. Zhou has been waiting for you for a long time.
Humph, follow me. Su Qianqian frowned. Take a deep breath and follow the bald man closely. The lights in the KTV are dim.
The loud music was deafening, and people were swaying on the dance floor, releasing their inner madness.
Su Qianqian walked through the crowd. Go to the VIP box. Along the way,
her heart beat faster involuntarily.
A few hours ago, Su Qianqian had indeed fantasized that Gu Yan could turn the tide and earn more than 30 million. You can pay off your own debts. But the passage of time. Gu Yan has not returned yet. Everything is obvious. Money.
Moreover, it is a huge sum of money of more than 30 million, which is not something that can be earned easily.
Gu Yan got lucky once, but there's no way it'll happen again.
The grace of Father S giving birth to and raising me.
Su Qianqian couldn't just sit there and do nothing, even if she had to pay a heavy price for it. She understands.
I am just a sheep falling into the tiger's mouth. The innocence I have guarded for almost 20 years will certainly be lost.
If you have enough time, Su Qianqian will definitely give her precious first time to Gu Yan, but time waits for no one. Please come in, Miss Su.
Tang Chang opened the door of the box and smiled in an extremely obscene manner.
Su Qianqian had tears in her eyes. Take a deep breath.
He stepped into the devil's cave with a trembling body.
In the box, Zhou Baodong sat on the sofa.
He was surrounded by several heavily made-up women. When he saw Su Qianqian come in, a malicious smile appeared on his face.
Su Qianqian, ha, you're here at last. Zhou Baodong stood up.
He walked slowly towards Su Qianqian, looking her over intently, as if he was looking at a commodity to be sold.
Su Qianqian suppressed her inner fear and disgust. Zhou Baodong, what do you need to let my dad go? Don't be in a hurry to talk about things. Come, have a drink.
Zhou Baodong said, picking up the glass cup on the table, which was filled with amber wine, sparkling alluringly under the light.
I don't drink. Su Qianqian refused. Just tell me what you want, as long as you let my dad go. It has come to this. She has already risked it. He.
Zhou Baodong's expression changed slightly, and there was a hint of threat in his tone. That won't do. In my place, nothing can be done without drinking.
He didn't want to get things done so quickly. That would be boring. The best is yet to come. Su Qianqian hesitated for a moment.
In the end, he took the glass cup.
Drink the bitter drink in one gulp. Ahem.
It was Su Qianqian's first time drinking alcohol, and the amber wine choked her as it flowed out of her mouth.
All the way down. It soaked her collar. After drinking this cup of Hawan wine, I will teach you how to become a god. Zhou Baodong let out a smug laugh. At this time, Tang Chang was holding a camera and grinning at the side. The reflection from the lens made Su Qianqian's eyes go dark. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud noise.
The door of the box was kicked open.
A tall figure appeared. Brother Gu Yan. Why are you so impulsive? Didn't you agree to wait for me to come back?
Gu Yanlong walked with the gait of a tiger and embraced Su Qianqian's delicate body in his arms.
Ha ha! I knew you were a man of loyalty and righteousness. Zhou Baodong had a mocking smile on his face. If you don't come, then things will really be meaningless. Since I was born.
Before he could finish his words, Gu Yan intercepted the call.
You are indeed a beast.
Gu Yan snorted coldly. You use such despicable means to bully a little girl.
If you are not a beast, who is it? Brother Gu. Brother Gu Yan, I feel dizzy and so hot.
Su Qianqian leaned in Gu Yan's arms. Her whole body was hot and she urgently wanted to tear off all her clothes.
Beast? Ha ha.
I'll take that as a compliment.
Zhou Baodong narrowed his eyes and teased. Su Qianqian has already drunk the spring breeze drunk.
In another 10 minutes or so, do you think she will take off her clothes first, or beg the man to hurt her first?
Xiao Qianzi has set up the camera.
We must take a careful picture of it, the deepest details. He deliberately prolonged the ending sound.
You are looking for death.
Gu Yan's back teeth were clattering and veins bulged on the fist hanging at his side.
Look who's dead. Zhou Baodong waved his hand. In the box, 7 or 8 of his men swiftly pulled out pistols from their waists. The black muzzle of the gun, directly pointing to Gu Yan. Under the gun, Gu Yan was forced to stop. He. Zhou Baodong sat on the sofa and sneered, "Aren't you awesome? One person is fighting against several of my men. I really want to see it now. Who is faster, you or the bullet?" Tang Chang and others also laughed wildly and mockingly, surrounding the entire box. "Don't want."
Su Chanxian hugged Gu Yan and whimpered like a kitten, tears rushing through the rouge at the corners of her eyes. "Uncle Zhou."
"Zhou Baodong, if you let brother Gu Yan go, I will agree to anything you ask. Whatever it is."
She suppressed the heat in her heart and maintained the little clarity she had left.
"Oh." Zhou Baodong sneered, "You are all my lambs to be slaughtered.
You bitch, I can play with you at will, but I have no value to you.
I don't know where you get the confidence to negotiate with me." Gu Yan's face was gloomy. "Zhou Baodong, you'd better not do anything too extreme.
Let us go now, and release Uncle Su, so that we can still discuss things.
If not..." Bang!
Zhou Baodong slammed the table and stood up suddenly. "This is not a vegetable market, don't bargain with me here."
"Oh, then can I talk to Master Zhou?"
A cold female voice broke through the air.
"Zhao Linglong, it's you again."
Zhou Baodong's face changed drastically, and he looked at Zhao Linglong and a dozen bodyguards rushing in with resentment.
Over and over again. He said angrily, "Do you really think I'm a sick cat that you can manipulate at will?
In Jiangcheng City, your Zhao family may be big, but my Zhou family is not bad either.
Do you really want to cause our two families to completely tear each other apart and fight to the death just for this brat?" Zhou Baodong is roaring.
But it sounds more like he is begging you to mind your own business.
"Thank you very much." Gu Yan nodded gratefully towards Zhao Linglong. In advance.
On his way here, he had already called Zhao Linglong and agreed to serve as the chief appraiser of the Zhao family. The conditions are in addition to the details previously stated.
The other is to come and help.
Gu Yan was glad that he planned 3 steps ahead, otherwise there would be no other way to resolve the situation today. Zhao Linglong smiled charmingly, "You are mine, so there is no reason for you to be bullied by others in Jiangcheng."
Chapter 10 Relieve the effect of medicine. Do you understand?
The golden Nanmu bracelet on Zhao Linglong's wrist swayed gently, and the beads collided with each other.
Makes a subtle and crisp sound.
The dark red curtains in the box moved without wind, cutting her stunning face into fragments of light and dark.
Grass.
Zhou Baodong's neck veins bulged, and the golden walnut in his palm creaked as he was squeezed. He cursed, "You have repeatedly ruined my good deeds.
Do you think I am afraid of you? Today I must."
Zhao Linglong interrupted with her red lips, her mutton fat jade earrings shining coldly on her temples. "Let him go. The mining rights of the 3 mines in the south of the city will belong to your Zhou family. She knows her own business." Over the years, the family has inevitably declined due to various factors. All industries are facing many difficulties, and many businesses are secretly being cannibalized by other families. Now we have opened a gambling stone field. She hopes to turn the situation around, and a capable person like Gu Yan is the key to her breaking the impasse.
One time was a bargain. Twice, 3 times, it's not that simple. Gu Yan found a bargain on the antique street. Of course Zhao Linglong knew. After all, if the Zhao family wants to check the life of ordinary people in the city, they only need to make a phone call and everything will be easily known. Because of the family's difficulties. Deep down, she didn't want to have any conflict with the Zhou family recently. Precisely because of the family's current difficult situation, she really doesn't want to have a conflict with the Zhou family in the near future. If a fight really breaks out, just like a fight between 2 equally powerful beasts, it is hard to predict who will win in the end. Thinking of this,
Zhao Linglong frowned slightly, and a hint of barely perceptible worry flashed in his eyes.
Really?
When Zhou Baodong heard this condition, the expression on his face froze instantly, as if he had been cast under a spell.
He never thought that
Zhao Linglong actually proposed such a condition, which was completely beyond his expectations and made him a little at a loss for a moment.
"It's absolutely true," said Zhao Linglong. "Is there a trick here? Love or not?"
Before Zhao Linglong could finish his words, Zhou Baodong interrupted him immediately.
"Humph, you're so cruel."
He smiled sinisterly, tapping his jade ring on the table. "Today, I'll let them go because of the conditions you offered.
But remember, Zhao Linglong, I'll remember this." Gu Yan hugged the trembling Su Chanxian tightly in his arms. The girl's hot breath brushed across his neck.
2 buttons of his shirt had unbuttoned at some point, revealing fine beads of sweat on his collarbone.
"Dad, my dad." Su Qianqian's consciousness began to become a little fuzzy, but she still kept murmuring. Zhou Baodong.
Zhao Linglong glanced at his expensive watch and said, "It's still 56 minutes to 12 o'clock. I hope the little girl's father will be home safe and sound, without any missing parts or organs.
Otherwise, don't even think about seeing the mind transfer agreement tomorrow."
Of course.
Zhou Baodong nodded.
The 3 minds are worth almost hundreds of millions. He still knows clearly.
Let's go. Zhao Linglong said to Gu Yan. Good. Gu Yan hugged Su Qianqian.
He was the first to walk out of the box. Zhao Linglong and others followed closely behind.
Wait until everyone in the group has left. He.
Zhou Baodong pulled open the collar of his Armani shirt and suddenly laughed nervously. Zhao Linglong is willing to cut her flesh and bleed like this. It seems that the Zhao family is at the end of its rope. When the internal fighting starts, it will definitely hurt the vitality.
At that time.
Haha, Zhao Linglong, you little slut, I will definitely make you scream on the bed. There was infinite greed in his eyes. When Tang Chang heard this,
even the stinky face showed wild thoughts.
If only Zhao Linglong, a beauty as cold as ice, could also wash pots.
This life is worth it. Dad.
Zhou Baodong made a phone call, his voice filled with excitement and eagerness, and said, "The action can begin.
I think the time has come. By the way, today."
He briefly recounted everything that happened today. "I think the Zhao family has been in high positions for too long, and it's time to step down.
Our Zhou family will become the new king of Jiangqing City."
The other side.
"Thank you, Miss Xiao. If it weren't for you today, Qianqian and I would have been in danger of our lives." Gu Yan and his group took the elevator to the first floor. He tried to control it. Su Qianqian's little hands began to wander freely. "Ah, you're welcome."
Zhao Linglong nodded slightly and said, "As the chief appraiser of our Zhao family, the Zhao family will definitely help you.
Besides, I think Mr. Gu Lai must have a backup plan. I brought people here just to make things simpler." Gu Yan smiled. There was no denial. This beautiful little sister doesn't look well.
Zhao Linglong smiled at Su Qianqian, with a hint of concern in his eyes. Zhou Baodong should have used spring breeze drunk. If the effects of this medicine are not relieved in time, her life might be in danger.
Gu Yan heard it. His face turned ugly. So what do we do now? Is there any way to save her quickly? He said anxiously.
Zhao Linglong looked around and said, "This is not the place to talk.
Let's go to the car first." Gu Yan nodded quickly. Zhao Linglong's car was parked not far away. The vertical chrome grille on the front of Maybach.
Like the pillars of a palace, it is majestic and magnificent. The car body is slender and elegant, with two-tone paint and chrome trim, which shines brightly under the lights. The bodyguard opened the car door.
Zhao Linglong first sat in the passenger seat. Gu Yan followed closely behind, holding Su Qianqian in his arms, into the back row.
The car's aromatherapy diffuses the scent of bitter orange and cedar, and the privacy glass on the rear seat slowly rises, isolating the night into an airtight cocoon.
Su Qianqian's symptoms became more serious.
Her cheeks flushed. His eyes were blurred. His hands kept tearing at his clothes.
Spring is in the air. Fascinating mind. Gu Yan felt distressed and anxious.
All he could do was grab Su Qianqian's reckless little hands and look away without looking any further.
The potency of this spring breeze drunk is even stronger than I thought. Zhao Linglong frowned and said, "Mr. Gu, the situation is urgent now.
If it is not resolved in time, her life will be in danger. My car is spacious and relatively hidden. You can help her relieve the effects of the medicine here." A slight blush appeared on her face, and her fingertips brushed across the control buttons of the back leather seat, and the backrest slowly flattened into the curve of a double bed.
Ah! Gu Yan's Adam's apple rolled when he heard this.
The girl in his arms whimpered and climbed onto his shoulders. There was mist in Su Qianqian's eyes. Blood was oozing out of the lower lip that was bitten by her pearly teeth, and the exposed skin was already abnormally flushed.
"Brother Gu Yan, I feel so uncomfortable."
Her voice was tearful and she grasped Gu Yan's arm tightly, her nails almost digging into the flesh.
Chapter 11, Eliminating the Roots. "Help me, please help me." Su Qianqian's voice. It seemed to carry an invisible seductive force, drilling straight into Gu Yan's ears. Every word seemed to be wrapped in a hint of charm, captivating the heart. "Gu Long. Gu Yan's Adam's apple rolled subconsciously. Su Qianqian in his arms was like a burning fire, her body temperature was incredibly hot. In this enclosed compartment,
her hazy breathing was clearly audible, again and again, as if an invisible hand was gently plucking the string deep in Gu Yan's heart, awakening the animal desire lurking deep in the man's heart. Zhao Linglong's suggestion was more like a sharp needle, piercing straight into his tense nerves. Miss Zhao, I, Gu Yan, may not be a saint, but I will never take advantage of someone in distress. He closed his eyes.
His palm rested on the back of Su Qianqian's sweaty neck. Ah, you really surprise me. You can resist such a pretty little sister.
Zhao Linglong turned his head, his eyes like a knife scraping across Gu Yan's tense face, and suddenly chuckled. Are you sure you are not gay? There was a glimmer of admiration in her eyes.
Such a person with a bottom line. It is more attractive. Ha, if Miss Zhao wants to know. Gu Yan also joked, why not try it yourself? Oh.
Zhao Linglong rolled his eyes, pulled out a small celadone bottle from the secret compartment in the car, and threw it to Gu Yan. This is the antidote for spring breeze drunk, take it with warm water.
Socializing outside. Of course I have to be on guard. I have all kinds of antidotes in my car. That's why I know about spring breeze drunk. Gu Yan quickly unscrewed the bottle cap and helped Su Qianqian feed the pill. The girl coughed twice.
The flushed face gradually faded, and the body curled up in his arms finally stopped trembling. The breathing also became steady. Don't worry, she'll be fine after a good night's sleep.
Zhao Linglong turned around and said, let me thank you in advance on behalf of Qianqian.
Gu Yan breathed a sigh of relief, feeling relieved.
I'll ask her to come and thank you later.
He carefully wiped the sweat stains from the girl's pretty face. Mr. Gu, Zhou Baodong is a person who will never let go of any grudge. Zhao Linglong tapped the car window with his fingertips, and said in a suddenly cold tone, we will make him fail in his plot today.
I will definitely not give up.
Gu Yan tucked in Su Qianqian's coat, and when he looked up, his eyes were cold. Miss Zhao means.
By the way, you can call me Gu Yan, or Xiao Gu. Mr. Gu is a little weird. Cut the grass at its roots.
Zhao Linglong opened his red lips and uttered these 4 words clearly. Only by making the Zhou family disappear completely can we eliminate the trouble forever.
You too, just call me Linglong. We are all family, so don't be polite. Gu Yan's back stiffened.
The bloody smell of family strife was overwhelming. The fight between the big families was so cruel, and the attitude of either you die or I live made him feel excited. Our Zhao family has been in decline for a long time now, and we no longer have the dominant position in Jiangqing City that we used to have. Zhao Linglong frowned slightly, revealing a hint of helplessness that was difficult to conceal. If we confront the Zhou family head-on, both sides will suffer, so we can only take a long-term view.
Gu Yan shook his head and said, that will only lead to more nightmares. How can I allow others to snore beside my bed?
Zhao Linglong turned his head. He stared straight at Gu Yan, his eyes sharp and sharp.
Like their shady business? Gu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke slowly. On this land, any large family will have some shady dealings to a greater or lesser extent. Once there is a problem with family education, it is almost inevitable that the younger generations will embark on the path of breaking the law and committing crimes. It looks like we have an idea.
Zhao Linglong raised his eyebrows, a smile in his eyes.
Jiangqing City.
The corridor of the First People's Hospital was as bright as day, and the smell of disinfectant mixed with the scent of camellia in Su Qianqian's hair lingered at Gu Yan's nose. He carried the unconscious girl in his arms and walked quickly towards the ward.
Brother! Qianqian!
The moment Gu Yuer saw the 2 figures, her eyes instantly turned red and she almost cried out. Especially when she saw her best friend's messy clothes, her heart tightened and she asked in a crying voice, what happened to her? Is she okay?
It's okay, she just fell asleep.
Gu Yan gently placed Su Qianqian on the accompanying bed. His movements were so gentle that he was afraid of waking her up.
VIP ward.
The facilities are extremely luxurious, with 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, which is spacious and comfortable. My mother's ward is in the master bedroom.
There are also 2 accompanying rooms, which provide great convenience for caring for patients. In the early morning light,
soft light shines through the gaps in the window and falls on the floor of the ward. Su Qianqian woke up with a startle from the smell of disinfectant. She subconsciously clenched the corner of the quilt, and scattered memories of last night flooded into her mind. Zhou Buotong's hideous smile, the warmth of Gu Yan's embrace, and Zhao Linglong's cold perfume.
Woke up?
Gu Yan pushed the door open carrying white porridge, the heat blurred the bloodshot in his eyes.
Gu, brother Gu Yan. Su Chanxian's ears instantly turned red.
She lowered her head and stared at the wrinkles on the bed sheet.
Her voice was as thin as a mosquito. Thank you, for last night. Thinking of how miserable I was last night.
She wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into.
Drink porridge first.
Gu Yan scooped up a spoonful, blew on it, and handed it to her lips. Your father was escorted home by the police in the early morning. The Zhou family dare not touch him for the time being.
Su Chanxian's eyes were filled with tears.
I swallowed the hot porridge mixed with tears.
Brother Gu Yan, Zhou Baodong will never let you go,
She suddenly grabbed Gu Yan's wrist, her fingertips were cold, woo.
It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been involved and offended him. Of course he won't.
Gu Yan sneered, his eyes filled with anger, so I have to make him fall into eternal damnation first.
At this time,
Gu Yuer hurried into the ward, her face full of anxiety. Brother, something terrible has happened. Her voice trembled. Just now the nurse told me that the truck transporting Mom's kidney was rear-ended on the viaduct, and the surgery cannot be performed. Whether we can find a suitable kidney source, the hope is not great. At the same time, I want to inform you that if you don't find a new kidney source within 3 days, the kidney source will be gone within 3 days.
Then be prepared to die, woo. Mom! Boom!
There was a sound of thunder exploding in Gu Yan's head.
What a car accident!
He slammed his fist against the wall, blood seeping from his knuckles.
Why did the car accident happen at this time?
Gu Yan could think of it with just a strand of his hair.
There must have been Zhou Baotong's intervention in this. Brother, what should I do, woo? What should I do, woo? Gu Yuer covered her mouth. Big tears rolled down.
Gu Yan hugged his sister and rested his chin on the top of her head.
Don't worry, I will never let anything happen to Mom.
His voice was eerily calm.
Chapter 12, A Ray of Hope. You and Chanxian should have breakfast first. I'm going to go out and make a phone call.
Gu Yan's eyes were full of doting, and he raised his hand to rub his sister's little head.
After that,
he walked out the door.
The gentle smile on his face instantly disappeared and his expression turned stern. Next, he quickly pulled out his cell phone. Linglong, my mother is here.
He said in a low voice, at this juncture, I think it is most likely Zhou Baodong who is causing trouble. He wants to force my mother to die so that he can play with me.
After that,
the crisp sound of pearls and jade colliding came from the receiver, and Zhao Linglong seemed to be playing with a jade necklace. Her extremely feminine voice followed.
Like the singing of a nightingale. Gu Yan, don't worry.
I will immediately arrange for someone to send over the illegal information of the director of Jiangcheng First People's Hospital. This person has received a lot of bribes. You can use this to coerce and bribe him to help you find a kidney source. By the way, there will be a charity summit in Jiangcheng in 5 days. Celebrities from all walks of life will attend, and the Zhou family will definitely be no exception.
I plan to. After hearing this, promise to go together when the time comes. 10 minutes later,
a thick document was delivered to Gu Yan on time. He had just arrived at the door of the dean's office and was about to knock on it when he heard the vulgar voice of an old man and the clear, pleasant voice of a young woman.
The two are in stark contrast. Lin Wanting, do you really take yourself seriously?
The treatment fees you charged last month are not as much as what others charge. You only prescribe cheap medicine and give the prescriptions to patients, asking them to go out to get the medicine.
Those medicines are sufficient to treat the patient's illness. If Dean Tao wants me to increase the hospital's income, you might as well say so. Okay, then I'll tell you the truth. Lin Wanting, if you agree to sleep with me, then you can do whatever you want. Otherwise, you're dreaming. Humph, who are you showing this stinky face to?
Since you won't take the soft approach, I'll teach you a hard approach.
Tao. Wencher, what do you want to do? You are breaking the law. Bang. Gu Yan kicked the door open suddenly.
I saw a fat man with thinning hair, with a lewd smile on his face, forcing a female doctor into a corner.
The female doctor is tall.
The white coat could not hide her graceful figure, her oval face had raised eyebrows and her almond eyes were filled with anger.
Like the plum blossoms blooming proudly in the snow on a cold night. Cool and beautiful. What are you doing?
Tao Wenshi was startled by the sudden intrusion. Seeing that Gu Yan was dressed in ordinary clothes, he immediately shouted fiercely, "Where did you come from, you little brat?"
This is the dean's office. Get out of here now, or you'll be in trouble.
Gu Yan sneered, "Tao Wenshi, are you threatening your subordinates?
You actually do such a dirty thing in broad daylight." Saying,
he took a step forward, grabbed Tao Wenshi by the chest with a quick and decisive move, and threw him to the ground like a chicken.
Ouch, my butt.
Tao Wenshi felt pain and screamed like a pig being slaughtered.
Are you okay?
Gu Yan turned to look at the female Dr. Lin Wanting with concern in his eyes.
Lin Wanting smiled and said, "Thank you."
The smile was fleeting.
Like a flash in the pan. Gu Yan saw it clearly.
This beautiful female doctor must not be good at smiling on a normal day.
You little brat.
Tao Wenshi got up from the ground, his hair standing on end with rage, and said, You actually dared to attack me. You are looking for death, security guard, security guard." He knew that he was no match for the young and strong Gu Yan, so he hurriedly took out his cell phone and made a call.
Bang!
Gu Yan threw the illegal information sent by Zhao Linglong heavily on Tao Wenshi's face and said, "Take a look.
This is your illegal evidence. If you want to ruin your reputation and let everyone in the hospital know about your scandal, just send someone over." Tao Wenshi picked up the document and looked through it. Just a few glances.
His face turned as pale as paper in an instant, beads of sweat the size of beans kept rolling down his forehead, and the fat all over his body began to tremble violently like a sieve.
You.
Tao Wenshi struggled desperately and denied it flatly. These are all fake, they are deliberately made up to frame me."
"Ha, I'll hand it over to the police.
They will investigate it themselves. Whether it's true or not, we'll know when the time comes." Gu Yan strode to the dean's office chair, sat down, and a mocking arc appeared at the corner of his mouth.
Tao Wenshi took a few deep breaths, trying to calm himself down.
His face was instantly filled with a flattering smile.
"I wonder, what do you want to do, little brother? If I can do it, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. He can sit in the position of dean. Of course I'm not a fool.
The other party is coming with great force.
The evidence in hand is irrefutable. If you really wanted to report it, you would have gone to the police station long ago. Why would you come to his office?" "Ha, you have some good sense."
Gu Yan said in a deep voice, "It's very simple.
My mother is in the advanced stage of kidney cancer.
If she can't get a kidney transplant within 3 days, her life will be in danger.
Therefore," he stared at Tao Wenshi with a sharp gaze, "I need you to find a way to operate it.
2 days, I only give you 2 days, to find a matching kidney source and complete the operation."
You are in Huaxin's?" Tao Wenshi frowned and asked tentatively.
"Yesterday.
The Zhou family just called him."
He already understood about 70% of the situation by giving this patient special care.
"That's my mom," Gu Yan said firmly. "Little brother, it's not that I don't want to help."
Tao Wenshi spread his hands helplessly, looking bitter. "Under normal circumstances, I can easily give you a kidney source.
But now, you know exactly where the problem is. Coercion won't solve the problem at all. There are wolves in front and tigers behind." At this time,
Lin Wanting, who had been silent all this time, suddenly opened her mouth and said, "Sir, can I have a word with you for a moment?"
Gu Yan glanced at her sideways. Nod slightly. "No."
"Why don't you guys chat here?" Tao Wenshi said cautiously, "Don't worry, little brother, I won't do anything stupid. I can't afford to offend any of you, and I don't want to lose my life.
I promise. I promise to be a qualified mute."
When he saw Gu Yan nod, he felt as if he had been pardoned.
"Exit the office immediately. Gu Yan." Gu Yan took the initiative to introduce himself. "Lin Wanting." The female doctor was very frugal with her words.
"Mr. Gu, from what I heard from your conversation with Tao Wenshi, I'm afraid the plan you came up with won't work.
But..." She paused, then said, "I can go and help your mother. Then we have Dr. Lauren." Gu Yan did not refuse this kindness. The current situation.
We must try our best to save the situation." The two walked out of the office one after the other and came to Gu Yan's mother's ward.
"Let me take your pulse."
Lin Wanting's voice was gentle but unquestionable. She slowly closed her eyes. She took a deep breath and gently placed her slender hand on the wrist of Yin Huaxin, who was lying on the hospital bed. Gu Yan watched quietly from the side, his heart full of surprise. He really didn't expect that such a young and beautiful girl was actually a Chinese medicine practitioner.
A few minutes later,
Lin Wanting slowly opened her eyes. Mr. Gu, I think the only way to treat your mother is a kidney transplant using Western medicine.
Can.
She smiled and said, I can come here every day to give Auntie acupuncture and supplement her with medicine and food.
Auntie's life will definitely be safe in the next 6 months.
When Gu Yan heard this, a look of joy appeared on his face. Thank you, Dr. Lin.
No need.
Lin Wanting remained calm and said, I hate owing favors to people, especially men.
Chapter 13, Does it suit your wishes to marry a wife? I come here every morning to give the old lady acupuncture.
Lin Wanting looked at Gu Yan with her big eyes, and there was a little surprise on her pretty face. I'll give you the prescription when I give you the acupuncture tomorrow morning. The hospital or the shops outside can fry it for you, but it's better for you to fry it yourself.
She doesn't understand. Why is Gu Yan not like other men? Hearing oneself go against secular conscience. To reprimand and blame. Aha! Gu Yan grinned and said, then we have Dr. Lauren. Nice. It's handsome. Lin Wanting frowned.
Kill the thoughts that arise in your mind.
Okay, I'll get back to work then. She nodded slightly.
He turned around and left the ward without any hesitation.
The next day, the smell of disinfectant was mixed with a hint of bitter medicinal aroma.
Gu Yan looked at his mother's slightly rosy face on the hospital bed, and his tense nerves finally relaxed a little. Lin Wanting's silver needle glowed coldly in the morning light, and she inserted it into Yin Huixin's acupuncture points with precise technique.
The movements are smooth and flowing.
He has the style of an old Chinese doctor. The blockage of qi and blood has been relieved.
When Lin Wanting finished acupuncture, beads of sweat had already appeared on her forehead.
If I come to give acupuncture again tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, the old lady will definitely wake up.
Gu Yuer clutched the corner of her mother's quilt, her eyes reddened. Really? Sister Lin?
Of course. Lin Wanting's soft hands pinched Gu Yuer's cute little face. I would lie to anyone but not a girl.
Well, or a beautiful lady like you. Female? Hobby girl?
Gu Yan looked at Lin Wanting's treatment of men and women, as if she had become a different person, and remained silent, with endless fantasies in his heart.
Time flies.
The stars are turning.
The next day. Sister Lin, thank you for your hard work.
Gu Yuer said goodbye to Lin Wanting, who had just finished acupuncture for her mother. I don't know what you like to eat, so I bought a little bit of everything. She stuck out her tongue.
Ah. Lin Wanting took it and said, thank you, Yuer. Sister is going to work. Let's go out and have a delicious meal tonight. Sister Lin, I'm afraid it won't work tonight. How about tomorrow night? Okay.
Gu Yuer watched Lin Wanting leave, then turned back to the ward. Brother, since you know that Sister Lin is probably a lesbian,
then why are you sending me into danger? She raised her eyebrows and said, aren't you afraid that your sister will also be led astray? What's wrong with you making a little sacrifice for mom?
Gu Yan said with a smile.
Forehead. Gu Yuer rolled her eyes and said, by the way, Shanshan asked us to have dinner at her house tonight. It's mainly Uncle Su who wants to personally thank you for saving their lives.
Well, Shanshan contacted me a long time ago.
Gu Yan said. Ahem. Gu Yuer looked like she was enjoying herself. She moved closer to her brother and asked, Brother, what do you think of Shanshan? What? Oh, I know you understand what I mean. Does her figure and appearance match your ideal of marrying a wife? Gu Yuer asked bluntly. What the hell? Gu Yan rolled his eyes and said, I'm going to boil the medicine.
You take good care of mom. What Dr. Lin meant was that mom could wake up at any time, so you shouldn't let her disappear the first time she sees you.
After that, he left quickly. Cut. Gu Yuer's lips curled up into a smile.
Although my brother did not answer.
But in her heart, there is already an answer. Mom.
Gu Yuer grabbed her mother's hand and said, you would never have thought in your dreams that your daughter-in-law might be Shanshan.
When she said this, didn't notice. The mother on the hospital bed blinked her eyelashes. On the other side,
after leaving the hospital, Gu Yan immediately rushed back to the large flat in Fenghua Mansion where he was temporarily renting nearby.
This is for making Chinese medicine. Specially rented. He has plenty of money now.
There is no need to be timid when doing things, and you don't need to think twice before spending money.
Even a system upgrade.
Hundreds of millions of funds were withheld.
In Guyan's bank card, there are still nearly 90 million. In this society,
I have already achieved financial freedom.
The elevator door opened.
When Guyan was walking towards room 1802 carrying the bag of Chinese medicine, the crisp sound of porcelain breaking suddenly came from the half-open door of room 1801 opposite.
Help, help! Is there anyone? Please help me.
The sweet female voice with a hint of moisture made Guyan stop in his tracks.
Anyone there? Guyan knocked on the door.
The door was found to be half open. There was a sound of water splashing from the bathroom, mixed with a woman's rapid breathing. I'm in the master bedroom bathroom.
The water pipe burst, the door lock is stuck. My phone got soaked in water.
There was a crying tone in the sweet and panicked voice. Guyan followed the sound of water through the living room. The crystal chandelier cast tiny spots of light on the water on the floor.
Handsome guy?
There was a rustling sound of clothes rubbing against each other from the other side of the door.
I'm not wearing anything.
Wait for me for a moment, then break the door and rescue me.
Okay. Guyan stopped kicking the bathroom door.
Okay. The woman gasped, I'm hiding in the innermost part. You can do whatever you want as long as you can get me out.
Bang! Guyan didn't waste any time. He kicked the door with his big foot, and it collapsed to the ground with a loud bang.
The woman's jade-like body was looming in the mist, her soaked silk nightgown clung to her graceful curves, and water drops slid down her collarbone. The spilled shower gel spilled all over the floor, and the sweet scent of tuberose mixed with the humid heat waves fermented in the enclosed space.
Don't come over here.
Song Yue instinctively hugged her chest, which made the wet fabric outline the cherry-red outline more snugly.
She stepped back barefoot on the foam.
The whole person leaned backward.
Careful.
Guyan took a quick step forward and embraced her slender waist, his palm felt something smooth. The smell of jasmine shampoo in the woman's hair penetrated my nose.
Even through the shirt fabric, the amazing heat can still be felt. Thank you.
There were drops of water hanging on Song Yue's eyelashes as she hugged Guyan's strong body tightly. The skin soaked in hot water turned a peachy color.
Guyan pulled the bath towel over to wrap the person, his eyes sweeping over the broken end of the water pipe joint. How are you?
He whispered in the woman's ear, and his hot and moist breath caused tiny particles to appear on the side of her neck.
Okay. I think I sprained my ankle. Song Yue said with a pained look.
Guyan Ben was ready to let go, but seeing this situation he had no choice but to continue holding the soft and plump woman.
A woman's breath. It feels itchy on my neck when I spit. You can carry me to the guest room. Let's go to my room.
At least it's relatively dry. Guyan suggested, your water pipe is broken, and the whole house is flooded.
I think the second bedroom is not immune either. Chapter 14 Psychological Reserve. Well, okay. Song Yue's pretty face instantly flushed like a peach blossom, and her little head subconsciously burrowed into Guyan's chest.
Although the two were neighbors, they had never met before and knew nothing about each other's personalities.
At the moment,
a man and a woman were alone in the same room, their skin touching accidentally. If she said she wasn't scared, she would be lying.
However, I don't know why.
She agreed for some unknown reason.
My name is Guyan, and I will stay here for a while.
Guyan gently picked up the soft woman in his arms, placed her on the bed in the master bedroom, and said softly, don't worry, I haven't rested in this room before, everything is clean.
What strong pectoral muscles! What handsome abdominal muscles! Song Yue only felt the spring in her heart quietly rippling. The heart that had been silent for many years suddenly became active. She snapped back to reality. Did you just talk to me? Yes, Guyan. Hey. Sorry, my name is Song Yue. Song Yue shouted at Guyan, who was turning around and about to walk out of the bedroom. Please get dressed. Guyan said loudly in the living room, if you continue to wander around in front of me without any cover like this, be careful that someone will rape you. It's still unclear who was stronger. Song Yue didn't dare to refute loudly. She just pouted her little lips and muttered something in a low voice. I really have to wait for Guyan to come. She doesn't have the courage. Hello? Song Yue shouted at the top of her voice, "Can you help me get some clothes from my closet?" "Thank you."
When Song Yue heard Gu Yan open the door and go to the next room, her face turned pale instantly.
Hey, hey, hey.
She didn't care about her embarrassing naked appearance at the moment, and rushed towards her home in a hurry.
You. Who? Song Yue's face turned red and she was full of regret.
She never expected that she was still a step slow after all. Those little toys in the cloakroom that brought him happiness were exposed to Gu Yan's sight without reservation.
He.
Gu Yan's eyes slowly moved from the little toy to Song Yue's pretty face, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "You are quite elegant."
Song Yue's face?
It instantly turned red as if blood was about to drip out.
"Put on your clothes."
Gu Yan threw the clothes over, just enough to cover Song Yue's plump body, then turned back into the house and started to decoct medicine for his mother. Now that he has the Zhou family, a powerful enemy, like a thorn in his side, and the situation is unpredictable, he has no intention of taking advantage of the opportunity to enjoy himself. Song Yue, this young woman who had just turned 30, Gu Yan knew very well that as long as he beckoned with his finger, she would collapse to the ground and obey him.
More than an hour later. "The Chinese medicine is ready. You can live here for the time being,"
Gu Yan said to Song Yue, who was lying on the sofa in the living room fiddling with her new phone. "I won't be back at night.
I will come back at 8 or 9 o'clock every morning to boil medicine."
As soon as the words were finished, without waiting for Song Yue's response, he slammed the door shut and rushed to the hospital to deliver medicine to his mother.
Time flies. The lights are coming on. Gu Yan carried 2 gift boxes of cordyceps and some fruits and walked into the Su family's villa number 36 in the Lijiang Villa area.
Behind him followed the chattering Gu Yue. Under the wisteria trellis in the courtyard,
Su Chanxian was already waiting.
The light blue cheongsam showed off her slender waist, but when her eyes met Gu Yan, the tips of her ears suddenly turned red.
"Brother Gu Yan."
She walked over quickly, her voice as soft as a cat scratching someone. "My dad is not mobile, so he didn't come out to greet you in person. I hope you don't blame him."
"My father was able to save his life. Su Chanxian is already content." The moment Gu Yan stepped into the living room, a strong smell of medicine hit me in the face.
On the sofa in the living room, Su Chanxian's father, Su Feiyue, was hunched over. His originally elegant face was now sallow and haggard, and the index finger of his right hand was curled unnaturally.
The left thigh is in a cast. Obviously.
These are all Zhou Buotong's masterpieces.
Gu Yan clenched his fists a little tighter. "Xiao Gu."
When Su Feiyue saw Gu Yan coming in, he immediately supported himself with one leg and stood up tremblingly, tears welling up in his cloudy eyes. "It's all thanks to you that I can live to see Chanxian in my old age." Before he finished speaking,
he actually fell to his knees.
The dull sound of his knees hitting the bluestone floor startled Gu Yan so much that he rushed forward.
"Uncle Su can't do that."
Gu Yan held the old man's arm tightly, and the bony shoulder bones he felt with his palm frightened him.
"Just half a month."
Mr. Su, who was once a big shot in the business world, was tortured to the point of being emaciated.
Okay. Su Feiyue smiled and said, "It's getting late, Xiao Yuer must be hungry, right? Let's take our seats and eat."
On the dining table,
the crystal chandelier makes the steamed grouper look crystal clear. I was blind to trust the Zhou family, and Chanxian almost.
Well, if something like that really happened, I, an old man, would not be able to face her mother in the underworld. Su Feiyue took a gulp of wine, his Adam's apple rolling violently. "Now my Su family is in decline, and my body is also ruined.
Chanxian is a smart, gentle, and virtuous girl. I wonder how you, Xiao Gu, feel about her." "Dad." Su Chanxian suddenly stood up, and the porcelain spoon clattered onto the bone plate.
Her neck was flushed red, and the buttons of her cheongsam rose and fell slightly with her rapid breathing. "Yuer said she wanted to see my stamp collection."
"Let's first." "What's the hurry?"
Gu Yue blinked her almond-shaped eyes and poked her best friend's waist with her slender fingertips.
"I remember a few days ago, some people said they were willing to." "Gu Yue." Su Chanxian's scream exploded.
She rushed over to cover Gu Yue's mouth, but was grabbed by the wrist instead.
"You little girl are no match for me." The two girls twisted into a ball, and the silk chair cushion slid to the ground, revealing the faint bruise on Su Chanxian's lower back. It was caused by the struggle in the club the night before. Gu Yan stroked the wine glass with a deep look in his eyes.
The wine in the glass cup emitted tiny golden rays of light, reflecting the dark tide surging in his eyes. Zhou Buaton's grim smile, Zhao Linglong's gilded high heels, and the dripping sound from his mother's hospital bed intertwined into a web in his mind. He suddenly remembered what the village chief had said. My child, only when you stand high enough can you be qualified to protect the people you want to protect.
Ding.
System upgrade completed, new psychological bottoming function added, each use costs 100,000 yuan. Usable 3 times within 7 days. The moment the mechanical sound rang out, Guyan's pupils shrank slightly. He stared at Su Qianqian's blushing face while they were playing, and his mind moved slightly. Host consumed 100,000 yuan, currently has 3 remaining times, analyzing target's psychological bottom line. Countless data streams poured down like the Milky Way, eventually condensing into a line of small scarlet characters.
I am willing to give everything for Guyan, including my life.
The wine glass cracked with a crack, and the amber wine flowed through the fingers.
Guyan stood up suddenly.
The two girls turned their heads in shock.
Brother, your hand is bleeding. Guyuer exclaimed. What's going on, Brother Guyan? It must be very painful, right?
Su Qianqian had already pulled the napkin to press on his wound, her eyelashes trembling slightly, and she dared not raise her eyes. The scent of camellia mixed with the smell of blood in her hair penetrated into Guyan's nose, reminding him of the nightclub. The little girl also trembled and curled up in his arms.
Chapter 15 Information. You go get me a pack of medicine to pack the box.
The girl Su Qianqian's brain seemed to suddenly crash, and she was incoherent for a while. The little face suddenly turned red.
Just like the clouds in the sky dyed by the setting sun. She stepped back in panic.
The wind gently brushed across Guyan's wrist, and the scent of camellia carried in the wind slowly drifted into Guyan's nostrils. Guyan looked at the slender figure that fled to the kitchen in panic like a frightened deer, and his Adam's apple rolled slightly uncontrollably.
At this moment,
the air around seemed to become sticky.
Elder brother.
Guyuer supported Su Feiyue and moved towards the stairs, deliberately dragging out the ending tone. Some people's ears are so red that blood can drip.
Su Feiyue coughed heavily while leaning on his cane. Why are young people nowadays still so dangerous? Dad.
Before he could finish his words, the crisp sound of porcelain jars colliding with each other came from the storage room, and Su Qianqian's anxious voice was mixed in. You should go change the medicine. Guyuer held back her laughter, but she did not dare to hesitate in her movements with her hands, and she struggled to pull Su Feiyue upstairs.
She doesn't want to be a third wheel. When passing by Guyan, Guyuer deliberately lowered her voice. Brother, you can't do that. When my father was pursuing my mother, I heard that he was able to. We should go now.
Guyan reached out and held his sister, then looked at Su Feiyue and said politely and apologetically, Uncle Su, that's it for today.
I still have things to deal with. You should take care of your injuries during this time. I will definitely help you avenge your vengeance.
He said his farewells quickly. He quickly took his sister out of the Su family's villa.
Elder brother.
As soon as she got out of the door, Guyuer couldn't help but start to shout, You're going to take advantage of the victory.
Isn't Qianqian's attitude obvious? Uncle Su is also eager for you two to be together.
You rushed into the storage room and kissed her.
Is there any woman you can't get?
Women are afraid of hard things. As she spoke, she narrowed her eyes and looked up and down at her tall brother. Don't even mention that gold digger named Ji you dated in college. You didn't even kiss her?
So that's why you have no experience? Boom. Guyan couldn't help it, so he reached out and tapped his sister's head gently, glaring at her in pretend anger. What are you guessing? What's the saying that women are most afraid of hard and soft things? What a bunch of nonsense. Don't learn dirty words on the internet in the future, or I'll beat you up.
He paused and said in a softer tone, You know what kind of personality Qianqian has. Give her some time to digest it herself.
Guyuer listened.
The jade hand touched the chin. The little head tilted and nodded thoughtfully.
Okay, let's take a taxi back to the hospital.
As Guyan spoke, he opened the taxi hailing app.
You can look at the interface on the software.
His brows gradually furrowed. Even though he had raised the fare and even offered a red envelope, no driver accepted the order.
What's going on? Isn't it only 11 o'clock? Why aren't any drivers accepting orders?
He looked at his sister helplessly. It seems we really need to buy a car.
Guyuer nodded obediently.
She knew it clearly. My brother is wealthy now, so buying him a car is just a piece of cake.
10 minutes later. Call. Guyan let out a long sigh of relief. finally I got it. The driver arrived quickly. The two sat in the back seat. The atmosphere in the car seemed a little quiet.
The online taxi drove smoothly in the night, and after dozens of minutes, it finally stopped at the gate of the First People's Hospital. It seems that the child has been really tired recently. Gu Yan looked at his sister, who was sleeping soundly in his arms, his eyes full of doting and heartache. He picked up his sister carefully. His movements were so gentle, as if he was holding a rare treasure. He went all the way back to his mother's VIP ward, gently placed his sister on the accompanying bed in the second bedroom, and tucked in the quilt for her, for fear of waking her up.
Mom!
Gu Yan knelt on one knee beside his mother's bed, stretched out his big hand, and gently held his mother's skinny and old hand. I will definitely let you live 100 years.
When you wake up, you just need to enjoy a peaceful life. Son, I have made great progress. My net worth is almost hundreds of millions, and my future is immeasurable. He said a few simple words, as if he was reporting his achievements to his mother, or as if he was cheering himself up. After that, Gu Yan slowly stood up and quietly left the ward. He walked alone in the silent corridor. It was so quiet that the only sound he could hear was his own footsteps. Take your phone out of your pocket. Dialed Zhao Linglong's phone number. Good evening.
Gu Yan had a faint smile on his face. Miss Zhao, you haven't rested yet so late?
Oh.
Zhao Linglong's soft and pleasant voice came from the receiver, with a hint of laziness and teasing. You are the same.
You are calling so late, is there something wrong?
I think the charity gala in a few days can give the Zhou family a big surprise. Gu Yan said with a smile.
Now the system is upgraded. Can find out the bottom price in people's hearts.
He would naturally make good use of it.
Oh? Zhao Linglong's voice was full of confusion. What surprise? Secret.
Gu Yan deliberately kept the topic a secret, and while speaking, he slowly walked down the stairs. I need detailed information about the important people in the various important positions in the Zhou group.
Give it to me as soon as possible. There was a brief silence on the other end of the phone. Ha, you want to instigate a rebellion? Well, you are so smart that I can't hide it from you. Gu Yan did not hesitate to praise him. Don't put too much blame on me. Even if I give you the information, it's impossible to persuade them to defect. I've already taken action. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me because I failed.
There was a hint of worry in Zhao Linglong's voice.
Sister Zhao, you don't have to worry about this. You just need to give me the information. Gu Yan's tone was firm. Okay, I'll send it to you via WeChat now.
The night wind blew the withered yellow leaves, rustling past Gu Yan's feet.
He hung up the phone. A few minutes later, a detailed information popped up on the chat interface with Zhao Linglong. Gu Yan tapped the phone screen.
Click on the file you just received. Illegitimate daughter, a Cambridge finance master, and the financial director of the Airborne Group 3 months ago. His eyes fell on the words on the screen, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled up into a smile. Mother just moved into the Zhou family ancestral tomb last week.
Hey, she's not bad looking, hee. First choice is you, Zhou Meiling. Congratulations. Chapter 16. It's so comfortable.
The morning light shines through the floor-to-ceiling windows of Caesar's gym, giving the dark gray dumbbells a golden edge. Zhou Meiling supported herself on the yoga mat with one hand. The peach-shaped buttocks rise and fall slowly with her breathing, and the black sports bra is soaked with sweat, outlining the graceful curve of her butterfly bones. She frowned at her reflection in the mirror, her fingertips brushing over the light pink scar on her lower back that was the memorial left by the Zhou family's main wife who threw sulfuric acid on her 3 years ago. The footsteps of personal trainer Xiao Lu were still far from arriving.
This made her even more irritated. Ms. Zhou, sorry for the wait.
A deep and magnetic male voice, like a sudden electric current, broke the silence in the gym, startling Zhou Meiling so much that she turned around suddenly.
In the backlight, I saw a man standing tall. He has broad shoulders and a narrow waist, and his figure is as perfect as an ancient Greek sculpture, full of strength and beauty. The black quick-drying t-shirt tightly wrapped around his upper body, vaguely showing the outline of his 8-pack abdominal muscles, highlighting his excellent physical fitness. What caught people's attention most was his eyes. His amber pupils were like deep pools. Looks great. Where's Xiao Lu?
Zhou Meiling subconsciously grabbed the towel beside her and quickly covered her slightly heaving chest. Although she was a master of finance from Cambridge and was known for her calmness and wisdom in the business world, her calmness melted quickly like ice and snow under the gaze of this strange man.
I'm in the hospital for acute appendicitis.
Guyen waved his work badge, the QR code glowing coldly in the morning light. I'm his senior brother Guyen, I'm filling in for him today. Host spends 100,000 yuan to activate the psychological bottoming function, and the remaining times are 1-3. Guyan's pupils shrank slightly, and dense streams of data appeared on his retina. When I saw that line of small scarlet words, he almost laughed out loud. Who would have thought that the youngest financial director of the Zhou family had the most secret in his heart? Miss Zhou, haven't you been getting enough sleep recently? He suddenly spoke, his fingertips lightly touching the dark circles under her eyes. The third thoracic vertebrae is dislocated and compressing the nerves, waking me up at exactly 2 o'clock in the morning. Zhou Meiling's action of wiping her sweat froze in mid-air. This symptom troubled her for 3 months, and even her private doctor could not find the cause. How did you? The grandfather in the village is an old Chinese medicine doctor. I studied with him for a period of time. Guyen walked towards the equipment area and adjusted the angle of the bench press. Do 3 sets of body weight squats first. I need to observe your force pattern. His voice is full of magnetism. When Zhou Meiling did as she was told, she found that this angle just happened to avoid her old meniscus injury. Complete 30 squats. The soreness in my thigh muscles was much less than before. Major. This word kept circling in Zhou Meiling's mind. For this new guy. For the first time, she looked straight ahead. Next is core training. Guyen suddenly knelt on one knee, and unexpectedly pressed his warm palm against her exposed waist. Exhale, feel the contraction of the transverse abdominal muscle. Yes, that's it. Zhou Meiling trembled all over. The 2 warm hands on my waist seemed to carry electric currents, stimulating every deep muscle precisely. When she finished the whole set of TRX suspension training, her cheeks in the mirror were flushed, as if she had just experienced a satisfying love affair. Ms. Zhou, we can now proceed to the end-of-course stretching massage. Guyen smiled. You're not here to wipe. Zhou Meiling stared at Guyen and stopped moving her red lips halfway through her words. Guyen was very professional throughout the entire training process. She was already convinced. This is a pleasure I have never experienced before. Believe. The massage that follows will not be what I imagined. Good. When Zhou Meiling was lying on the massage bed, she discovered that Guyen had prepared hot stone essential oil. The moment the warm volcanic stone touches my shoulder blade. Ah, so comfortable. She couldn't help but let out a kitten-like whimper. There's a lot of pent-up emotion here. Guyen pressed his thumb on the Fengmen acupoint and felt the skin under his palm suddenly tighten. The Zhou family gave you the position of financial director, but did not give you the approval authority. It's very frustrating, right? How do you know? Zhou Meiling propped herself up suddenly, not even noticing the bath towel slipping off. The title of this parachuted director was nothing more than a prop used by Zhou Badong and his son to humiliate her. Miss, please don't show off. Guyen wrapped the towel again, and his fingertips brushed the scar on her lower back. The Zhou group will hold a board meeting at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. The merger plan you prepared will be rejected by Zhou Badong. This time Zhou Meiling was completely frozen. The encrypted document is still locked in the safe in her office. But if you raise your offer price by 8% and hint that the buyer is closely related to the Wang family in the provincial capital, you might be able to take advantage of this opportunity to get on board the Wang family and move your family up a notch. Guyen pushed the hot stone to the Mingmen acupoint and heard her gasp with satisfaction. Do you think Zhou Badong will be so excited that he will sign on the spot? The massage bed suddenly shook violently. Zhou Meiling turned over and grabbed Guyen's wrist, her nails almost digging into his flesh. Who do you belong to? The Zhao family? Or, I'm the one who can help you secure your position as director. Guyen leaned over and whispered in her ear, his breath brushing against her sensitive earlobe. He knew it wasn't enough. Not enough firepower. There was no way Zhou Meiling would simply agree to become her own helper. Guyen wanted to make the fire bigger and more intense, just like Zhou Meiling's increasingly hot body. His gaze lingered on Zhou Meiling for a moment, and he sighed inwardly. This young woman in her 30s. Nourished by money. Her figure, skin and face are all well maintained like a young girl in her 20s, exuding charming charm. Money really does support people. On the night your mother's grave was moved, you burned a copy of The Little Prince in front of the tombstone. Guyen exhaled hot air and whispered in Zhou Meiling's crystal clear ear, what a coincidence, my mother also likes this fairy tale. Zhou Meiling's nails dug deep into her palms. Her face was filled with horror. Gu Yan suddenly grabbed her wrist.
Push the person against the French window. Want to know the real cause of your mother's death?
He lowered his voice and whispered like a lover, I want revenge, I want to sit on the throne of the Zhou family's patriarch. By this time tomorrow, I hope to get a list of all the tax evasion and illegal income of the Zhou family.
Gu Yan finished speaking.
He suddenly loosened his hand that was pinching Zhou Meiling's neck, turned around and walked away without hesitation.
He knew very well that
what he said and did was an irresistible temptation for Zhou Meiling.
Devil, devil.
Zhou Meiling sat limply on the ground, gasping for breath, her eyes filled with complex emotions.
She stared at Gu Yan's back as he left. I feel mixed emotions.
Gu Yan just grabbed my neck with his big hand. She nearly suffocated to death.
This feeling.
So comfortable.
Zhou Meiling really wanted to kneel down and beg Gu Yan to do it again. Chapter 17 signed the contract directly. Jiangcheng City.
It's an April day with the catkins of the Polonia trees flying everywhere.
The glass curtain wall of building number 7 of Fenghua Mansion reflected the morning light.
In front of the door of room 1802 at the end of the corridor on the 18th floor, Gu Yan had just started to turn the key when the door opened with a click.
Good morning. Uncle Gu. Uncle Gu.
The clear child's voice startled Gu Yan. The morning light shone in from the corner of the corridor, casting a golden edge on the little girl of about 4 or 5 years old with crooked pigtails.
The pink and blue backpack straps hang above the knees.
The bunny doll with its ears missing rubbed against the trouser leg with strawberry pattern.
When Gu Yan lowered his head,
he was facing the pair of amber pupils inherited from his mother, which reflected his stunned reflection in the watery eyes.
Tian Tian, what do you want to say?
A soft voice emerged from the shadow of the entrance. When Song Yue squatted down, the collar of her beige sweater slipped down slightly, revealing half of her white collarbone. She hurriedly reached out to smooth down her daughter's upturned bangs. The faint scent of jasmine mixed with milk in the hair hits your face. Gu Yan's eyes inadvertently swept across the black lace, and his Adam's apple rolled slightly.
Thank you, Uncle Gu, for lending us the house. Tian Tian suddenly stood on tiptoe and lifted up the rabbit. Uncle, do you have muscles?
Wang Xiaoming said his father can do 50 push-ups with one hand.
A draft suddenly blew into the corridor.
Song Yue stood up suddenly, and her long chestnut hair swept across the back of Gu Yan's hand. The blush on her ear tips was brighter than her lipstick, and the morning light leaking through her hair shattered into stars on her eyelashes.
Gu Yan, children's words are innocent, don't take them as. Do kindergartens now teach fitness knowledge?
Gu Yan knelt down to look at the girl, and gently rubbed the rabbit's broken ear with his fingertips. Uncle's muscles are all hidden under his clothes.
When he looked up, just then, I saw Song Yue looking away in panic.
That hint of shyness flowed down her snow-white neck into her collar, which was even more itchy than a direct gaze.
Mom, is Uncle Gu the father you found for me? Tian Tian suddenly tugged at the corner of Song Baiwei's clothes. Wang Xiaoming said his father has 8 chocolates. The air froze instantly. What nonsense!
Song Yue covered her daughter's mouth with her hands, her ears red as blood dripping out. This is the neighbor uncle, hurry up and apologize to him.
Gu Yan, children's words are nothing. No problem.
Gu Yan couldn't help laughing, half squatting down to look the girl in the eye. Tian Tian, you don't have to apologize, you were so cute. When she grows up, she will definitely become a super beauty like her mother.
Tian Tian waved her little fists excitedly. You have eyes. And a bit of appreciation. Song Yue's pretty face turned even redder.
Gu Yan, the property management said that the water pipe can be repaired today. She gathered her hair in a panic and said, I'll pack up and move back with Tian Tian tonight.
I'm sorry to bother you. If you are free, how about I treat you to a meal? No rush. Gu Yan waved his hand, wait until it's completely dry before moving in. The child's resistance is weak. Mom. Teacher Lee said that if I'm late again, my tomatoes will be confiscated.
Tian Tian suddenly jumped on the spot while grabbing the strap of her school bag, and her canvas shoes with a little yellow duck printed on them made crisp sounds as they stepped on the floor tiles.
Oh, see you later, Gu Yan.
Song Yue frantically tried to reach her fallen shoulder bag. The moment her pink hairband fell to the ground with a click, the mother and daughter disappeared into the elevator like a herd of frightened deer.
Gu Yan bent down and picked up the hair tie that was still warm.
The long chestnut hair wrapped around his fingertips was filled with the faint scent of orange blossom.
The time of boiling the medicine passed quickly. More than an hour later, Gu Yan returned to the hospital.
His hand holding the medicine bowl suddenly froze. The sharp alarm of the monitor pierced the eardrums, and the brown medicine created thrilling ripples on the edge of the porcelain bowl.
Mom! Gu Yuer screamed and rushed to the bed. Brother! Mom's fingers moved.
The brown medicine created ripples on the edge of the porcelain bowl.
Gu Yan froze at the door,
watching the pale woman on the hospital bed slowly open her eyes. The oxygen mask was covered with white mist due to his rapid breathing, and his mother's cloudy pupils gradually focused on his face.
Xiao Yan.
The mother's cracked lips opened and closed, and her hoarse voice was filled with the bitterness of Chinese medicine.
I dreamed that your father was wearing that navy blue work clothes. He said it was too cold in the tunnel. He wanted to come and pick me up. Mom!
Gu Yan rushed over and held her shaking hands, his warm tears falling on the blue and white striped sheets. Dad is watching over us in heaven, blessing us.
Everything will be fine for our family.
He hugged his sister and mother.
Mom, Wu, you finally woke up, Wu. Gu Yuer had already burst into tears. Mom, you don't know, my brother is so powerful now. You can make 5 million just by buying a broken incense burner. Shanxian is almost going to be your daughter-in-law. The fate of the couple is almost decided. What's wrong with Shanxian?
Mother raised her hand with difficulty and touched Gu Yan's face. The monitor suddenly sounded a piercing alarm.
Gu Yuer was so scared that she pressed the call bell. The patient needs absolute rest.
Lin Wanting's cold female voice smelled of disinfectant cotton. Mr. Gu, your mother is like a candle in the wind right now, any emotional fluctuations may. She kicked the brother and sister out with a cold face.
Through the glass window,
Gu Yan watched his mother suck on the ginseng slice handed to her by Lin Wanting, and the blood color gradually returned to her haggard face.
He finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Our mother just recovered from a serious illness.
Gu Yan warned his sister, don't make her too happy.
The old lady can't bear it. Take good care of Mom here. If you need anything, call your sister Lin. I'm going to the car dealership to check out some cars.
I saw Gu Yuer nodded.
Only then did he feel relieved to leave the hospital. The automobile city in the southern suburbs of Jiangqing City sparkles brightly under the scorching sun, and the light spots reflected from the glass curtain walls look like broken diamonds scattered on the ground. When Gu Yan walked into the Mercedes-Benz showroom with one hand in his pocket,
the cool air mixed with the scent of leather hit me in the face. The car in Linglong seems to be this model.
He scanned the models on display and his eyes fell directly on the obsidian black Maybach S680 in the center of the exhibition hall.
Hello, sir.
A clear female voice came from the side, and the crisp sound of high heels hitting the floor tiles came from far away.
The salesperson in a dark blue suit walked over quickly.
The 3 characters Ji Qingqiu on the badge swayed as he moved.
Which model do you want to know about? You can come and see this class.
Gu Yan raised his hand and pointed at the Maybach. This one, do you have the top-of-the-line model in stock? Ji Qingqiu opened her almond-shaped eyes slightly, and a smile instantly brightened her lips. You have a good eye.
This is the collector's edition that just arrived in the store, with a V12 twin-turbocharged engine. The interior uses. Just sign the contract. Gu Yan interrupted her.
He didn't want to waste time on this.
Ah.
Ji Qingqiu's hand holding the tablet trembled, and her eyelashes fluttered like a frightened butterfly.
You don't want to check the configuration?
Need not.
Sir, you are so handsome. I will go get the contract right away.
Ji Qingqiu was so happy that she almost jumped up.
She didn't expect that.
Just after the first day of internship, I completed a huge order so easily.
1 month's performance was completed in this way. Ji Qingqiu felt a little dizzy.
But at this moment,
a sharp female voice suddenly sounded.
Little girl, don't be fooled by this guy. Look carefully at his clothes, they are all washed white.
Do you think he can really afford a Mercedes-Benz Maybach worth millions? Chapter 18 Reminiscence. It's you.
When Gu Yan heard the sharp and familiar voice, he subconsciously turned around and looked at the woman who was speaking. The moment his eyes met hers, his pupils shrank slightly, and a complex expression flashed in his eyes, including surprise and a hint of indescribable emotion.
The woman in front of me was wearing a sequined miniskirt.
The neckline of the skirt was so low that it almost exposed half of her round body without reservation. Her legs were tightly wrapped in fishnet stockings, like a layer of fine net that made her slender legs even more eye-catching. She held up a selfie stick.
The fill light on the mobile phone holder emits a dazzling light.
Little girl, don't be fooled by this guy. The woman stretched out her finger and poked at Guyen, as if she was poking an insignificant object. Look carefully, his clothes have turned white after washing. He doesn't look like someone who can afford a luxury car worth millions of dollars.
Don't be so busy that you end up being disappointed. Saying,
she suddenly pointed the camera at Guyan's whitened collar, as if she wanted to make this ironclad evidence of his poverty public.
Is there anything interesting to watch? Ji Qingqiu is holding a tablet.
My fingers tightened subconsciously. His eyes moved back and forth between Guyan and this woman.
Madam, some wealthy people in Guangdong province wear flip-flops, which is the same. That's Guangdong province.
Yi Miaodong interrupted Ji Qingqiu with a sharp voice, her voice becoming sharper and sharper. To tell you the truth, he is my boyfriend from college.
This poor guy took me to the night market and didn't even buy me a cup of milk tea. I always go back to the dormitory hungry. Now.
The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room suddenly surged like a tide. Yi Miaodong glanced at the number of viewers in the upper right corner, which quickly exceeded 100,000. She was so excited that her voice cracked. She shouted to the camera, family members, please click the little red hearts. Today we must expose this pretentious guy's true colors.
Guyan put his hands in his pockets.
Take half a step forward slowly. With a height of 185 centimeters, he completely overshadowed Yi Miaodong in terms of momentum.
Yi Miaodong, long time no see.
Guyan said in a low voice, I didn't expect that you have transformed from a gold digger to a streetwalker.
Didn't the big brothers want you back then?
You. Yi Miaodong looked as if she had been slapped hard in the face.
Her expression instantly turned extremely ugly.
She staggered back and the phone in her hand almost fell to the ground.
At this time, the barrage of comments instantly exploded.
Fuck, this guy is so a. The host's face turned green. Ha 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 ha.
Interesting, very interesting, this script is well written.
Haha, I was indeed poor before. Guyan raised his hand and gently knocked on the hood of the Maybach next to him, but who says that salted fish can't turn over? Yi Miaodong, let me tell you, now let alone one, I can easily buy 10 Maybachs.
Don't brag without thinking.
Yi Miaodong seemed to be irritated by Guyan's words. If you can really buy this Maybach in full, I will kneel down and lick your toes on the spot.
If you can't afford it, just kneel down and lick me. Ha ha. What do you think? Do you dare to bet in front of my thousands of family members online?
Seeing this, Ji Qingqiu tightened the payment code in his hand.
Just sweep here? Guyan pointed at the QR code in her hand and said calmly, how much is it in total? 3,600,000.
Ji Qingqiu answered subconsciously.
Ha, just keep pretending. I want to see how long you can keep pretending.
Before Yi Miaodong could finish her contemptuous words, a crisp mechanical female voice suddenly sounded in the auto show hall.
Ding!
Alipay received 3.6 million. The sound was clear and pleasant, echoing in the hall for a long time.
This.
Yi Miaodong was stunned for a moment. Her hands holding the selfie stick were shaking so badly that the live broadcast screen became stuck.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
She said. She pounced on the tablet in Ji Qingqiu's hand like crazy. This must be fake. When he was in college, he even had to pay for 300 yuan worth of sneakers in installments.
Ms. Yi.
Ji Qingqiu suddenly thrust the car purchase contract in front of the camera and said, do you need me to read you the payment voucher number?
Or would you rather see the balance on this gentleman's bank card?
The barrage scrolled wildly.
The speed is dizzying. Lick it quickly, host.
I took a screenshot. I took a screenshot.
Anchor, lick my feet, you really have a show. Yi Miaodong, do you need me to teach you how to lick?
Guyan deliberately stepped on the hood of the Maybach, turned his head and raised the corners of his mouth towards the camera. Yi Miaodong's face turned from red to blue, and her diamond-studded nails dug deeply into her palms, leaving marks. It was as if all her strength had been drained away from her. Suddenly she grabbed the Chanel bag beside her, turned around and ran, and the live broadcast room was closed instantly.
Oh.
Guyan stared at Yi Miaodong's back as she fled in panic in the breeze, a hint of reminiscence flashing in his eyes. The two just met in their sophomore year. Yi Miaodong still has a refreshing ponytail. I always like to wrap the ponytail around my fingertips. It's like playing with a beloved treasure.
Ian, how about we open a milk tea shop after we graduate?
You make the tea, I'll take care of the cash. The beautiful scene seems to have happened just yesterday. It would be great if there was no live broadcast.
Guyan sighed softly. If not, you wouldn't be the person you are now, making money by flirting.
Mr.
Sir? Ji Qingqiu's voice pulled Guyan back to reality from his memories.
The tips of the girl's ears were slightly red, like ripe cherries, and she held her phone in her fingertips.
Can you add me on WeChat? If there are any problems with the car later, you can contact me. My name is Ji Qingqiu, what's yours?
Okay, Guyan.
Guyan chuckled and revealed his QR code.
Okay, you go through there. Ji Qingqiu scanned the code successfully, a sweet smile appeared on her face, and she continued, all the procedures for the car will take nearly a day to complete.
Well, at the latest, we will contact you in the evening.
Then you can choose to have our car dealership deliver it, or come pick it up in person.
Guyan nodded slightly to show that he understood.
He turned and walked out of the store, took out his cell phone and called his sister. Contact Zhu Lingxue from your department and invite her to the Senran Coffee House.
Tell her that you have some questions about your studies and want to ask her for help. There was a hint of unquestionableness in Guyan's voice. Zhu Lingxue? Why are you looking for Zhu the school beauty?
Brother, you already have Qianqian, don't have another. On the other end of the phone, my sister's voice was filled with surprise and confusion.
Don't talk nonsense. I'm looking for her for something serious. It's about my mother's treatment.
Her? Okay, I can help you contact her, really.
Chapter 19 Coffee Prince. Jiangcheng City.
Zhao Family Manor is located on the shore of Qixia Lake in the northern suburbs. In the meeting room, dozens of direct descendants of the Zhao family sat around a long rosewood table with a dragon carving on it. Zhao Linglong was sitting at the head of the main seat in a dark cheongsam, with a golden peony on her collar winding down to her waist, but she was overshadowed by the sneer of her third uncle Zhao Tianxiong across the table. The group lost 800 million last quarter. Zhao Tianxiong slammed the report on the table. The jade ring collided with the sandalwood and made a dull sound. Linglong, the antique city project you led was intercepted by the Zhou family, and the Nanyang mine encountered a strike again. Is this the turnaround you promised? The sixth uncle, trembling with his snakehead cane, chimed in, when your father was in charge, when did the Zhao family ever let the Zhou family take advantage of them? Now even the 3 mines in the south of the city have been ceded.
Uncle San, why don't you just tell me what you want?
Zhao Linglong stroked the blue and white teacup with his fingertips, and the icy patterns on the glaze danced on his palm. I want you to step down as the general manager of the group. Zhao Tianxiong suddenly stood up and said, I want you to accept the proposal of the 4th young master of the Wang family in the provincial capital.
The agarwood ash in the furnace was startled by the airflow.
It fell on Zhao Linglong's black hair like fine snow.
The whole audience was in uproar.
Zhao Mingcheng, the eldest son of the third uncle, suddenly chuckled. I heard that the 4th young master Wang just sent his third wife to a mental hospital last month? But if it can bring in 10 billion yuan of investment from the Wang family, it would be worth it.
Shut up.
The dull sound of the dragon head stick hitting the ground made the air suddenly freeze. The head of the family, Mr. Zhao, opened his cloudy eyes. The age spots on his cheekbones were like dead leaves. Linglong, you have been smart since childhood. You should know that marriage is the foundation of the survival of a big family. You are getting old, it's time for you to get married and have a family to expand the family. Zhao Linglong stood up suddenly, his calves exposed by the slit of his cheongsam tense like a bowstring. Grandpa, relying on others is ultimately
presumptuous.
Zhao Tianxiong suddenly swept the teacup to the ground, and the June kiln's azure glaze shattered into a crescent moon on the Persian carpet. If you hadn't refused the marriage, we would have formed a strategic alliance with the Wang family long ago.
Why did you fall into such a state?
The flying porcelain pieces scraped across Zhao Linglong's ankles, leaving bloody lines on his snow-white skin. The room was filled with silence. Linglong, you have been a good kid since you were young. Don't make things difficult for Grandpa. The agarwood beads on the old man's wrist suddenly shattered, and the 108 agarwood beads rolled all over the ground.
Grandpa, I already have someone I like.
He's much better than that damn 4th son of the Wang family.
Who?
The old man's eyes sparkled. He felt that with his granddaughter's looks and talents, it was natural for her to win over a more prominent figure than the 4th Master Wang.
Gu Yan.
Zhao Linglong clenched his little hands.
Gu Yan? Who is Gu Yan? The surname is Gu? Could it be the Gu family in Beijing? Zhao Tianxian's expression changed again and again.
He felt that this was also a possibility.
Grandpa, you think too much. He is just a child from an ordinary family. Nonsense.
The old man cursed angrily. Ahem. Tianxian, starting tomorrow you will be the general manager of the group. You must face the wall in the ancestral hall and reflect on your mistakes until you understand and agree to the marriage with the fourth son of the Wang family, and then you can leave.
Jiangcheng City.
When the glass door of Sunran Cafe was pushed open, the wind chimes made crisp sounds.
A young girl. She stepped into the store wearing beige stiletto heels.
Her long hair was tied loosely behind her head. The falling hair makes the jawline look even sharper. She looked around the empty coffee shop, her brows slightly furrowed, her fingertips unconsciously stroking the metal chain of her Gucci handbag.
What's going on? The girl wondered, why is there no one here at this time? Usually this internet-famous coffee shop is full of customers.
Because the place is reserved by a handsome guy today. A clear male voice came from behind the counter. Zhu Lingxue turned around and looked. A young man in a dark gray apron was wiping the coffee machine with his back to her. His sleeves were rolled up to his elbows. The muscle lines of his forearms rose and fell with his movements, and the hair on the back of his neck glowed with light golden fluff in the sunlight.
You have reserved the whole place? Sorry to bother you. Beauty, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Don't you want to know who booked the place?
This handsome guy looks good from behind.
There's just a hole in the brain. Why should I care about something that has nothing to do with me? The girl is wearing high heels. He did not stop and left. Wait, Miss Xu.
Guyan placed the coffee cup on the marble countertop with a clink of his lips, and said with a playful smile, I booked this place just to treat you to a cup of coffee.
Zhu Lingxue stopped.
He turned around and looked at Guyan with narrowed eyes. Let me introduce myself.
My name is Gu Yan, and I'm Gu Yuer's brother. Gu Yan smiled. Gu Yuer's brother?
She sat down at the bar leisurely, her coat sliding off her shoulders. You two don't look like siblings.
Could it be that one of them is not my biological child?
She takes after my mom, and I take after my dad. Gu Yan pushed the grinder into the coffee beans, and the hum of the gears was particularly clear in the silence.
The helmsman of the largest gang in Jiangcheng, the sharp knife of Zhou Jiazue. You're pretending to be a good girl at the School of Political Science and Law. Do your little brothers know that their boss is taking notes on criminal law every day?
The grinding sound stopped abruptly.
Mr. Gu, you asked me out to discuss campus life, right?
Zhu Lingshue's fingers, which were painted with nude nail polish, suddenly tightened, but a poppy-like smile bloomed on her face.
Of course not.
Guyan held the coffee and sat at the table, pushing it to the opposite seat. Sit down, try my cooking skills. When I was in college, I worked part-time in a coffee shop for a while. Everyone called me the coffee prince at the time.
Zhu Lingxue raised her eyebrows. Then I really want to try it.
She sat down and sipped her coffee. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes. If it weren't for the extremely detailed information obtained from Zhao Linglong,
Gu Yan couldn't believe it either.
The gentle and beautiful girl in front of him turned out to be a well-known gang leader in Jiangcheng City.
Good.
Zhu Lingxue put down the coffee cup. The sweet aroma of caramel macchiato was very strong, worthy of the craftsmanship of the coffee prince.
But I personally don't like coffee with sugar in it. I prefer the original flavor. I know.
Guyan smiled and said, I also know that the batch of tea that your men brought from Myanmar last month actually contained money laundering vouchers for the Zhou family casino.
At the same time, the sweet aroma of caramel macchiato suddenly became dangerous. Gu Yan did not continue speaking. People who know too much usually don't live long.
Zhu Lingxue slowly took off her sheepskin gloves, revealing a hideous scar on her palm. She suddenly leaned forward, her red lips almost touching Gu Yan's ear, especially when he still looks so
a beauty to behold?
Gu Yan said with a smile.
What do you want to do? Zhu Lingshue's mouth smells fragrant orchid.
The butterfly knife in her hand was already against Gu Yan's heart.
Chapter 20, Reverse Scale. Miss Zhu's swordsmanship is well inherited from her teacher.
Gu Yan pushed the sharp blade with his fingertips, and slowly pushed it away. It's a pity that the strawberry sticker on the handle is really not in line with the taste of a gangster boss.
Instead, it's more like the preference of an innocent and romantic little girl.
I think that a little girl who became a local overlord at the age of 20 must have had an extremely exciting and legendary past.
Well, to be precise, it should be excruciating pain? Unbearable to look back on?
Zhu Lingxue heard this.
The pupils shrank suddenly.
The scar at the base of his thumb seemed to be touched and twitched slightly. She subconsciously retracted her hand quickly, and the silver chain on her wrist made a crackling sound.
There is a thumb-sized plush bear on the pendant. Shake it up.
Host spends 100,000 yuan to start psychological exploration, remaining times 0 3 times. In an instant, scarlet data stream exploded on Guyan's retina like fireworks.
The smile on Guyan's lips became more and more obvious.
The only pink raccoon left by my younger brother 10 years ago is in Ailin.
Chronic virus in the body. The antidote is as follows: Angelica.
Found my brother who had been missing for 10 years living in the shantytown along the Selwyn River in northern Myanmar. Coordinates 2137 foot N, 982080.
Do you really think I dare not kill you?
The butterfly knife in Zhu Lingxue's hand flashed with cold light, and in the blink of an eye it condensed into an icy spot on Guyan's chest.
Now.
Her red lips were close at hand, and her breath had a faint minty scent. Apply slight pressure with your fingertips. The blade pierced the shirt easily. However, just when the sharp tip of the knife was about to touch Guyan's skin, it suddenly stopped. 10 years ago, under the sycamore tree at the entrance of the old alley in South City. Guyan was not in a hurry and spoke in a gentle tone. Your brother is wearing a blue dinosaur sweatshirt and has a red mole on his right earlobe. It was raining heavily the day he disappeared, and he was holding half a piece of chocolate that you secretly gave him.
As soon as the words fell,
the tip of the knife that was originally resting on Guyan's chest trembled violently. Zhu Lingxue's pupils contracted sharply. The wrist bones were stretched to reveal blue and white edges due to the force. The warm lights in the cafe instantly shattered into ice in her eyes, and countless memories flooded back like a surging tide.
It was a rainy evening.
The 6-year-old boy stood on tiptoe with great effort, carefully broke the chocolate in his hand into 2 halves, and said in a baby voice, "Sister, eat first."
Next.
The sharp sound of brakes, the piercing cries, the taillights died more vividly by the rain.
Nightmare-like scenes would replay in her mind every night. How did you know that?
Zhu Lingxue spoke, her voice so hoarse that even she herself felt unfamiliar with it.
It doesn't matter. Guyan's expression was calm.
He flicked his finger lightly and deflected the blade that was threatening him.
Then,
he said calmly, the shantytown on the banks of the Selwyn River in northern Myanmar, at 2137 foot N, 982080.
Send someone to pick him up now. Maybe the 2 siblings can still make it in time for dinner. You have endured humiliation and endured all kinds of inhuman trials at such a young age. Most of the reason is that you want to keep climbing up the ladder and have enough power to search for your brother across the country or even the world, right?
Zhu Lingxue felt a chill running up from the soles of her feet to her heart, and the dress under her coat had been soaked with cold sweat without her knowing when.
The handsome man in front of me. It's so scary that it makes people shiver. Old wolf.
Zhu Lingxue suddenly grabbed the phone and shouted to the other end of the line, "Take 7 or 8 trustworthy people and rush to the shantytown on the banks of the Selwyn River in northern Myanmar, now, immediately, and at full speed. The coordinates are 2137 foot N, 9828E. Bring back a little brat who is about 16 years old and has a red mole on his right earlobe." She took a deep breath, her voice trembling slightly. "He is my brother." The call came to an abrupt end. Zhu Lingxue turned to look at Guyan, with complex emotions surging in her eyes, murderous intent and hope intertwined. "If you play with me."
"Ha, I like to tell the truth. I won't lie at all."
Guyan leaned forward slightly and gently pushed the coffee in front of him towards Zhu Lingxue. "It will become sour if it gets cold."
Zhu Lingxue reached out and held Guyan's wrist. "Aren't you afraid that I will regret it after I find Xiaosong?" Outside the window,
the sycamore leaves rustled in the breeze. Guyan's eyes slowly swept across the dangling strawberry bear pendant on her bag chain. It was the most popular anime peripheral 20 years ago.
"I trust you."
Guyan whispered these 4 simple words. Zhu Lingxue heard this. His body stiffened slightly. Then he suddenly pulled his hand back, and the butterfly knife in his hand was sheathed neatly with a click. "The neurotoxin injected into me by the Zhou family, when it attacks every month, it feels like millions of ants are gnawing at my bones." Zhu Lingxue lowered her head, and gently stroked the worn fur on the pendant with her slender fingers. Her voice was as soft as if she were talking to herself. They said my brother is not dead, and there will definitely be a time for us to be reunited.
Them. Is it possible that the Zhou family had already found your brother, but in order to control you, they let you have this thought, or your brother's disappearance was the Zhou family's plan? Time seemed to stand still at this moment. A little. Click.
Zhu Lingxue suddenly broke the coffee spoon, raised her head and looked at Gu Yan solemnly with her bright eyes. If the information you provided is accurate, even if the Zhou family uses drugs to control my life, the future is still up to you.
He.
Gu Yan stood up at the right time, untied his apron, and interrupted her. Okay, I can actually prepare an antidote for the toxin in your body. The glass door opened and closed with a crisp sound.
Gu Yan raised his foot and walked out.
Just as he was about to disappear at the door, Zhu Lingxue suddenly called out to him, "Why are you helping me?" The young man's back against the light paused at the door.
The clear laughter mixed with the April breeze instantly filled the empty cafe. Maybe because we are partners. I will add your contact information when I get back and we can chat online.
Zhu Lingxue's eyes narrowed instantly, staring at the back of the man who disappeared at the door.
She knew very well. From this moment on,
she had been completely controlled by this man and had no ability to turn against him. I just hope what you said is true and can help me find my little brother, Zhu Lingxue muttered to himself.
Then, pick up the coffee. Took a sip. I don't know why.
She actually thought this was the best coffee she had ever tasted. The dusk gradually dyed Qixia Lake red, and the sky seemed to have an overturned paint palette, beautiful like a dream.
Ding ding ding.
When Gu Yan was on his way to the Mercedes-Benz store, his cell phone suddenly rang, and the caller ID showed it was Zhao Linglong.
I was locked in the ancestral hall.
On the other end of the line, Zhao Linglong's voice had a tremor that was difficult to conceal. Grandpa took away all the communication equipment. This phone was borrowed from my younger sister when she came to visit me.
I used it to call you. You remember my phone number?
That's thoughtful of you. The corners of Gu Yan's mouth rose slightly, with a hint of teasing in his tone. There was silence on the other end of the line for a moment. I no longer have the right to attend the charity gala. Then Zhao Linglong's soft voice came again, mixed in the evening breeze, so, you can't go either. Our previous plan has been shelved.
I'm sorry. Don't worry about it.
Gu Yan interrupted her without hesitation. I will find a way, and you can just watch the live broadcast.
I'll plan the show.
His laughter penetrated the receiver and dispelled the gloom in Zhao Linglong's heart.
A silver bell-like laugh came from the receiver. I knew that even without me, you could still accomplish what you wanted.
By the way, you've lost your title as the Zhao family's chief appraiser.
Name?
Gu Yan frowned slightly when he heard this.
No. I said it wrong, it's the title. Grandpa and the others forced me. Forget it.
Zhao Linglong suppressed his complicated emotions and quickly changed the subject. I will wait for good news. I hope you can kill the enemy and return with glory.
Chapter 21, Slut. Must.
Gu Yan hung up the phone and the taxi stopped in front of the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. The afterglow of the setting sun is pouring down freely.
The glass curtain wall is rendered in a warm amber color. He just opened the car door.
A burst of crisp footsteps came hurriedly.
Looking up, I saw Ji Qingqiu wearing high heels, running towards him at a trot.
The dark blue professional suit, which is one size smaller, tightly wraps the girl's youthful yet graceful figure, outlining her perfect curves. The badge on her chest swayed gently above her plump curves as she moved, and the end of her ponytail nimbly swept across her reddened ears.
Mr. Gu.
She stood still, panting. All the formalities have been completed.
You can drive away now. Please take a look at these driving licenses. She handed over the relevant documents. Gu Yan took it and said, there is no car delivery ceremony.
Millions of dollars in transactions.
He wanted to hear something.
Ji Qingqiu's almond-shaped eyes widened slightly. I thought you rich people like to keep a low profile and don't like this kind of cliched segment.
I'm really sorry. I'll arrange it for you right away. Please sit here and wait for a moment. 20 minutes passed in a flash. There was a loud bang. The guns roared.
In an instant, gold foil exploded all over the sky, like a golden rain. Gu Yan stood quietly in the middle of the red carpet, watching the sales team line up neatly and applauding in congratulations.
At this moment,
his thoughts involuntarily drifted back to his sophomore year, when he accompanied Yi Miaotong to the auto show.
Then,
Yi Miaotong pointed at a Mini Cooper and said with longing, "Wait until you have the money to buy this and marry me."
today,
The Maybach worth more than 3 million was right in front of him, but he felt like he was signing for an ordinary express delivery, and his heart was calm.
Mr. Gu? Ji Qingqiu held the crystal key box in his hand and asked, "Would you like to take a photo?" "No need."
Gu Yan casually pulled off the red ribbon on the rearview mirror, and fragments of gold foil fell from his shoulders like withered petals. Just as Ji Qingqiu's eyes flashed with disappointment, he suddenly changed the subject. "But if you want to take pictures for publicity, just be careful not to take pictures of my face."
"May I?" Ji Qingqiu's eyes suddenly lit up.
She quickly took out her phone, the diamond patches on her nails sparkling in the twilight. "I promise not to take a picture of your face."
She squatted down. "Focus on finding the best angle."
The professional skirt is tightly fitted on the body, outlining a peach-like curve with graceful lines, which is very eye-catching.
"Mr. Gu, are you free tonight?"
While packing up the props, Ji Qingqiu suddenly plucked up the courage to speak. I want to
treat you to a meal."
Seeing Gu Yan raised his eyebrows, he looked puzzled.
She added hastily, "Today is my first day as a regular employee. If it weren't for you, the commission for this order would have gone to my master."
Her voice became smaller and smaller. The last few words seemed to be swallowed into the stomach, with a bit of shyness and embarrassment. Gu Yan caught a glimpse of her wrinkled work skirt and slightly trembling fingers, and suddenly remembered that his sister was also nervously twisting the corners of her clothes when she was praised by the professor at school.
"Okay."
He nodded slightly, a gentle smile appearing on his face that he only showed to his sister.
"Oh yeah." Ji Qingqiu jumped up excitedly. "Thank you, Mr. Gu, for your honor. Call me Gu Yan. I'm a year or two older than you. You can call me Brother Yan, too." "Okay, Mr. Gu." "Brother Yan." The little girl smiled sweetly, with a bright light in her eyes. "Then please wait for me, I will go change my clothes. It's not appropriate to wear business attire to dinner." After that, she ran towards the office like a happy little deer. 10 minutes later, Ji Qingqiu appeared in front of Gu Yan again, having changed into another outfit. She was wearing a light blue floral dress with a light hem that fluttered gently in the breeze, like a nimble butterfly dancing. She was wearing a long off-white coat. The soft material perfectly outlined her slender figure. "This dress makes you look even more beautiful," Gu Yan commented with a smile, his eyes full of admiration. "Thanks." Ji Qingqiu's pretty face flushed and she lowered her head shyly. More than half an hour later, following Ji Qingqiu's instructions, Gu Yan parked the newly purchased Maybach steadily in front of an elegant Western restaurant. This Western restaurant has an exquisite appearance. The European-style buildings exude a unique charm in the night, and the cars parked in the parking spaces are worth hundreds of thousands. Even millions. "Two guests, please come this way." The waiter in a tuxedo stood straight, bent over and pushed open the gilded door. In an instant, the waterfall of light from the chandelier poured down, illuminating the entire restaurant, creating a luxurious and romantic atmosphere. Ji Qingqiu was wearing her new Mayumiya high heels, and every step she took felt like she was walking on clouds, light and cautious. This pair of high heels? But she gritted her teeth and bought the combat boots on installments using her credit card. French baked snails, black truffle foie gras, another bottle. She stared at the menu. When his eyes swept over the 4-digit price of the wine, his throat couldn't help but roll and he almost cried out in surprise. "2 glasses of sparkling water, please." Gu Yan spoke at the right time and whispered, "If you don't have any, just take the one with the lowest price." He glanced over the menu, already taking in all the prices. The few dishes Ji Qingqiu ordered just now cost over 10,000 yuan in total. For a small salesperson who has just been hired and has a meager income, if she continues to order like this, she will undoubtedly have to eat coarse food for the next month and her life will be in trouble. "Qingqiu." Gu Yan smiled and looked at the little girl. "Are you usually so generous to others? Although you are able to find this restaurant, you are not familiar with it." "I don't even know where the bathroom is, I guess I've never been there." He shook his head slightly. "So, treating me to a meal is a direct investment?" After hearing Gu Yan's words, Ji Qingqiu's ears turned red instantly, like ripe cherries. "A little bit." She pouted slightly and stuck out her tongue playfully. "I remember.
Gu Yanyu said earnestly, you don't need to come to such a flashy place with me in the future.
Of course, if I invite you, then that's another matter.
He continued, it's also nice to go to some cheap restaurants.
They're more comfortable than here. There's more smoke. Ji Qingqiu nodded thoughtfully.
Just then, a sneer suddenly came from the person sitting next to me. Brother, it's fine if you don't want to spend money to pick up girls, but why do you let women pay for meals?
Just because you look like a gigolo, do you really think you are a gigolo? Ji Qingqiu, you little slut, you didn't agree to my request, is it because of this little loser? Chapter 22 The Boss Lady. Zhao Mingchang?
Ji Qingqiu turned to look at the man who was speaking.
Her previous thoughts.
It's all Gu Yan's fault. He didn't notice that the person sitting at the next table was Zhao Mingcheng, a useless guy.
Hey, Mr. Zhao, this is the one you always talk about.
The woman next to Zhao Mingcheng was wearing a sequin miniskirt that barely covered her hips.
Her red lips curled up in a sarcastic arc. You can't even afford the 5,000 yuan tuition fee, so you dropped out of school to work?
Ji Qingqiu's fingers holding the napkin suddenly turned white, and the hem of her floral skirt was wrinkled into messy folds.
Gu Yan glanced sideways. Zhao Mingcheng.
Ji Qingqiu stood up suddenly, and the chair legs made a harsh sound when they rubbed against the ground. Take good care of your woman.
He.
Zhao Mingcheng suddenly overturned the dining table, and the crystal glass exploded into pieces at Ji Qingqiu's feet. Ji Qingqiu, I am from the leading family of Jiangqing City, and the third generation of the Zhao family has been pursuing you for a whole year.
You act so noble that you don't even let me touch your hand.
Now you're hanging out with this poor guy who can't even wash his clothes without color.
You are such a bitch. Mr. Zhao.
Gu Yan suddenly tapped the edge of the cup with a silver fork, interrupting his roar with a crisp sound. The spinach leaves between your teeth have stuck to your dentures. The crowd burst into laughter. Zhao Mingcheng subconsciously covered his mouth, but his face turned red when he realized he was being tricked.
I don't have any dentures. The veins on his neck bulged, and the diamond cufflinks reflected a cold light under the chandelier. Try to smile again?
The people around him immediately fell silent.
This little girl really doesn't know what's good for her.
Yes, the third generation of the Zhao family, if we were together, we would enjoy wealth and glory.
Zhao Mingcheng heard everyone's flattery.
My butt is so proud that it's about to reach the ceiling.
Zhao Mingcheng, are you a fool? Ji Qingqiu stood up and said, don't you know how much you weigh?
You are nothing but a playboy who lives a life of idleness and evil. Without the protection of the Zhao family, you are nothing. Even if Gu Yan is really an ordinary person, he is still 10 times.
100 times. 1,000 times. Gu Yan? This name sounds so familiar. Grass. If you can't remember, just forget about it.
Zhao Mingcheng's expression suddenly changed.
It was so black that water could drip out of it. You fucking bitch. He raised his hand and wanted to slap it on Ji Qingqiu's pretty face. Bang! Gu Yan did not give him this opportunity, but slapped him in the face instead.
Zhao Mingcheng made 720 turns.
Fell to the ground. Blood was oozing from his mouth. Several teeth have fallen out. Ah, Brother Zhao, are you okay?
The girl next to Zhao Mingcheng turned pale with fright and immediately squatted down to support him.
Her skirt was short to begin with.
The spring light of the legs suddenly appeared.
Brother Yan.
Ji Qingqiu saw the development of the situation and suddenly grabbed Gu Yan's wrist, his cold fingertips trembling slightly. Let's go quickly, don't let this happen to us. The Zhao family is so powerful that we can't afford to provoke them. Ji Qingqiu looked at Gu Yan, who was standing there motionless, in confusion and anxiety.
Are you scared now?
Zhao Mingcheng's female companion sneered, our young master Zhao will definitely cut you into pieces.
Gu Yan ignored the barking woman. Qingqiu.
He touched Ji Qingqiu's little head and comforted him. It's not us who should leave, but these two guys.
Crazy. Where does this confidence come from? Ji Qingqiu looked at Gu Yan in disbelief. The audience around. Same expression.
The Zhao family in Jiangqing City is the sky.
They thought that Gu Yan must have eaten mushrooms and went crazy. Good boy, you dared to hit me.
Zhao Mingcheng got up and kicked his female companion to vent his anger at being beaten.
Get lost.
I'm sitting here today, and I want to see who dares to make a move on me, the third generation leader of the Zhao family.
You'd better not leave here. Even if you leave today, there is no place for you in Jiangcheng. He knows. I am no match for Gu Yan.
That's why there was no sudden attack. Bite. Gu Yan suddenly snapped his fingers, and the silver ring and the crystal chandelier resonated with a clear and melodious sound. Boss, have someone throw this couple out.
How much is it today?
I'll pay for it. A middle-aged man in a suit and tie walked over quickly, with the words Boss Chengjin on his badge glowing coldly. He glanced at Zhao Mingcheng, whose face was red and swollen. The corners of my mouth could hardly be restrained.
Laughed out loud. In the end, it was suppressed firmly under the premise of professional ethics.
Sir, the cost of booking the venue is 1.5 million.
Chengjin's tone was respectful, hoping to scare Gu Yan away. He doesn't want
to offend this madman Zhao Mingcheng.
Good.
Gu Yan raised his hand and scanned the code directly.
Ding.
1,500,000 yuan has arrived in Alipay. The sound of cashiers in the store was deafening.
Chengjin's smile froze. Brother Yan.
Ji Qingqiu covered Yin Tao's mouth and said in shock, this money is enough to buy 2 houses in my hometown.
Small money.
Gu Yan waved his hand indifferently, turned to look at Chengjin and said, Boss, it's time to fire him.
This. The boss looked torn. He.
Zhao Mingcheng glared at his boss and said with a half smile, Cheng Chang, try to follow his instructions and kick me out.
Boy, you are too naive.
He turned to look at Gu Yan and taunted, now you have no more tricks, you're going to get slapped in the face, right?
Gu Yan glanced at Zhao Mingcheng jokingly.
Zhao Mingcheng felt panic in his heart, and for some reason he lost the confidence he had just had.
Boss, how about transferring this store's 53.8 million to me? Gu Yan has just used the system valuation. This price is the highest. Ah.
Cheng Chang was delighted after hearing this. Okay, of course, we can sign the contract right away.
Etc.
Gu Yan stopped the boss who was about to take the contract and said, I have already transferred the money. Now please tell my staff to kick these 2 out.
Just wait for me.
Zhao Mingcheng knew that the matter was settled, and immediately fled with his female companion.
If you are kicked out, the loss of face will be even greater.
Sir, how about we go to the box? Cheng Chang said with a smile.
Okay. Gu Yan nodded.
He pulled the shocked and dazed Ji Qingqiu to the box. Sir, this is the transfer contract, please take a look.
Cheng Chang said, may I know your last name? Gu Yan glanced at it for a few seconds.
After confirming that there were no problems with the key details, he wrote his signature in a flamboyant manner.
My last name is Gu, and my last name is Yan, which means keeping one's word. Gu Yan said. Cheng Chang, congratulations, the store is now under your name.
Cheng Chang said tentatively, Mr. Gu, I manage the store personally, so there is no manager.
I wonder, can I offer myself to serve you in the future? Aren't you afraid of the Zhao family? I have offended them badly today.
Gu Yan said with a smile.
Cheng Chang lowered his body and said, I think Mr. Gu must be a rare talent. His future with you is limitless. He really benefited from the flattery. Gu Yan smiled. Certainly.
He gestured to Ji Qingqiu beside him, she will be the store's deputy manager in the future. Teach her more, and then she can take charge of the branch when the time comes.
Ah. Ji Qingqiu was stunned and said, You don't like it?
Gu Yan interrupted, if you don't want to accept my arrangement, I respect your idea, but this is a salary of tens of thousands a month, which should be better than being a small salesperson in Xixi's store.
Ji Qingqiu shook his head, Brother Yan, I'm just afraid that I don't have the ability. Don't worry about that at all.
Cheng Chang smiled, Madam, there is an idiom called smart as ice and snow. You are so beautiful, you will definitely learn such trivial things as managing people and things in one go.
Well, I'm not the boss lady. The future must be. Gu Yan raised his eyebrows.
I really didn't expect that I would have someone as smart as Cheng Chang under my command.
All right.
Gu Yan touched Ji Qingqiu's little head and said, just do your best. I'll take care of everything.
Woo woo. Ji Qingqiu's big eyes were instantly filled with tears. Thank you, woo woo, thank you, Brother Yan. I, woo woo. She snuggled into Gu Yan's arms,
crying and shouting that happiness comes too suddenly.
How could a poor country girl like me deserve this?
Cheng Chang saw this.
He immediately left the box. But within 3 breaths, he broke in again. Mr. Gu. Mr. Gu.
Cheng Cheng said with a sullen face, Mr. Zhao, no, that kid Zhao Mingcheng has brought more than a dozen people to look for you.
Chapter 23 Master. You've come just in time.
Gu Yan let go of Ji Qingqiu in his arms and slowly straightened his sleeves.
If he wants to die, I will grant his wish. Cheng Cheng stood aside. His forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. Boss Gu.
His voice was obviously trembling. The Qinglong Society is the largest gang in Jiangqing City.
It has been developing rapidly in recent years.
I heard that even the Zhao family has to give their people some courtesy. The words had barely fallen. There was a loud crash and the glass door of the hall restaurant was smashed into pieces by the steel pipe, with glass shards flying everywhere.
Gu Yan strode out of the box. Come to the hall.
Zhao Mingcheng was seen walking in front with a proud look on his face, followed by a dozen tattooed strong men, each holding a machete that gleamed coldly. The leader was a bald man with a long scar running across his face, like a hideous centipede.
Little bastard.
Zhao Mingcheng spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva viciously, kneel down and kowtow to apologize, otherwise don't blame the brothers I invited for being rude.
I heard that this shop has a new owner?
Scarface yelled at the top of his lungs, brothers, we'll give you two choices, either you kneel down and kowtow to Mr. Zhao to apologize, and pay 3 million for medical expenses, plus 1 million for our appearance fees.
Either you lie down and watch us smash the store, or you still have to do it.
Ji Qingqiu was so frightened that he was shaking all over, and subconsciously grabbed the corner of Gu Yan's clothes tightly.
Do you recognize this? Gu Yan looked calm as he unhurriedly took out a black jade token from his waist.
Under the light, the token reflected a mysterious and strange green light.
There is a lifelike dragon pattern on the front of the token. What's even more strange is that the dragon's eyes seem to be faintly bloodshot, as if it will come alive in the next second. This token.
It was around 2 o'clock in the afternoon when Zhu Lingxue delivered the leadership order.
Then,
Xu Bingxue was filled with gratitude and tears, thanking Gu Yan for helping her find her long-lost brother.
Who are you trying to scare with a broken stone?
Zhao Mingcheng sneered, brother who, the villain dies because of talking too much, brothers, just do it, ah. A shrill scream suddenly rang out, breaking the tense atmosphere. The scarred man, who had been so ferocious and arrogant just now, suddenly became like a puppet being controlled by someone. He suddenly turned the steel pipe in his hand and smashed it hard on Zhao Mingcheng's knee with all his strength. With a crack, the clear sound of bone breaking was particularly abrupt in the quiet hall.
At the same time,
the two members of the Qinglong Society were quick to grab Zhao Mingcheng's arms and pressed him heavily on the ground covered with broken glass like a dead dog.
Are you crazy?
Zhao Mingcheng was in so much pain that tears streamed down his face. His facial features were all twisted together. I am the third young master of the Zhao family.
Is this the elusive boss?
Scarface was deeply shocked.
My legs went limp.
The Azure Dragon's order has been issued. Anyone who sees it must bow their heads. He knelt on one knee in front of Gu Yan, his voice trembling slightly due to excitement and nervousness. The people behind him saw this. They all knelt down on the ground in unison. For a moment, the sound of machetes falling to the ground could be heard one after another.
Outside the glass door,
the night wind blew in, carrying with it wisps of the smell of blood.
He.
Gu Yan raised the corner of his mouth slightly, playing with the token in his hand. Your sister Zhao Linglong treats me with courtesy. I don't know where you get the courage to provoke me. Go back and tell your parents that if they can't teach the younger generation well, there will be others to teach them for them.
Drag him out.
The members of the Qinglong gang immediately did as they were told, picked up Zhao Mingcheng and dragged him out of the restaurant.
You. I will definitely take revenge on you, remember this.
While struggling, Zhao Mingcheng stared at Gu Yan fiercely and threatened him.
Without realizing it, they themselves are the vulnerable group.
Fuck, you dare to retaliate against our boss, brothers, beat him up.
Ouch, woo-woo. Stop it, woo-woo. I won't dare to do it again.
Ji Qingqiu stood where he was. Just by hearing the screams coming from outside, one could imagine the pain Zhao Mingcheng was going through.
The next day,
inside the locker room at Caesar's gym, incandescent light bulbs make a slight buzzing sound. In stark contrast, the sounds of men and women making love in the locker room were deafening.
Gently.
Zhou Meiling was pressed against the cold metal cabinet door by Gu Yan, her plump body trembling slightly.
Gu Yan's palm tightly pinched the back of her neck.
The force was so strong that it seemed to crush her whole body into the pattern of the cabinet door.
Sweat dripped down her white back. It left a dark mark on the tile floor. Material.
Guyan's voice was low and magnetic, ringing close to the woman's ear. Remember to send it to my WeChat before tonight.
Zhou Badong and his son are the culprits who raped and murdered your mother. Helping me is also avenging yourself. Do you understand? He didn't lie.
Stop the passionate exercise.
Okay, master.
Zhou Meiling's nails made a harsh scratching sound on the cabinet door, and her voice became hoarse from shouting for a long time.
You are very tactful.
Guyan's canine teeth gently rolled over the back of her neck, leaving behind the scar from when she was 18 and was burned by the eldest son of the main wife with a cigarette butt.
I like it very much. Sudden.
He turned around, bent down, picked up the black sweatshirt thrown on the bench, and put it on casually.
You haven't.
Why did you stop? Zhou Meiling lost her support and slowly slid down the cabinet door to sit on the ground. She was barely breathing. Her neck was strangled and she felt suffocated, which made her fall into a dazed state.
Zhou Meiling, the financial director of Zhou Group. I have been completely conquered by Guyan. He.
Guyan squatted down, stretched out his hands, and grabbed the blushing woman's cheeks vigorously, with a wicked smile on his face. If you want to be full, it depends on your performance.
After that,
he stood up and turned away without any reluctance. The door of the dressing room opened and closed with a slight creaking sound.
Yes, master. Zhou Meiling collapsed on the floor covered with messy yoga mats and towels.
She felt as if all her bones had been taken out and she had not a single bit of strength left.
She knows. I have been completely conquered by Guyan. Outside the window,
the sunset was as red as blood. Large patches of sunlight poured in, dyeing the virgin blood on the towel into rust color.
Jiangcheng City. Zhao family mansion. Ah, my legs, it hurts woo mom, my legs.
The roar of a pig being slaughtered resounded through the heaven and earth.
Ming Chang.
Zhao Tianxiong stared at his son, who was lying on the hospital bed crying with his legs broken, clenched his fists, and sighed. Didn't I tell you not to mess with Zhou?
No. Not from the Zhou family, woo,
said Zhao Mingchang. The woman beside the bed cried and gave her husband a death order. Tianxiong, I don't care who he is, you must avenge your son, woo. He is your son, your own son.
Baby, tell your dad who it is and he will tear him into pieces for you. Guyan, his name is Guyan.
Zhao Mingcheng said angrily.
Guyan? What a familiar name.
Right. Zhao Tianxiong slapped his thigh fiercely. Is the man that bitch Zhao Linglong likes also called this?
Chapter 24. The show finally begins. Night is falling. The most high-end hotel in Jiangcheng City.
The Grand Hyatt Hotel shines like a pearl. The square is filled with luxury cars, and the array of Lamborghinis and Rolls-Royces shows off their luxury. Famous works of art are hung in the marble hall under the crystal chandelier, and celebrities walk slowly in haute couture gowns.
Men's suit cufflinks have a hidden edge.
The women's floor-length gowns were embellished with stars.
So grand.
All of this was to participate in a fully live charity gala and establish the family's prestige.
Do charity. Of course it can't be done quietly. In that case,
although not much of the huge amount of money was spent, it would be meaningless if the public could not see the generosity of the upper class towards the lower class.
There is an iron rule for charitable donations.
That was afterwards.
65% of the gentry's funds will return along the same route. Boom. A Lamborghini stopped arrogantly.
The scissor door drew a sharp arc under the spotlight. A pair of beautiful legs stepped gracefully onto the ground in Jimmy Choo crystal high heels. The woman's burgundy velvet dress with a deep V neckline wrapped around her snow-white skin. The diamonds adorning her waist and hips trembled with her steps, as if she was wearing the entire galaxy on her body.
Mr. Zhou.
She hooked the arm of the sponsor who came down from the driver's seat, and blew on her red lips against the crocodile leather sleeves. I specially changed into the La Perla you gave me today.
I really love you, Mr. Zhou.
Thank you for bringing me to a place like this to show off your wealth, and for buying me a dress worth tens of thousands of dollars, as well as a Valentino bag.
You really spent a lot of money. Next time. Haha, Miaotong.
Zhou Badong stroked the bow tie on her lower back with his fingertips, and said with a venomous smile, it's worth it for me to spend as much money as you want.
When we meet old friends later, we must reminisce about the past.
Old acquaintance?
Who is it? Aha!
Yi Miaodong squeezed her legs together, her pretty face flushed, and guessed that what Zhou Baodong meant by old acquaintances reminiscing about the past must be talking to himself.
She blushed. It's not because of shyness. But, are you comfortable? Zhou Baodong asked with a smile.
Yes, of course.
Mr. Zhou.
Yi Miaodong tried her best to control herself and avoid losing her composure.
A little bit.
When she was about to collapse, Zhou Baodong clicked the stop button on his phone.
Let's go in.
There was a hint of teasing in Zhou Baodong's eyes, and he was already looking forward to the start of the show.
A little. A Mercedes Maybach parked in the parking space.
The man getting out of the car. The well-tailored navy blue suit made his shoulders look sharp, and the untied obsidian collar pin on his collar shone with a cold light.
Very handsome. Mr. Gu, please.
The old man came down from the co-pilot seat and walked beside Gu Yan, his eyes flickering behind his glasses. I hope you can give me some advice on tonight's appraisal.
Sure.
Gu Yan fell behind half a step and said to Zhou Mingyuan, Come on, master, you go ahead.
He had planned it.
Apply for a temporary waiter position at the Grand Hyatt Hotel tonight and enter the charity gala.
But,
unexpectedly, I received a call from Zhou Mingyuan of Jiadexuan.
He was too lazy to go through the trouble. I'm sorry.
Zhou Mingyuan bowed slightly.
Then,
he took big steps and led Gu Yan through the gilded and carved side door of the banquet hall. The crystal chandelier illuminates the entire room as bright as day. Gu Yan's leather shoes stepped on the Persian carpet, and his eyes swept over the celebrities wearing jewels and gems at the table.
The live broadcast camera is set up in the corridor on the second floor. Red light flashing.
This extravagant charity show was projected live onto screens in thousands of homes.
Thank you all for coming.
The beautiful host's clear voice cut through the hustle and bustle. I'm Hua Yan. I'm very happy that as a little star, I can host the charity party organized by several big leaders in the city. In order to encourage everyone to donate, the theme of tonight will be the auction of antiques and rare stones.
All proceeds from the auction will be donated to the Mountain Children's Education Fund. After the warm applause,
Hua Yan continued, I am here and I have something very important to tell you, that is,
all items auctioned tonight were provided by two of the top families present here. Seeing your enthusiasm, I won't keep you in suspense any longer. I will now introduce it to you solemnly.
Before she finished her words, the camera suddenly cuts to the main table.
Zhou Baodong was leaning on a gilded chair, playing with a jade ring on his fingertips.
Yi Miaodong's lace gloves just covered his knees, like a daughter clinging to a golden cage.
Mr. Zhou Baodong of Zhou Group generously donated 18 treasures.
Hua Yan's tone suddenly rose. According to the expert group's appraisal, the total valuation is over 1 billion. The applause surged like a tide.
She's pretty, Miaodong. How about you serve me with her tonight?
Zhou Baodong raised his hand lazily to signal, and the cold light reflected from the Patek Philippe on his wrist made Yi Miaodong squint.
Yes. Yi Miaodong nodded obediently. She knew that the heir of a big family like Zhou Baodong would definitely not marry a flirtatious anchor like herself. Liking someone is only temporary. She just wants, in the process of getting along, make a lot of money. After all, no one can be sure.
How long can Zhou Baodong like her?
Maybe you won't love me anymore in the next second. This is also why
Yi Miaodong was willing to take the risk of losing her chastity in public.
Okay, now let's introduce another big family.
Hua Yan glowed on the stage. Zhao family, General Manager Zhao Tianxiong donated 12 pieces.
The total value is estimated to be 500 million.
The applause was significantly lower than the previous wave.
Zhao Tianxiong looked serious. The aura of the domineering president was released. That's right.
Hua Yan smiled and continued, we are fortunate to have invited several appraisal masters today. Li Tai, Zhang De, and Jiadexuan's appraisal master Zhou Mingyuan. By the way, the handsome guy next to Mr. Zhou is his last disciple.
Under the spotlight,
Zhou Mingyuan and the other two stood up. Gu Yan, a young man, stood out from the crowd standing next to Zhou Mingyuan.
It instantly attracted everyone's attention. No wonder.
Yi Miaodong stood up suddenly and stared at Gu Yan. I finally understand why you can afford a Maybach.
The show has finally begun. Zhou Baodong had a smile on his face. I am looking forward to what will happen next. It's you.
Zhao Tianxiang stared at Gu Yan with a poisonous gleam in his eyes. He did not avenge his son immediately. Also that he can sit firmly on the throne of the head of the Zhao family.
By then. Clearing them out one by one. Okay, the auction will officially begin next. The first collection is a Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain vase donated by Mr. Zhao from the Zhao Group. The starting price is 1 million yuan. Hua Yan hadn't finished speaking yet. There were already whispers of discussion at the table. No one has made a bid yet. Chapter 25 Eyes Left Behind. 3 million. Zhao Tianxiong raised his number plate with a gloomy face. The camera swept across the corner of his twitching eye. The words "the Zhao family is finished" on the live screen were like a blood-red blade, cutting Zhao Tianxiong's face again and again. The walnut in his hand broke with a crack, and the sharp edge pierced into his palm. Blood dripped through his fingers onto the dark red tablecloth, leaving hideous spots. 4.5 million.
Boss Lu, a vassal of the Zhao family, held up his sign tremblingly, and his voice sounded as if it had been sanded.
Is there a higher price? Hua Yan immediately put on a professional smile and said, "Congratulations, Mr. Lu. The Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain vase is yours. Thank you, Mr. Lu, for your contribution to poor children. I bow to you here."
When it was the Zhou family's turn to get the jadeite stone, the scene suddenly became boiling.
8 million. 12 million. 20 million. It feels so good to be the center of attention. No wonder the Zhao family was keen on hosting banquets in the past. Zhou Badong crossed his legs, circling Yi Miaotong's exposed waist with his fingertips, smiling as contentedly as a well-fed old cat. How come you are more handsome than before?
Yi Miaotong smiled sweetly and snuggled into Zhou Badong's arms, but her eyes quietly glanced at the audience and landed on Gu Yan, who was standing behind Zhou Mingyuan, wearing a neat suit and with an indifferent expression.
The final round of auctions is drawing to a close. Hua Yan was just about to announce the end. Wait a moment. Zhou Badong suddenly stood up.
The gilded light made his diamond cufflinks blindingly bright, and the entire audience's eyes were focused on him like a spotlight.
Everyone.
He held up an ancient painting. "My Zhou family has added another treasure, the crane soaring to the sky," written in slender gold script by Emperor Li Tang himself.
The whole audience was in uproar.
The slender gold style of calligraphy is already rare. Not to mention that it was the last writing of a king who lost his country.
Miaotong, take it up and show it. Yes, there are 100,000 Canadians online. You can tell us about your short video account later. Won't it become popular then? When Yi Miaotong was pushed onto the stage by Zhou Badong,
I almost sprained my ankle because of my high heels.
When passing by Gu Yan, don't think that you have reached the pinnacle of life just because you are Master Zhou's apprentice.
She suddenly lowered her voice. "I will always step on you.
See, I am Mr. Zhou's woman now. Humph, Maybach is nothing?
Young Master Zhou will buy me a phantom in the future."
Gu Yan frowned. The eyes are deep. Regarding Zhou Buotong's actions, he felt vaguely uneasy. "My name is Nu Xiaodan, you can shake. Now please enjoy."
Yi Miaotong stood gracefully on the stage and unfolded the scroll. The ink marks on the silk were as sharp as a knife.
Well, it seems to be the legendary last work of Li Yu. Yes, no matter from which aspect. After Zhou Mingyuan went on stage to watch.
Even though he was extremely excited to see this treasure, he still did not make the same appraisal conclusion as his colleagues. Instead, he turned his head and looked at Gu Yan.
He was a little unsure. Gu Yan shook his head. The meaning is very clear. 150 million.
At this time, a voice with insufficient breath was heard.
When everyone is looking for someone to talk to. Zhou Badong was already looking towards the second floor box with a smile. "On behalf of the poor students in the mountainous area, I would like to thank Master Wang for his generosity." He knelt humbly and bowed his hands. Gu Yan glanced towards the second floor.
The man leaned against the gilded railing. His face was as pale as paper with a bluish-gray tint, and the two black spots under his eyes looked as if all his young energy had been sucked out.
"Master Wang, you are polite."
Zhao Tianxiang stood up and bowed.
"The thief's heart is wandering. How about we tie up the spirit cage and send it to Song Wenyao's room at night?" Wang Wenyiao. The fourth son of a century-old family in the provincial capital, this is a star in the sky. Wang Wenyao glanced at Zhou Badong indifferently. "You are thoughtful. compared to secretly giving. Auction at charity gala. He prefers it.
Hey, hey. Zhou Baodong smiled proudly and said, Young Master Wang, today, in addition to this painting of the emperor personally comparing the cranes to the sky, I have prepared a good show for you to watch.
Oh? Wang Wenyao sat down and said, let's start the show. Okay. Zhou Baodong smiled and took out his cell phone. Oh no.
When Yi Miaodong on the stage saw the scene, her pretty face changed drastically and she threw down the calligraphy and paintings worth hundreds of millions, rushing to the stage in high heels.
But Zhou Baodong is faster.
Hey, hey. He pressed the start button and shifted to the highest gear.
Ah! A shrill scream rang out, and electric current ran through Yi Miaotong's body. The lace dress was instantly soaked.
A fishy smell mixed with a burnt smell filled the air. She sat slumped in the water. The carefully styled hair bun was scattered into a mess, and the mascara was smudged into 2 black tears. The banquet hall was in complete silence.
Only on the stage, Yi Miaotong's uncontrollable screams filled the air. Fuck! This is too exciting, right? You will definitely be on the headlines tomorrow, you are so popular.
Ha, this method has become popular.
If it were me, I would rather not do it. Comments scrolled across the big screen on the stage. Watch online number.
It has exceeded 100 million.
He. Wang Wenyao put his hands in his pockets and stood up. This trick is boring. Etc. Zhou Baodong smiled, Master Wang, the best is yet to come.
If it was really this slutty woman who was limp on the ground, it would be meaningless, but if her boyfriend was here.
What about the scene? There was an uproar among the crowd.
Everyone opened their eyes wide and began to search. Everyone's eyes were focused on Gu Yan, who walked onto the stage.
Gu Yan took off his expensive suit,
covering Yi Miaotong's body, taking out the dirty things for her.
You thank you.
Yi Miaotong was barely breathing, tears filled with disbelief and confusion.
She never dreamed that.
When I was at my lowest and most helpless, it was this man who protected me.
You're welcome.
Gu Yan helped Yi Miaotong up and said calmly, even if she is a strange woman, I won't laugh at her. His words, like a basin of cold water, it instantly extinguished the idea of reconciliation that had just ignited in Yi Miaotong's heart.
Ah! What on earth did I lose? Yi Miaotong's tears burst out uncontrollably. Hua Yan listened attentively from the side.
His eyes frequently fell on Gu Yan.
He. Gu Yan looked at Zhou Baodong, who had a mocking smile on his face, and said calmly, I think you are mistaken. Ms. Yi and I were ex-boyfriend and girlfriend, and we've been apart for 2 months and 3 days. You think it's fun to play with a helpless little girl? Looking at it now, it's really interesting. Wang Wenyao on the second floor couldn't help but laugh.
He liked to watch these people at the bottom of society, humble as dust, fighting and quarreling with each other.
I have a feeling of dominating everything. Oh.
Gu Yan smiled and looked at Wang Wenyao fearlessly, you are a fool who spent 150 million to buy a fake painting.
Why are you talking so much? As soon as these words came out, the banquet hall exploded instantly. Hey! Zhou Baodong shouted sternly, how dare you look down on young Master Wang? You are courting death. Then, he shouted at his men, all of you, come on. Etc. Wang Wenyao stopped Zhou Baodong's men and stared at Gu Yan, you said the painting is fake?
You'd better produce evidence, otherwise, your eyes will stay here.
Chapter 26 I don't like buses. Master Wang, I spent 180 million on this painting yesterday. Before Zhou Bo finished his call, Wang Wenyao's light glance froze his tongue. Acid-etched silk cloth, mixed with iron oxide ink. Gu Yan's fingertips stroked the edge of the scroll and he suddenly sneered, didn't Mr. Zhou notice the alum in the framer's fingernails when he bought it? The whole place was in uproar like boiling water exploding.
Wang Wenyao was playing with the gilded lighter, and the crisp sound of click drowned out all the noise.
You say it's false, but I think it's true.
His pale face was hidden behind the smoke, and his voice sounded like it was pulled out of an ice cellar. Who do you think you are?
Several appraisal masters. You. We. Explain. Woolen cloth? The authenticity of calligraphy in paintings is obvious. But now it can only be true. Otherwise, wouldn't that make me a fool?
Dark sweat stains instantly appeared on the back of Li Tai's suit.
Ming Yuan, what does your disciple, a young boy, know?
This seal clearly belongs to the southern Tang Palace. He dragged Zhang De forward and staggered forward. Really, I am 100% sure that this painting is the original work of the emperor.
The venue was noisy.
Everyone believed the master's words to be true.
Wang Xiao's face. Who dares not to sell?
Unless you want your family to be destroyed and your body to be lying dead on the street tomorrow.
Right. Zhou Badong grinned and said, young Master Wang's eyes can't be wrong. Gu Yan, you are a lucky loser, don't even think about stirring up trouble here. Scan over everyone's poor acting. Gu Yan's lips curled up in a smile. So this is the definition of true and false. Whoever has power has the final say. It's interesting. It's really interesting.
The whole audience was silent,
unable to refute.
Zhou Mingyuan stood in the center of the booth, like a bronze scale that would rather break than bend.
At this time,
he suddenly stepped onto the stand. I have appraised 3,657 counterfeits in my life, and this one is the most ridiculous. Everyone knows whether it is real or fake, but they still play the emperor's new clothes.
The old man pointed his skinny finger at the seal of Zuanhedianba.
The seal was imitated by a master in the Republic of China using frozen stone. The ice cracks on the real official seal of the Southern Tang dynasty should be spiderweb-like due to natural erosion over the years, not like this. Artificial acid-etched radial patterns.
He turned to look at Li Tai and the other man. Since you have authenticated it, can you two guarantee this painting with your lifelong reputation? Ouch, my old stomach problem. My heart hurts.
Zhang De and Li Tai suddenly covered their stomachs and wailed.
He disappeared in the blink of an eye. The venue was as silent as a grave. Bang bang bang.
A silent slap on the face.
The corners of Wang Wenyao's mouth twitched.
This hurt more than being really beaten. The fingertips tapped on the rosewood armrests with regular muffled sounds, and each sound was like the countdown for the guillotine to fall.
Mad.
Zhou Badong suddenly jumped up, leaving a bloody mark on his diamond cufflinks. For disrupting a large-scale event like a charity gala, a sentence of several years is not too much.
How many years will he be sentenced to?
Gu Yan's lips curled up in a sarcastic arc. Why not take a look at the big screen?
The giant screen in the exhibition hall.
The live broadcast was filled with everything suddenly.
The densely packed accounts poured down like a bloody waterfall.
The manifest of smuggled jadeite stones from the Zhou group, the flow of money laundering in the casino, and even the video of Zhou Badong torturing a young girl in the nightclub, were all burned into everyone's retina.
Impossible. It's off. It's off. Zhou Badong rushed to the control console with bloodshot eyes. These data are clearly locked in. Locked in the safe on the 27th floor of Zhou's building?
Gu Yan slowly adjusted his collar and turned to look at Yi Miaotong, who was dumbfounded.
You are indeed very coquettish. You can handle several of them together.
Yi Miaotong dug her nails, which were painted with diamonds, deep into her palms.
Her sharp words to Gu Yan. Not only did I not have any complaints, I was extremely grateful. This is because
the scene of himself being tortured was not shown on the big screen.
Zhou Badong, you have come to this day.
Yi Miaotong's wine-red hair was messy like a madwoman.
She raised her head and laughed. You have come to this day too. State of madness. Move.
You bastards, I've raised you for nothing. Go and take care of that kid on the stage.
Where is Zhou Badong?
At this moment, a cold command broke through the chaos.
6 law enforcement officers in neat uniforms walked through the crowd and quickly locked onto Zhou Badong.
The silver handcuffs on his wrists reflected a cold light.
The leading female police officer, Shireen Xiong, showed the arrest warrant. Mr. Zhou, we have received a real name report.
Please cooperate with the investigation of 12 charges including smuggling, money laundering, and intentional injury.
The red wine glass in Zhao Tianxiong's hand exploded with a bang. Quick!
He was completely unaware of the blood on his palms, his face twisted in ecstasy in the bloody wine. What an opportunity, a great opportunity. Quickly notify the finance department to short Zhou's stocks immediately.
While the snipe and the clam quarrel, the fisherman benefits.
God bless the Zhao family, and God bless Zhao Tianxiong.
You're so cruel. Zhou Badong's face was gloomy, and he stared at Gu Yan resentfully. I hope your mother will be fine in the hospital bed. You will die.
Gu Yan stared at the back of Zhou Badong, who was captured, and made up his mind.
He was glad that before coming to the party,
People from the Qinglong gang had already been arranged to protect my younger sister and mother. At this moment, Wang Wenyao's eyes were as cold as the abyss as he stared at Gu Yan. The temperature in the banquet hall seemed to drop by several degrees. Boy! He suppressed the urge to have the expert beside him cut Gu Yan into pieces, forced a smile on his face, and said, "You did a great job.
I'm starting to be interested in you." After that, Wang Wenyao did not stay any longer, but turned around and strode away. A group of his subordinates followed closely behind. Live broadcast currently. Even if he has monstrous means, nor dare to do anything wrong in public. Wait, Wang Xiao, wait.
Zhao Tianxiong trotted after him at the right time. "Hello, Mr. Wang, my last name is Zhao Tianxiong.
Zhao Linglong is my eldest niece."
When Wang Wenyao heard this,
he raised his eyebrows. Only then did he stop. Jiangqing City. Zhao Family Ancestral Hall. Woman holding mobile phone.
A slim-fitting red cheongsam. It perfectly outlines her slender waist and long legs, with exquisite curves and well-proportioned figure.
What a wonderful show!
She watched the live broadcast of the charity gala completely shut down, her eyes sparkling with excitement, and she couldn't help clapping and cheering loudly. The plot of the evening party was full of ups and downs and was very exciting. The woman felt that her big heart could no longer bear it. The woman dialed the phone, her voice full of joy, and jokingly asked, "Director, how are you going to celebrate?
Get a room and have sex?"
"I think after this, your ex-girlfriend has been completely captured by you. She will agree to whatever you say or want to do." A male voice came from the phone. "I don't like buses."
"By the way, you." Hey, did you hear what I said, Linglong? Miss Zhao? Zhao Linglong? Don't scare me." Chapter 27, Decayed Flowers. Something happened. Gu Yan quickly dialed Zhu Lingshua's number. Zhao Linglong wouldn't hang up the phone without any final words for no reason. She is not a little girl in love.
The parent barged in rashly and was frightened and suddenly lost contact.
"Brother Yan, what's wrong?" Zhu Lingshua's passionate voice. From the receiver. Zhao. Gu Yan took a deep breath and suppressed his inner anxiety. "Quickly locate 183 for me, the location of this call at 8:36 p.m.
Most likely it should be at the Zhao family's ancestral hall.
15 minutes. I want your people to be at the Zhao family." He hung up the phone. He immediately drove the Mercedes-Benz Maybach and stepped on the accelerator towards the Zhao family mansion, which was well known to everyone in Jiangqing City. Jiangqing City.
The candlelight in the Zhao family ancestral hall flickered in the draft, casting a distorted and hideous shadow on the ancestral tablets.
Ah!
Zhao Linglong opened his eyes with difficulty, and the stinging pain from the hemp rope on his wrist came over him.
She tried to move her ankle. The clanging of metal chains was particularly harsh in the silence. Woke up? So soon? Uncle San, he.
Zhao Linglong stared at his uncle's face that was torn by the candlelight, and suddenly sneered, "You seem to have forgotten that I, your niece, have been soaked in anesthetics since I was a child because of my bad heart. I am immune to most of the same drugs. Uncle San, your method of kidnapping people is more impressive than your proposal in the board meeting."
"I don't know, what exactly do you want? Didn't Grandpa already give you the position of the group's president? You are still not satisfied, aren't you too greedy? Do you know that my son, your dear cousin Mingcheng, has a broken leg?" Zhao Tianxiong asked in a low voice. "His leg is broken, what does it have to do with me?"
Zhao Linglong sneered, "Your son has no idea what kind of person he is.
He deserves to end up like this." "Shut up."
Zhao Tianxiong said sternly, "It's all your fault.
It's all your lover Gu Yan's fault. I will definitely avenge him. But..."
His eyes were cold and grim.
"Before that, I have to collect some interest from you first. I have to say that girls change a lot when they grow up.
Zhao Linglong, your figure and appearance are both top-notch, and your temperament is even more outstanding.
It's understandable that a big shot like the fourth young master of the Wang family would be so obsessed with you."
Pooh. Zhao Linglong spat on his uncle's wretched face, disgusting.
Next second,
her face suddenly changed.
Because
Zhao Linglong never dreamed that Zhao Tianxiong was so disgusted that he licked the saliva on his face.
In mouth. So sweet. Zhao Tianxiong's fingertips stroked the gilded incense burner. My dear niece, I just don't know if you're as sweet or not. Don't be afraid.
He smiled and said, I will give you to Mr. Zhao Si first, and then I will come to wash the pot. He promised to inject 10 billion into the family, so you've made the best use of it. The candle flame burst into a lamp flower. It illuminated the fear that appeared on Zhao Linglong's pretty face. Zhao Linglong was really scared. She didn't expect that her uncle, this beast, would be so crazy.
I'm scared. Now you know you're scared?
Zhao Tianxiong took out a glass medicine bottle from his pocket.
The yellow liquid glowed strangely in the candlelight. Do you know what this is?
It's a new product on the black market in northern Myanmar called Drunken Life and Dream of Death. I heard that if a chaste woman eats it, even a stray dog on the street can become her lover.
He unscrewed the cap.
The sweet smell instantly filled the air. Zhao Linglong leaned back suddenly, and the back of his head hit the pillar with a dull thud. But Zhao Tianxiong's hands clamped her cheeks like iron clamps, and the cold glass bottle mouth forced open her pearly teeth. The moment she tasted the sweet and fishy taste exploding on the tip of her tongue, she raised her knee and slammed it hard into the other person's crotch.
Zhao Tianxiong groaned and staggered back. The medicine bottle broke on the blue bricks. It hurt so much. He covered his lower abdomen and laughed grimly. You are indeed a wolf cub raised at home. It's a pity that this medicine melts as soon as it touches your lips. Zhao Tianxiong wiped the liquid medicine that splashed on his face and licked the back of his hand slowly with the tip of his tongue. My dear niece, I look forward to seeing you get coquettish later. A wave of heat suddenly surged up from my stomach.
Zhao Linglong felt that the sweat beads oozing from his collarbone were hot. The ancestral tablets on the altar began to double. She bit her tongue tightly, the smell of blood mixed with Zhao Tianxiong's wild laughter roaring in her ears.
Boss Xiao, the people have arrived.
The wooden door of the ancestral hall creaked, and two strong men carried an unconscious girl and threw her to the ground.
No! No! Zhao Linglong's dilated pupils suddenly contracted.
The unconscious person on the ground was none other than her younger sister Zhao Mingyue, who had secretly given her a cell phone. Carry them both and send them to young Master Wang.
Bang!
Before Zhao Tianxiong could finish his words, the sound of a door breaking suddenly rang out. The draft from the ancestral hall blew towards me, carrying the smell of blood.
A young man's leather shoes rolled over the undried bloodstains on the blue bricks.
Behind him, a group of people dressed in uniform black with green dragons on their left chests rushed in like a black tide and forced Zhao Tianxiong to the front of the altar.
Gu Yan!
Zhao Tianxiong stumbled back and knocked over the candlestick, spilling wax onto the ancestral tablet, igniting a blue flame.
How could you possibly get in? Bodyguard! Someone come! Save your energy!
Gu Yan raised his hand to wipe away the blood that splashed on his chin, with the flickering firelight reflected in his eyes. From the gate to the ancestral hall, 47 bodyguards are now lying in the yard gasping for breath.
Does this look familiar?
He raised his toes and kicked a broken finger off the ground at Zhao Tianxiong.
The Muay Thai champion you hired at a high price couldn't even take a single blow from me.
Lao Lang, the deputy leader of the Qinglong gang, who was standing half a step to Gu Yan's side, recalled the powerful punch that the young man had just thrown. I feel scared. There was a rustling sound of clothes rubbing against each other next to the altar. Zhao Linglong's wrists, which had red marks from the hemp rope, were trembling slightly. The collar of his cheongsam was torn open during his struggle, and his porcelain white skin was flushed abnormally.
You are finally here.
Her dilated pupils focused on Gu Yan with difficulty, and her hoarse voice mixed with panting. If it's any later, I
will. It's not too late now. Gu Yan took off his suit and wrapped her trembling body.
When his palm touched the hot temperature of her neck, his eyes suddenly turned cold. Old wolf, clear the area.
Yes. The old wolf suddenly rushed towards Zhao Tianxiong.
The members of the Qinglong gang subdued the remaining bodyguards in the ancestral hall one by one.
Bang!
Lao Lang kicked Zhao Tianxiong in the knee, and Zhao Tianxiong fell to his knees with a thump.
Next.
Grabbing his collar, he punched Zhao Tianxiong left and right, raining fists on his face. Zhao Tianxiong's nose was instantly twisted to one side and blood gushed out.
Stop hitting me, I was wrong. Please forgive me.
He knelt on the ground, grabbed Gu Yan's trouser legs, and cried for mercy. Gu Yan.
Mr. Gu, big brother, grandpa. If you just let me go, I will change. I will definitely change my ways. Maybe in the next life. No. You can't kill.
Gu Yan's boot soles rolled over Zhao Tianxiong's hideous and distorted face, and his brain mixed with blood exploded on the blue bricks like a rotten flower.
Don't look.
He covered Zhao Linglong's eyes, but his hot lips pressed against his palm.
The effect of the drug had completely destroyed Zhao Linglong's rationality.
He tore open his shirt and bit his collarbone with his canine teeth, leaving a bloody mark. Gu Yan, give it to me.
Wake up.
Gu Yan picked up Zhao Linglong and said, let's go to your car.
Isn't there an antidote for various kinds of ecstasy drugs there? The moment he stood up,
I caught a glimpse of the unconscious woman nearby.
The pupils constrict. Counselor? Chapter 28 No Antidote. You took medicine too?
Gu Yan could tell at a glance that Zhao Mingyue's pretty face was abnormally red. 2 pearl buttons on the collar of her cheongsam were broken, and her fair skin was glowing under the light. Compared to her sister Zhao Linglong, Zhao Mingyue was more plump, with her full breasts rising and falling with her breathing, and her long raven black hair cascading down like a waterfall, making her rosy oval face even more charming. She is worthy of being recognized as the most beautiful counselor in the provincial university. The mist at the corners of her eyes at this moment is even more charming than her usual elegance on the podium. Gu Yan suppressed the chaotic thoughts in his heart.
But it failed in the next second. It's so hot.
Zhao Mingyue suddenly tilted her neck back, and her legs rubbed against the back of Gu Yan's hand at the slit of her cheongsam. The sweat stained with the scent of medicine left dark marks on the silk fabric. A few strands of her hair, which were always neatly combed, fell loose and happened to stick to her rosy lips. The way her pearly teeth unconsciously bit the ends of her hair revealed a bit of girlish innocence.
Open the way ahead and get on the Maybach in Linglong.
Gu Yan held the Zhao sisters on each side. There must be an antidote in the car.
Old Wolf was the first to rush out of the ancestral hall.
The members of the Qinglong gang protected Gu Yan on both sides.
Outside the ancestral hall,
everyone in the Zhao family automatically made way for each other, and several young men stared at the graceful figures of the 2 sisters under Gu Yan's armpits and swallowed their saliva.
They followed Gu Yan and his group to the outside of the ancestral hall. Dad!
In the crowd, Zhao Tianqi's gold-rimmed glasses flashed a cold light. Just let them go so easily. Linglong and you are both virgins.
Now that they have taken medicine, if that boy wants to do something improper, I'm afraid. Boom!
The dragon-headed cane hit the ground heavily, and a gleam of light flashed in Mr. Zhao's cloudy eyes.
You think we're better than these rubbish?
After hearing what his old father said, Zhao Tianqi glanced at the bodyguards lying and groaning in the yard.
I was scared to death. Everyone was silent. But
Zhao Tianqi suddenly lowered his voice. If the man in the capital knew that his fiancée was
the other side.
The back seat of the Maybach was filled with the subtle scent of camellia and orange blossom.
Gu Yan gang stuffed the 2 sisters into the car. Zhao Mingyue suddenly turned over and sat on his legs.
The knee-length skirt of her teacher's uniform rolled up to her legs, and the inside of her thighs wrapped in black stockings were incredibly hot.
Student Gu, you must obey the classroom rules. You can't.
She pulled his tie with blurry eyes, and her lipstick left an ambiguous red mark on his shirt collar.
Teacher Zhao.
Gu Yan grabbed her wrist and pressed her down on the leather seat, while his other hand had to deal with Zhao Linglong's fingers trying to untie his belt. Wake up, too.
Zhao Linglong's face flushed.
She didn't know when she took off her cheongsam. The straps of the ice silk suspender nightgown slipped down to the elbows, and the peony birthmark on the chest was stunningly bright in the moonlight.
It's so hot it feels like there are ants crawling in my veins.
She held a bottle of mineral water and poured it onto her collarbone, the water flowing down the gully into the hem of her skirt.
Gu Yan's Adam's apple rolled. He took a deep breath and smelled the aroma of medicine lingering between the 2 women's lips.
You, stop looking.
Zhao Linglong bit his earlobe and whispered, it's useless. The antidote for drunkenness and dreamlessness requires 7 kinds of poisonous insects from the Burmese rainforest. Therefore, if you don't give it to us, we will die. Jiangcheng City. The Zhou family manor in the northern suburbs is hidden in the night.
Withered rose vines climbed the French gilded carved gate, like the rotting blood vessels of a giant beast. In the study room on the 3rd floor,
Zhu Lengxue.
Zhou Badong smashed the celadone teacup on the Wangwali table with his palm, and the broken pieces flew everywhere.
When did the dog of the Qinglong gang learn to recognize a new master? Half an hour ago.
After Zhou Badong paid a heavy price, he immediately received a message from the insider arranged in the Zhao family.
Everything that happened to the Zhao family, He knew it all. Mr. Zhou, why not try to guess?
Zhu Lingxue chuckled, her eyes gleaming with a cold light like a poisoned silver needle. How tall is the grass on the grave of the spy you planted in northern Myanmar to monitor my brother now?
Zhou Baodong was shocked, knowing that the matter has been exposed. Pa!
The carved wooden door suddenly opened, and moonlight poured in. The 16-year-old boy stood against the light. His lean body was wrapped in a loose northern Myanmar linen shirt, and the red mole on his right earlobe burned brightly in the shadows.
Sister!
The boy's voice was as hoarse as rough sandpaper, and the half-piece of chocolate tightly clenched in his palm had already melted into dirty mud.
Is this the beast who separated us? Zhou Baodong stumbled backward and knocked over the antique shelf. The enameled vase from the Yongle period was shattered into powder. Cold sweat soaked through the Armani shirt. He. So what if you knew?
He suddenly laughed crazily. I advise you not to do anything rash.
If you dare to touch even a hair of mine, then you won't even think about getting the medicine to relieve the toxins in your body. You two siblings have finally reunited. You don't want your brother to lose his only remaining relative at such a young age, right? Is this what you are talking about?
At this time, Gu Yan's voice floated from the terrace. He leaned against the French carved railing, holding a glass test tube between his fingers, and the light green liquid rippled in the moonlight.
More than 20 minutes ago,
Gu Yan had just finished a fierce battle with the Zhao sisters, and immediately rushed to the Zhou family after receiving Zhu Lingxue's news.
Drink it. He threw the test tube to Zhu Lingxue. You will be free from now on, and you won't have any weaknesses that can be manipulated by others. Zhu Lingxue took it.
He drank it all in one gulp without any hesitation.
Impossible.
Zhou Baodong kicked over the gilded incense burner and roared hysterically, Zhu Lingxue, don't trust this guy.
The antidote is only available to me and the old man. Puff.
A flash of cold light appeared. Zhu Lingxue's butterfly knife had already pierced into his shoulder blade, and the strawberry pendant on the handle was splattered with blood.
He.
She whispered in Zhou Baodong's ear, the white mist from her breath condensed on his pale face. Mr. Zhou, let's go.
Bang. Zhou Baodong gritted his teeth and pushed Zhu Lingxue away.
He pounced towards the secret compartment of the desk like a mad dog, but the back of his hand was crushed by Zhu Lingxue's high heels.
Mr. Zhou, do you remember?
She bent down to pick up the Browning pistol, and the barrel of the gun caressed his tearful face. Last year you asked me to deal with the traitors on the dock, and taught me to wash the wound with salt water. You said that drinking while listening to the screams was the most elegant.
Gu Yan raised his eyebrows.
He thought this way of torturing people was interesting.
Etc.
Zhou Baodong's crotch was instantly soaked with fishy water stains, and he knelt on the ground like a puddle of mud. Gu Yan, if you spare my life, the Zhou family's hidden agents in the political circle and the money laundering channels in the black market.
Bang. Gu Yan kicked Zhou Baodong away. Bad people die because of their talkativeness. Lung Shui, kill this piece of trash. Okay, brother Yin. Fuck you. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost.
Zhu Lingxue held the butterfly knife in her hand and thrust it into Zhou Baodong's heart several times.
Make sure the people are in the blood.
He really turned into a corpse, and then he pulled out a butterfly knife to wipe the blood off it.
Chapter 29 Throwing Yourself into Bed. Master Gu, boss, little boss.
The moment Lao Lang pushed open the study door, the bloody smell wrapped in the night wind blew in his face. He stepped over Zhou Baodong's body, which was still wet.
Black combat boots left dark red footprints on the carpet.
The 46 direct descendants of the Zhou family have been cleared out, but there is bad news and good news. Old Wolf bent over and handed over the bloodstained list, his rough fingertips pointed at the end of the list. The bad news is that Zhou Baodong's biological sister Zhou Jinyu is far away in the United States.
We haven't completely eradicated the roots.
Looking at the information, she seems to be quite powerful on Wall Street. Not only can our people not touch her for the time being, but we also have to be on guard against her revenge after she finds out that the Zhou family has been wiped out. Gu Yan leaned against the carved window, the moonlight coating his face with a layer of cold silver.
What's the good news?
He nonchalantly played with the jade ring passed down from the Zhou family, the dark green sheen flowing between his fingers.
System identification. Worth 86.4 million. Zhou Jinyu's relationship with her family is not good.
Lao Lang replied, half of the reason for going abroad to develop is because of this.
I wonder if Zhou Jinyu will not avenge them after learning that her family has been destroyed. Wrong.
Zhu Lingxue said coldly, bad relations are one thing, and revenge for my father and brother is another. The 16-year-old boy listened to his sister's words and nodded without comment.
In the complex environment of northern Myanmar.
Plus the Zhou family's care.
Xiao Xiao has a maturity that doesn't belong to her age.
Yes, your boss is right. Gu Yan smiled and said, but Zhou Jinyu is far away in the United States, so we don't need to worry too much.
We can deal with it as it comes.
Maybe by the time she becomes extremely powerful, we will be able to crush her to death with one hand.
Ding-a-ling.
Suddenly there was the sound of iron chains rattling outside the door.
Oh.
Lao Lang called out, you two, bring in the woman that Master Gu wants.
You didn't do anything to her, did you? Gu Yan's voice turned cold. Of course not. Old Wolf showed a man you know what expression, Master Gu, how dare we play around with the woman you specifically asked for? We tied her up because we were afraid she would run away. Gu Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Meiling is his first woman after all. Of course I don't want anything to happen to her. While talking,
2 young men from the Qinglong gang came in carrying Zhou Meiling on a mahogany armchair. The woman twisted her body desperately,
trying to break the chains.
The shoulder straps of her silk nightgown had slipped off, leaving her collarbone red from being squeezed.
Woo-woo please, woo-woo.
She cried bitterly, but when she met Gu Yan's gaze, she suddenly fell silent, leaving only suppressed sobs in her throat.
Did it scare you?
Gu Yan walked up to her, took the key handed to him by Lao Lang and untied the rope. At that moment, Zhou Meiling threw herself into his arms like a drowning person grabbing a piece of driftwood. The warmth and softness of her body filled my arms. He smelled the lingering scent of rose oil in her hair.
Oh nar.
Zhou Meiling raised her head, tears hanging on her curled eyelashes. About to fall, I thought I would never see you again.
With trembling fingertips, she unbuttoned Gu Yan's collar, her bright red nail polish looking like coagulated blood in the moonlight. Let me serve you, please, don't kill me, kill me. Zhou Meiling's pretty brain worked and she figured out everything. Although she was born out of wedlock, she was still able to join the group and become the financial director.
Even Zhou Badong and his son from the Zhou family.
The intention of feeling humiliated can also prove that the person must be extremely intelligent, talented, and beautiful. After all, the position of financial director is an important one. Certainly.
Gu Yan pinched Zhou Meiling's cheek and said, from now on, you will be the head of the Zhou family.
Thank you, master. Midnight.
The voice-controlled lights on the 18th floor of Fenghua Mansion flickered.
Gu Yan loosened his tie and leaned against the door of room 1802. Insert the key into the keyhole and turn it to open it. A black windbreaker was casually thrown on the sofa. Gu Yan was too lazy to turn on the light. Walked towards the master bedroom with amazing memory. When he was downstairs just now.
I have seen the lights on in room 1801 next door, so I know that Song Yue and her daughter must have moved back.
There is no need to worry. All the clothes on his body were taken off. It smells so good. Why does this taste wrong?
As Gu Yan walked into the master bedroom, a hint of sweet tuberose passed by his nose.
The moment he lifted the corner of the quilt, a soft and delicate body wrapped around like a vine. Great figure. The touch was not wearing any clothes. Ma. It's you. Gu Yan was surprised when he heard the woman scream. You, who are you? Wow, why are you in my house? What's wrong, Hua host, have you forgotten me so quickly? Gu Yan turned on the light in the master bedroom. The moment the light suddenly came on,
Hua Yan suddenly covered her eyes with her hands, but the corner of the silk quilt slid down her shoulders with her hurried movements. The warm yellow light is like mercury pouring down on the ground.
Every ambiguous outline in the bedroom is clearly visible. Miss Hua, I think you covered the wrong place. Gu Yan?
Hua Yan quickly lifted the quilt and stared in shock at the man she had been separated from for several hours.
She originally thought that the two had no more contact since then, and they never expected to have such a dramatic reunion. It seems you still remember me.
Gu Yan stood by the door, his collarbone covered with fresh scratches left by the Zhao Linglong sisters when they lost control.
Miss Hua, are you performing midnight horror on my bed? Even if you like me, you shouldn't get into my bed so quickly, right? Shut up.
Hua Yan grabbed the pillow and threw it at him, but the force was weak. This is my home.
You broke into my house and you're blaming me for it. Oh?
Gu Yan raised his hand to catch the pillow. When I rented this house to you a few days ago, it was a beautiful old lady.
Hua Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. Memories surged like a tide.
My mother did mention renting out the vacant property last week, but she was so busy planning the charity gala that she forgot about it. I'm sorry, it should be my mom who rented the house to you, but even if it's really a misunderstanding, you should get out first. She bit her lower lip and clenched the corner of the quilt tightly with her fingertips.
Good. Gu Yan said, I'll wait for you in the living room.
When the European-style clock in the living room struck 2 in the morning, Hua Yan finally moved out of the bedroom wrapped in a coral fleece robe.
Gu Yan was leaning against the bar counter making coffee.
The Italian mocha pot gurgles. The bitter scent mixed with the cedar perfume that lingered on his body, weaving an invisible web under the warm spotlight. Blue Mountain coffee, with milk but no sugar. He pushed the gold-painted bone china cup over, and the watch exposed on his cuffs reflected cold light.
How do you know I like this the most?
Hua Yan stared at the milk foam floating in the cup.
That's really a coincidence, it's luck.
Gu Yan said with a smile. The bar spotlight cast a shadow on his brow. The dark fire dancing in his eyes reminded Hua Yan of the charity dinner, and the look of the man in front of her looking down on the world on the stage.
It's quite handsome and interesting. Snap.
There was a sudden loud thunder outside the window.
Ah. Hua Yan's pretty face turned pale in an instant. Are you afraid of thunder? Gu Yan observed her trembling fingertips with interest. None of your business.
Hua Yan forced herself to sit on the stool and took a big sip of coffee. Only then did I suppress the shock in my heart.
It's going to rain. Gu Yan picked up his windbreaker and put it on. Go to bed early.
I'll go get a room outside to sleep.
Don't. Hua Yan stood up and said, it depends on the situation.
It's going to rain heavily outside.
Otherwise, why don't you sleep in the second bedroom for now?
I may not be able to stay in Jiangqing for a few days.
Chapter 30 Our Baby. Bang bang bang.
The heavy rain was like a raging torrent, hitting the floor-to-ceiling windows madly.
Oh?
Gu Yan turned around and looked at Hua Yan's bare feet.
Miss Hua, are you really not afraid? In the dead of night, I will go wild with my bestiality. You. When Hua Yan heard this, her ears instantly turned red. Who's afraid of who? I want to see if you have the courage.
Although the words are tough. But the slightly trembling ending of her voice still revealed the subtle worry in her heart.
Never mind. Gu Yan shook his head slightly.
The 2 sisters of the Zhao family. His physical strength was almost completely squeezed out, and at this moment he really had no extra energy to deal with the pretty Hua Yan in front of him.
Hua Yan saw him refuse like this. I feel excited.
She leaned forward. The collar of her nightgown slipped down quietly as she moved, revealing a large area of snow-white skin to the air. The rich and alluring scent of rose essential oil, like an invisible silk thread, entangled with Gu Yan, trying to arouse his interest.
Put away your tricks, Miss Hua. Good night. Gu Yan seemed unaware as he stood up and walked steadily towards the second bedroom. Bang!
Hua Yan looked at the tightly closed door and stomped her feet in anger.
Have you gained weight recently?
She walked to the mirror with doubt in her heart, and gently stroked her bright red lips with her fingertips.
Did the company really decide to hide me because of my out-of-shape figure? The next morning.
Inside Caesar's fitness center. Joe Miling stood quietly in front of the window, looking out with empty eyes.
Why didn't you warm up first like before?
At this moment, a very magnetic male voice sounded behind her.
Onar.
Hearing the voice, Joe Miling turned around quickly, with a hint of panic and surprise in her movements.
Gu Yan placed his palm precisely on the newly tattooed peony on her lower back. The tattoo lines are smooth.
The ink-colored petals were gorgeous, and between the layers of petals, there was a tiny seal script word. She had tattooed that word for Gu Yan last night, enduring the severe pain.
Good. Gu Yan's fingertips gently stroked the wound that had not yet healed. What were you thinking about just now? Why are your eyes so empty? No, I didn't think. To be honest. Gu Yan's voice became a little colder.
Joe Miling said delicately, I was afraid that you wouldn't come, so I lost my passion for exercise.
By the way, Master, I have already taken the medicine.
Gu Yan's face darkened when he heard this. Who allowed you to make decisions on your own?
I'm so scared. Joe Miling's eyelashes trembled slightly. I'm afraid of getting pregnant. No.
Of course, it's not that I don't want to have a child for the master, but I'm afraid that the child will become the master's weakness, just like my mother back then.
Saying,
her eyes gradually became moist and tears welled up in them.
Outside the window,
the sunlight became increasingly dazzling, clearly cutting through the two people's reflections in the mirror.
Oh. Guyan leaned over and kissed Joe Miling's trembling body. You are not allowed to take medicine anymore.
When Joe Miling heard this, tears welled up in her eyes and rolled down her cheeks.
She was filled with joy. Devote yourself wholeheartedly to serving Guyan.
Used all your skills.
Jiangcheng City. Outside the VIP operating room of the First People's Hospital, the pungent smell of disinfectant permeates the entire space. It stung and made people feel sore. God bless you, the operation must be successful. Gu Yuer held Su Chanqian's hand tightly. Gu Yan leaned against the wall.
The shirt was untied at the collar.
It would be a lie to say I wasn't nervous the moment my mother was pushed into the operating room. Su Chanqian glanced sideways and saw Gu Yan's clenched hands. Stand up suddenly.
When the hair brushed across Gu Yan's shoulders, it brought with it a faint scent of camellia.
The next second. It smells so good. Gu Yan's face was pressed into something soft. Don't be afraid.
Su Chanqian hugged the crying Yan who was sitting on the stool, ran her fingers through the stubble on the back of his head and hugged him tightly. Her voice was as gentle as coaxing a child. Auntie will be fine. Our family will be reunited and have a lot of fun together, and she will wait for me to call her mom. Help us take care of the baby.
Gu Yan froze for a moment.
The tip of his nose pressed against her soft spot. The air I breathe is filled with the sweet scent of a young girl's skin.
Sudden. The lights in the operating room went out without warning. At this moment, the entire corridor seemed to be paused, and everyone held their breath.
When Lin Wanting pushed the door open, there were still some spots of blood on the white coat.
Sister Ting, the operation was successful. Lin Wanting frowned slightly. Suppressed sobs suddenly rang out in the corridor. Wow. That's great, wow. Sister Wanting, you are really great, you are proficient in both Chinese and Western medicine. Gu Yuer's legs went limp. Just kneel down on the ground.
Su Chanqian quickly let go of Gu Yan in her arms and hurried to help her best friend.
That's good.
Gu Yan's heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally slowly sank. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Lin Wanting's next words were like a bolt from the blue, causing everyone's blood to freeze instantly. But we found an unknown toxin in Aunt's blood. She held up the test report in her hand, her fingertips trembling slightly. This toxin will gradually spread with metabolism. Once it invades the heart. It's strange. It wasn't there when I checked yesterday. Bang! Gu Yan punched the wall hard, and the tiles cracked instantly with a crisp sound. There was a violent bloodshot in his eyes, and his voice trembled slightly with anger. What's going on? The people Joe Bodong sent last night were not. Could there be some fish that slipped through the net? Monitor. His eyes were red, and he almost roared, "Little sister, take good care of mom. I'll go check the surveillance." Before he finished speaking, Gu Yan ran quickly towards the monitoring room. After arriving at the monitoring room, Gu Yan operated the equipment quickly, his eyes fixed on the screen, not missing any details. The surveillance video finally froze at 3:12 in the morning. In the screen, a woman wearing a nurse's cap walked sideways, her face mostly covered by a mask. Only an emerald earring on her earlobe shone coldly in the moonlight, making it particularly eye-catching. Gu Yan stared at the green color. The scene of last night's charity dinner and the female secretary beside Wang Wenyao flashed quickly through my mind. She also wore the same earrings. Wang Wenyao, fuck your mother. Lu Cheng. In the study room of the Wang family villa, wisps of green smoke rose from the gilded incense burner. A young man with a vain face leaned lazily on a Wangwali armchair, his pale fingertips stroking the jade ring in his hand from time to time. At his feet, a woman in a tight suit was kneeling there. She had a graceful and pretty figure. The emerald earrings on the woman's earlobes swayed gently with her movements, flashing a cool light under the light. Is it settled? The man spoke lazily, with a hint of weariness in his voice. Yes. The woman raised her head, her red lips curled up in an extremely charming arc. Master Wang, that ignorant brat Gu Yan who offended you, after a month, should be able to cry bitterly while hugging his mother's corpse. Chapter 31 Dad. Jiangcheng City.
Room 1802, Fenghua Mansion. The glass door of the kitchen was blurred by water vapor.
Gu Yan was standing in front of the stove wearing a dark gray apron, and the spatula and the iron pot made crisp sounds when they collided. The aroma of fried chopped green onions mixed with the sweetness of sweet and sour spare ribs weaves an attractive net under the warm yellow light. Hua Yan walked barefoot on the cool marble floor, the hem of her coral fleece nightgown sweeping over her ankles.
Hey!
She leaned against the doorframe, her nose twitching slightly, her eyes falling on the slightly upturned corners of Gu Yan's mouth. Chef Gu, are you in a good mood today?
You can even hum a little tune while cooking. What a good thing, don't you want to share it? Guess? Gu Yan shook his wrist, and the sugar color was coated more evenly on the ribs. Why else?
Hua Yan took a pair of chopsticks from the disinfection cabinet, secretly poked a piece of freshly cooked pork ribs and stuffed it into her mouth, inhaling from the heat.
Auntie's operation was successful, of course you are happy, ho ho ho. It's so hot. Hiss. Slightly. But didn't you put too much sugar in this? My sister loves to eat. The spatula was placed on the stove with a clang. Hua Yan knew that Gu Yan's mother was ill. This is because I saw the medical record book he brought back. Your guess is correct.
Gu Yan turned off the fire, and when he turned around, the smile in his eyes faded a little. It's better, but not completely.
Hua Yan suddenly stopped chewing. What do you mean?
My mother's kidney transplant was indeed successful, and so far there has been no rejection.
Gu Yan wiped his hands and took out a bottle of iced sparkling water from the refrigerator.
The aluminum can oozed out fine water droplets in his palm, but someone gave her an unknown poison.
The poison will invade the heart within a month.
The doctor diagnosed that unless the person who poisoned me provides an antidote, there is no way I can survive.
The moment the soda enters your mouth. Just dancing in Gu Yan's mouth. That.
Hua Yan's chest rose and fell with anger. You are too heartless.
Old lady, you are still so happy.
If you are pretending in front of the old lady to prevent her from noticing your bad situation, I can understand that.
But why are you not sad but so happy now? She poked Gu Yan's heart and said, Gu Yan, Gu Yan, do you have any conscience? Or maybe you just have a black heart?
The doctor has no way, but I have a way to save my mother. Gu Yan said with a smile. Hua Yan sighed, experts say there is no solution.
Sorry, I'm not cursing Auntie, it's just. You think you are a god. The doctor is not good enough. You are just an ordinary person. Hey, no matter how rich you are, it is really useless in this situation.
Gu Yan tilted his head back and took a sip of soda, the sound of his Adam's apple rolling mixed with the sound of bubbles bursting.
A translucent system panel appeared in the air before my eyes. The scarlet countdown is as dazzling as blood. Host, Gu Yan. Net worth, 7.6 billion. Psychological bottoming, 03 refresh time 2 days 14 hours 36 minutes 12 seconds.
The neurotoxins in Zhu Lingxue rely on the system's psychological probing function.
The antidote is available. Gu Yan believed it. All it takes is for the psychological countdown to bottom out to be over. By then, use it on your mother once and the toxins will be eliminated. Such a simple method.
Gu Yan was in the middle of the situation and was distracted by his concerns, so he didn't realize it.
Hello. Hua Yan pushed Gu Yan and said, I'm talking to you, Gu Yan.
Come closer, I'll tell you why I'm so confident.
Gu Yan waved his hand. Hua Yan frowned.
He took a step forward and put his ear close to Gu Yan's mouth.
My method is secret. Dead.
Hua Yan hit Gu Yan with her little hand and rolled her eyes.
Gu Yan turned around and opened the lid of the casserole. The rich aroma of Angelica chicken soup bursts out. He scooped a spoonful of golden soup, blew it cool, and handed it to Hua Yan's lips. Taste the saltiness?
Hua Yan subconsciously took a half step back, but Gu Yan grabbed her wrist. The spoon touched his lips.
Ding dong. At this time, the doorbell rang. Ding dong. The doorbell rang again. Hua Yan ran towards the entrance on the cold floor tiles.
The hem of her coral fleece nightgown swept over her ankles, leaving a trail of wet watermarks.
Here it comes. She guessed that it must be her parents coming to visit her. The door opened. Ah. You, beautiful sister. The little girl with pigtails looked up and called out in a baby voice, Where's Daddy? Why didn't Daddy open the door? Hua Yan's head was full of confusion.
The little girl was wearing overalls with a strawberry pattern and holding a rabbit doll with its ears missing.
Kid. Hua Yan squatted down her plump body. You got the wrong person, didn't you? No, no.
Tian Tian tilted her head and counted carefully with her fingers. Gu Yan's father lives in 1802, and my mother said that the sofa here has a lemon-scented pillow, and the refrigerator magnet in the kitchen is a little yellow duck.
Every word. Hua Yan's face turned paler. She turned around and shouted into the house, Gu Yan. Your daughter is here to see you.
There was a tremor in her voice that she herself didn't even notice.
The glass door of the kitchen opened with a loud bang.
Gu Yan stuck his head out with a spatula in hand, and the sweet and sour sauce dripped onto the floor from the tip of the spatula.
Dad!
Tian Tian rushed over like a little cannonball, and the rabbit doll fell to the ground with a pop. Gu Yan subconsciously bent down to catch the milk ball that was flying towards him. The apron was instantly covered with sweet sugar stains.
What did you call me? Ah, Dad. Tian Tian hugged his neck and kissed him on the face.
Hua Yan's knuckles turned white as she gripped the door handle.
Mr. Gu is really a winner in life.
Even his illegitimate daughter has grown up so big.
Bang!
She sneered and slammed the door. When Tian Tian saw this scene, her little eyes were filled with cunning.
Oh, problem.
Gu Yan rolled his eyes and opened the door again. But little guy, you can't just call Daddy casually.
Why? The little guy asked, doesn't Dad like Mom? Mom is so beautiful, I think there is no boy in the world who doesn't like her, right? I like it. Gu Yan said helplessly. Then Mom would also like.
The crisp sound of high heels came from the end of the corridor.
Song Yue stumbled over, with 2 buttons of her silk shirt torn off. Gu Yan looked down from a high position. All in view. Sweet. She snatched her daughter away, her voice changing in panic. Gu Yan, don't listen to her nonsense. No, I want to say, if Mom doesn't like it, why Tian Tian's mouth was covered tightly. By Gu Yan.
Son Yu blushed, I'm so sorry to bother you.
After that,
he picked up his daughter and went back to his house.
Closed the door,
leaving Gu Yan alone and disheveled in the wind.
Hey, why are you back again?
He smiled at Hua Yan, who came out of the elevator.
Chapter 32. She likes women. This is my home, why can't I go back?
Hua Yan said in a cold tone, please Mr. Gu, make way for me to get into the house.
Gu Yan smiled. Turn your body sideways. Bang!
Hua Yan entered the master bedroom and slammed the door, then leaned against the cold metal door and took a deep breath. The straps of her silk nightgown slid to her elbows, and the rise and fall of her chest cast a swaying shadow on the mirror-like door panel.
She stared at the ups and downs, and suddenly sneered, what does it have to do with me? He's just a tenant.
The sweet and sour aroma from the kitchen penetrated her nostrils, and she irritably pulled the lemon pillow on the sofa. The pillow still stank of Gu Yan's usual cedar perfume, mixed with the dampness of last night's rainstorm, which made her mind constantly revolve around the man's disdainful look at the charity dinner.
A little.
She heard a clanking sound, followed by the sound of a door closing softly.
Gone? Hua Yan waited for a while before opening the door to the master bedroom. Just left like that? Ding dong.
At this moment, the doorbell rang suddenly.
Ding dong. Didn't you bring your keys? What are you pressing?
Hua Yan rushed to the entrance barefoot and opened the door violently, the last word of the song stuck in her throat. A young woman in a haze blue knitted skirt was standing outside the door, with a jade locket adorning her neck. Her figure and appearance are both first class.
Even if you are a star,
I still feel it's a bit difficult to fight back. The little kid she was holding a rabbit doll and chewing its ears, with big watery eyes exactly like Gu Yan's. Full of cunning.
You are Gu Yan's wife, right?
Hua Yan gestured to the inside of the house. I thought you must have come to look for him with the child, but unfortunately, he packed up the food and left 10 minutes ago.
Didn't even leave me a copy.
Song Yue curled her fingertips into her palm, and the rose gold decorative ring flashed under the corridor light. She looked at Hua Yan inconspicuously. The water stains on the neckline of the nightgown revealed a cherry-colored outline, and there was sweet and sour sauce on the collarbone.
Miss, I think you misunderstood as well. Song Yu smiled and said, I am not Gu Yan's wife.
I am the owner of the next-door resident, 1801.
She pointed at the wide-open door behind her and asked, are you Mr. Gu's girlfriend? A talented man and a beautiful woman, they are a perfect match. Sorry, you guessed wrong too. Hua Yan spread her hands and said, I am the landlord of 1802, and he is my tenant. I don't want to be the girlfriend of a scumbag like Gu Yan. If we really get together, won't it be painful? The two sights collided in the air. Son Yue tucked her hair behind her ears. The emerald earrings and the peace locket complemented each other, and her knitted skirt outlined her peach-like curves as she leaned over. Hua Yan suddenly straightened her back. The silk fabric is stretched into breathtaking curves. Jiangcheng City. VIP Ward 9 of the First People's Hospital. The smell of disinfectant in the ward was diluted a little by the fragrance of apples. Gu Yan turned the fruit knife in his hand deftly, and the fruit peels fell into the trash can in a long string. Su Chanxian was holding Gu's mother's hand and talking about interesting things at school. The wrinkles in the corners of the old woman's eyes were filled with smiles. The patient cannot eat apples. Lin Wanning pushed the door open with a silver needle bag under her hand, and a line of snow-white light flashed through the slit of her light green skirt under her white coat. Her eyes swept over the half-peeled apple in Gu Yan's hand. Her willow-shaped eyebrows were slightly furrowed. Who told Mom? Gu Yan flicked his wrist, and the last half of the peel fell off. The bright and smooth flesh glowed honey-colored in the morning light. Some people stared at me peeling the fruit for 10 minutes, and their saliva was almost dripping into the medical record book. He smiled and stuffed the apple into Su Chanxian's palm. I didn't. Su Chanxian's ears turned red, and the sweetness of the apple mixed with the warmth of Gu Yan's fingertips burned into her palms. The metallic collision sounds as Lin Wanning sorted out the instruments suddenly intensified, and the stethoscope inlaid with broken diamonds slammed against the bedside table. Family members, please get out. Lin Wanning took out her hairpin and rolled up her black hair, revealing a small cinnabar mole on the back of her neck. I'm going to have acupuncture. Good. Gu Yan and Su Chanxian both stood up at the same time. You stay. Lin Wanning's eyes stayed on Gu Yan. Help me for a moment. I'll wait outside. When Su Chanxian stood up, the hem of her skirt swept across Gu Yan's knees, and her eyes lingered on Lin Wanning's tense profile for a moment. The door closed so quietly that it seemed as if there was no sound. What do you need me to do? Gu Yan wiped the fruit knife clean. Sit down and peel an apple. Ah. As the gilded needle box popped open, the silver needle on Lin Wanning's fingertips trembled and left an afterimage. I didn't have breakfast during the morning meeting, is that okay? Gu Yan looked at his mother's breathing gradually steadied on the hospital bed, and the fruit peel cut by the knife suddenly broke into 2 pieces. Lin Wanning's wrist was suspended above the old lady's heart as she was giving acupuncture. The pale blue blood vessels meandered like a stream under her fair skin, and tiny ripples trembled as the silver needle penetrated her accurately. Dr. Lin. Gu Yan arranged the chopped fruit flesh into a lotus shape and pushed it over. Thank you. Lin Wanting paused while removing the needle. The hair with the scent of medicine brushed across the back of Gu Yan's hand, and he threw the blood-stained cotton ball into the tray with a ding. Blood glucose meter. When Gu Yan handed her the instrument, he touched her cold fingertips, but she retracted her hand as if she had received an electric shock. Until the last silver needle returned to the box. Lin Wanning said, if I continue to give her acupuncture for a while, the old lady's body will recover better. Maybe by then, the poison in the body, okay, I'll go treat other patients. Your apple. It's cold. The wind brought by the white coat swept away the last bit of warmth, and Gu Yan looked at the oxidized and browned fruit flesh in the porcelain plate. I don't understand why. Recently, several women are always bewildering. He was too lazy to waste his brain on such things. Who knew what they were thinking about all day? Dr. Lin just pierced the Anshan point. Su Chanxian walked in, her fingertips unconsciously stroking the teeth marks on the apple, and suddenly whispered. What? But the old lady doesn't need to be calmed down at all. Su Chanxian looked towards the corridor. Even though Lin Wanting was wearing a loose white coat, her waist and hips were still pinched to show an extremely stunning line. She was piercing herself. Dr. Lin seems to like you. Before Gu Yan could say how it was possible, the phone suddenly vibrated. The location sent by Zhao Linglong was Yanlong Hot Spring Villa on the outskirts of the city. P.S. There is something unusual happening in the Wang family, come quickly. He turned around and bumped into Su Chanxian's watery eyes. Can I invite you to dinner tonight? I'll let you or stay with me. Gu Yan's Adam's apple rolled. Do you want French food or private cuisine? I'll reserve a restaurant seat now.
Su Chanqian stretched out her hand to smooth his collar, the scent of camellia mixed with the scent of medicine lingering between their breaths. I'll give you the address in time tonight.
Don't stand me up, or you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Gu Yan nodded solemnly. Don't think too much, Dr. Lin likes women. After that,
he strode out of the ward and quickly rushed to Yanlong Hot Spring Villa.
Chapter 33: The Two Most Dazzling Flowers. Jiangcheng City.
Longyan Mountain in the eastern suburbs. Gu Yan stood straight and quietly under the magnificent white marble archway of Longyan Hot Spring Villa.
April in the Gregorian calendar.
The mountain breeze blows gently, bringing a touch of comfort. The hot spring pool in the distance is steaming with dreamy mist, like a fairyland on earth.
Just then,
a unique scent of rose mixed with cedar wafted into his nostrils without warning. At the same time, a soft body slammed into his back.
Court death.
Gu Yan tensed his muscles instantly as if it was a conditioned reflex, but when he sensed that the other party had no intention of killing him, he quickly relaxed.
Don't move.
Warm breath brushed against his ear, and the woman's light chestnut curly hair gently brushed the side of his face. The lips painted with bean paste-colored lip glaze were accurately pressed against the corner of his mouth, while her fingertips pinched the soft flesh on his waist. Gu Yan inadvertently caught a glimpse of two young cleaners walking quickly past the right side of the bridge.
One of them had his neck. A black scorpion tattoo is faintly visible. In an instant, Gu Yan understood what he meant.
He suddenly grabbed the back of the woman's neck and deepened the kiss, his tongue deftly entering her while she was stunned.
MMM.
The woman's eyelashes trembled violently, and she pinched his waist hard, leaving crescent-shaped red marks.
Wait until the cleaner's footsteps finally fade away.
The woman pushed him away forcefully. The crystal earrings on her ears drew a broken and charming arc of light under the soft light.
Lecher.
The woman wiped her slightly swollen lips, her peach blossom eyes already misty, and she said angrily, "Who allowed you to stick out your tongue?"
Gu Yan looked calm. Those two cleaners have bulges around their waists.
Using her thumb to gently wipe away the lip gloss stains on the corners of her lips, she explained, "Do you think they believe that couples in love kiss like they're chewing marshmallows without any passion?"
The woman's eyes widened.
The words that were originally prepared for rebuttal were stuck in my throat and I was speechless for a moment.
Come over.
As soon as Gu Yan finished speaking, he suddenly reached out and put his arms around the woman's waist, pulling her into his arms.
Oh, you're going too far.
The woman's scream had not yet ended. He turned around and raised his leg, accurately kicking a returning cleaner into the woods 3 meters away. The leaves rustled down. The woman still kept the posture of subconsciously grabbing his collar. Gu Yan lowered his head slightly and could see the pearl necklace on her collarbone that was rising and falling due to her heavy breathing.
The South Sea gold pearl glowed with a warm honey-like luster under the light.
Buried in the soft flesh.
You're looking for death, you little brat.
Seeing this, another cleaner wearing glasses immediately took out a dagger from his waist and stabbed it hard into the heart of the woman in Gu Yan's arms.
Bang!
Gu Yan did not hesitate and gave him the same accurate kick that had knocked another cleaner unconscious.
There is no doubt about it. After the man with glasses also flew out. He hit a big tree and passed out. Handsome. This is so awesome.
Wang Xiaoxiao was so frightened that Yin Tao's mouth opened so wide that she couldn't close it.
200,000 a month, be my bodyguard.
She suddenly spoke, her fingertips playfully entwined with the second button of Gu Yan's shirt, and asked, "How is it?" The corners of Gu Yan's mouth rose slightly, he chuckled, and gently pushed away the delicate body in his arms.
I don't think so.
He turned and walked towards the hot spring area, the hem of his windbreaker dragging on the stone steps, leaving a sentence, "These two ugly guys, aren't you looking down on us too much?" The sunlight gradually softened.
Dusk had not yet completely fallen.
When Gu Yan was looking for Zhao Linglong in the hot spring area, a pair of small hands with a faint jasmine scent suddenly covered his eyes.
Guess who I am?
A smile could not be hidden in a deliberately shrill voice, and her plump figure pressed against his back. If you guess wrong once, you will be punished to drink a whole bottle of sake.
Xian? No. You're? No. That must be Hua Yen. Gu Yen.
Zhao Linglong stamped her feet in anger, and the splashing water wet the hem of her moon-white bathrobe.
Can't you recognize my voice?
When she turned to Gu Yan, the jasmine scent from the hair mixed with the hot spring steam hits your face.
Whom?
Zhao Yaya was leaning against the bamboo fence, laughing softly, the deep V neckline of her silk nightgown rising and falling slightly with her breathing. The youngest mathematics professor at the provincial university gracefully took off his gold-rimmed glasses, and his amber pupils shone charmingly under the light.
Mother?
Gu Yan hugged Zhao Linglong's slender waist, took a deep breath of the charming fragrance, and teased, "My mother is in the First People's Hospital."
You are not the bride, it's more like saying you are the bride.
The two of them have already blended well together. Of course, there is no need to be shy.
Count you to speak. Zhao Linglong gave Gu Yan a sweet kiss on the lips. Yo yo yo.
Zhao Yaya gently poked the pebbles by the pool with her toes and looked at Gu Yan.
Why didn't I know before that you were so humorous and funny? Teacher Zhao, even if you found out, would you be willing to interact with your students in the first place? Gu Yan asked back. Of course not.
Zhao Yaya shook her head gently and said seriously, if it weren't for that accident, I wouldn't have had any emotional involvement with my students.
After all, I am a teacher with a good moral character.
It is not a big deal for me to play with children like you.
However,
if I had known this earlier, at least my boring life would have been more interesting.
Well, that's all.
As soon as she thought of the scene of Gu Yan pressing on her that night, her ears instantly turned red as if bleeding and her whole body felt hot.
Especially the forbidden relationship between the two. It's like the wind fanning the fire. Makes her hotter. That's right.
Zhao Linglong suddenly grabbed Gu Yan's wrist, his fingertips still warm from the hot spring water. What were you doing with that vixen at the entrance just now?
Jealous?
Gu Yan held her cold fingers with his backhand, and the thin calluses on his palm gently stroked the woman's delicate skin.
I thought that with your personality, you would never do this. This is really an unexpected gain. Ha ha.
I'm just worried that you'll be sold out, and you'll still be counting money for others. Zhao Linglong pouted and shook off his hand. When she turned around, the water droplets from the hair fell on Gu Yan's collarbone, blending with the traces of perfume that had not yet dried.
Gu Yan, do you know the name of that woman just now? A mysterious smile appeared on Zhao Yaya's lips. Teacher, please speak. Gu Yan responded. You keep calling me teacher. I feel really guilty.
Zhao Yaya glanced at her sister and explained with a smile, her surname is Wang and her name is Xiao Xiao.
My sister and she are known as the two most dazzling beauties in our Zhejiang province. Chapter 34 Negotiation. Cut.
Zhao Linglong sneered, poked Gu Yan's chest with his fingertips and said, that ignorant, trouble-making vixen is worthy of being called the provincial beauty?
Her favorite thing to do is to seduce men and then kick them away.
Last month, she forced the eldest son of the Li family to jump off a building, and now she's flirting with the young master of the Wang family's side branch.
Gu Yan raised his eyebrows. Sounds like a high-level player? He understood instantly. Why was Wang Xiaoxiao assassinated?
The little girl was able to live so long thanks to the protection of her family.
More than just a player.
Zhao Mingyue smiled and said, she stole her sister's fiancé when she was 16, and made two young masters from aristocratic families duel for her when she was 20. The worst thing was last year.
Forget it, I won't mention her.
I feel annoyed when I talk about the Wang family.
Right.
Gu Yan placed his palm on Zhao Mingyue's lower back and gently rubbed her butterfly bones. Teacher Zhao's icy body is much more interesting.
You are so bold. Zhao Mingyue shuddered, and water drops dripped down her hair onto Gu Yan's watch. Others are watching.
If your classmates see this, they will fight you to the death. She slapped the hand that was making trouble on her waist away in embarrassment. But her collarbone honestly flushed.
He.
Gu Yan laughed softly and bit her earlobe. That night when teacher Zhao wrapped her arms around my waist and said I want more, she wasn't so reserved.
You two stop making trouble. Let's find a secluded medicine pool to discuss the Wang family's affairs. Zhao Linglong said. Good.
Gu Yan put his left and right hands around the slender waists of the two Zhao sisters.
Wander around freely. Make others envious. A little. The three of them opened a private medicine pool. Colorful lights.
It is printed on the bodies of two women with top-notch figures and good looks, adding a different kind of charm.
Especially swimsuits cannot fully cover. Amazingly big.
In this environment, the three of us can definitely.
Gu Yan raised the chins of the two sisters. Stop making trouble and do your business first. Aha. Does it mean that once you finish your work, you can do it? Look.
Zhao Linglong fiddled with the tablet and put it in front of him. The blue light reflected the grim faces of the three people. The market value of the Zhao family has evaporated by nearly 10 billion yuan. The stock price fell to the limit again at the opening this morning. She scrolled through the shocking candlestick chart. A bank called this morning to collect the loan in advance.
It's a good thing it's the weekend.
If it continues on Monday.
What if the stock price goes to zero? Gu Yan nonchalantly played with Zhao Mingyue's wet hair.
Zhao Group's 3 shipbuilding factories, 8 mines, and other real industries are not going to run away.
Zhao Mingyue held down his restless hand, and the medicinal soup rippled with her movements. Do you think those jackals are vegetarians?
The stock market crash triggered a bet agreement. This morning, a mine was taken over by the Chen family in Shanghai.
Bite. Gu Yan's cell phone rang.
Zhou Meiling's WeChat pop-up window popped up, and Gu Yan's pupils suddenly shrank when he scanned the message. On the screen was the stock trend of Zhou Group, which was also plummeting, and the accompanying text was in a tearful tone.
Master, there is an unknown operator targeting the Zhou family.
If the situation continues to develop in this way, almost all of our industries will be ruined.
And I found out that there are 2 different groups operating this.
The medicine pool suddenly surged.
Gu Yan stood up suddenly, splashing water. Wang Wenyao.
He snorted coldly, you really haunt me. I wanted to wait a few days before settling the score with you.
Since you want to die, don't blame me for being rude.
He thinks with his toes. Everyone knows that the limit down of Zhao and Zhou's stocks was definitely caused by Wang Wenyao.
As for the other one, Zhou Jinyu is highly suspicious. Host, Gu Yan. Net worth, 5.3 billion. Psychological bottoming, 03 refresh time 1 day 13 hours 27 minutes 12 seconds. Gu Yan looked at the system panel.
There was more than 2 billion missing from the property column.
My heart is bleeding.
As Zhao Linglong said, the stock market affects the real value.
Calm down, calm down.
Zhao Linglong placed his soft little hand on Gu Yan's chest to calm his anger.
Gu Yan smiled and said, it's time to calm down.
Gu. When the 2 sisters of the Zhao family realized what Gu Yan meant.
It has been firmly controlled.
Once the passion in a woman is aroused, it will become more crazy and passionate than that in a man.
Shanghai Stock Exchange. The top floor of Hentaying Highlands. Wang Wenyao leaned back on the leather sofa, the cigar between his fingertips emitting blue-gray smoke.
He squinted his eyes and stared at the neon-lit financial street outside the floor-to-ceiling window, with a sneer on his lips.
In the reflection of the glass, the female secretary kneeling behind him was reporting in a low voice.
The body tightly wrapped in the black hip skirt was trembling slightly, and the buttons on the chest were almost stretched to the point of breaking. Boss Wang, Zhou's stock price has fallen below the warning line this morning, and 3 subsidiaries of the Zhao Group have been forced to liquidate.
The female secretary's voice was sweet.
When she handed over the tablet, her fingertips deliberately rubbed the back of Wang Wenyao's hand. According to your instructions, the public opinion has also been arranged. The news that Zhao Linglong, the eldest daughter of the Zhao family, embezzled public funds to support a male model, and Zhao Mingyue, the second daughter of the Zhao family, supported a student, will become a hot topic tonight.
Wang Wenyao glanced at the data and asked, have you found out the details of the other operator who controls the Zhao and Zhou families? Yes. It's a trader named Zhou Jinyu, who is operating on Wall Street across the sea.
The female secretary smiled ingratiatingly. She secretly bought some Zhou family shares a few days ago.
Yesterday's sudden reverse short selling made our sniping plan go smoothly. I investigated this Zhou Jinyu. She left the Zhou family early in her life and went overseas to the United States to develop her career.
Wang Wenyao let go of his hand and let the female secretary collapse to the ground. Although the Zhou family was destroyed by that brat Gu Yan, it left behind a thriving bud.
Things are starting to get interesting.
The secretary nodded hurriedly. The waves on her chest swayed with her movements, which was frightening.
In the final battle next week, hundreds of billions of funds will be at your disposal.
Wang Wenyao's eyes were full of determination. I will use the force of thunder to make that kid penniless.
He knew it clearly.
It is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it is difficult to go from extravagance to frugality.
The punishment of being penniless was far more painful for Gu Yan than killing him. Wang. Young Master Wang.
The female secretary asked curiously, I can understand why you want to deal with Gu Yan who offended you, but why did you take action against the Zhao family? Wang Wengyao sneered, a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. Zhao Linglong, that stinky bitch, has been dragging me along.
If I don't teach the Zhao family a lesson, how could she possibly climb into my bed?
I used to want to be more elegant, but now that she doesn't know what's good for her, don't blame me for being so ruthless.
Jiangcheng City. Longyan Hot Spring Villa. Gu Yan leaned comfortably against the hot spring pool. Does it hurt?
Zhao Mingyue leaned over his shoulder and carefully applied ointment on him.
The intense negotiation just now left several bloody marks on the man's back. Look at Zhao Linglong again.
The swimsuit straps had slipped halfway down, revealing a large area of fair skin. Her eyes were a little dazed, as if she was still immersed in it.
Chapter 35, The 8 Young Masters of Beijing. What's a small scratch? Not even enough to tickle me.
Gu Yan gently stroked the exposed skin on Zhao Mingyue's waist with his fingertips, lowered his head and chuckled in her ear. It was me who was too rough just now.
I hurt you. I feel bad. Hindsight.
I never saw you show any mercy when you were working.
You devil, do you know how to feel pain?
Zhao Linglong rolled his eyes. I don't believe it.
Are you feeling comfortable?
Gu Yan lowered his gaze and looked close at Zhao Linglong's pretty face.
Oops.
Zhao Linglong buried himself shyly in Gu Yan's arms.
Since it doesn't hurt, let's go to the hotel and change clothes.
Zhao Mingyue's ears turned slightly red, and she poked his chest with her fingertips.
She turned around and picked up a bath towel from the hot spring pool and wrapped herself in it.
Her wet long hair stuck to her fair neck, and water droplets slid down her waistline into the edge of her swimsuit, causing Gu Yan's eyes to darken.
What clothes to change into? Gu Yan leaned lazily against the edge of the pool, his eyes sweeping over Zhao Mingyue's slender legs unscrupulously.
Zhao Linglong's voice was hoarse but with a hint of satisfaction. My younger sister's college reunion is in Hot Spring Valley.
She has an annoying suitor named Song Wenla, who is here this time too, and he will definitely pester her.
She paused and glanced at Gu Yan meaningfully. You are her official boyfriend now, so you have to support her.
Isn't he also your man, sister?
Zhao Mingyue lowered her head and fiddled with the straps of her bath towel, the sound as thin as a mosquito's.
Gu Yan chuckled.
When he stood up, water splashed everywhere, and the lines of his muscles were faintly visible in the mist. My woman, naturally, cannot be missed by others. He casually grabbed his bathrobe and put it on.
Tie the belt loosely.
There were a few ambiguous red marks on the chest, half covered and half exposed.
The two Zhao sisters' breathing was held at this. Jiangcheng City. Grand Hotel. You idiot Gu Yan, you are such a nobody. I told you not to stand me up, but you really did? Su Chanxian was wearing a sexy tight dress and sitting at the candlelit dinner table in the suite. Eating the food angrily. It's around 7 or 8 in the evening.
I made 7 or 8 phone calls and sent a bunch of WeChat messages.
But there was no reply. Snort. Su Chanxian snorted. I originally wanted to give you my first time, but I didn't expect you, Gu Yan, to be so tactless. It's no use telling you so much. Die of regret. Hot Spring Valley Hotel. Banquet Hall 7.
The crystal chandeliers illuminated the banquet hall with a golden and magnificent look, and a group of well-dressed men and women gathered around the champagne tower. When Gu Yan stepped into the venue in a neatly tailored black suit, the originally noisy crowd suddenly became quiet for a moment.
Who is this? I remember there was no one this handsome in the class.
Hey, the woman next to him is the campus beauty of Zhao University.
Zhao Mingyue held Gu Yan's arm.
A burgundy off-shoulder dress outlined her graceful curves, and around her neck was a diamond necklace that Gu Yan had put on herself, sparkling under the light.
A talented man and a beautiful woman. No one in the audience could match it. The campus beauty Zhao is finally here.
Suddenly, an exaggerated cheer rang out from the crowd. A fat man with a slicked back hair squeezed to the front row and pouted towards the corner. Mr. Song pushed forward a business worth tens of billions and flew all the way from Kyoto just to see you. Everyone's eyes turned to the man at the main table in the banquet hall, and then to Gu Yan, who was being held by Zhao Yeye.
A face full of melons.
Song Wenlo was wearing a silver-gray haute couture suit and had a handsome face, but the eyes behind his gold-rimmed glasses were as cold as a venomous snake. He had adjusted his smile, but when he saw a pair of big hands on Zhao Mingyue's waist, his breathing stagnated when he fell on them.
A little. The clenched fists loosened. Yeah, I haven't seen you for 10 years. You are even more attractive than before.
He stood up and walked towards Zhao Yeye, playing with a sandalwood gift box in his hand.
He deliberately emphasized the words, couldn't take his eyes off, and his gaze swept over the red mark under her collarbone.
The smile on his lips suddenly turned cold.
Mr. Song has a good eye. Gu Yan's hand on Zhao Mingyue's waist suddenly tightened, and he leaned over and chuckled in her ear. The warm breath made Zhao Mingyue tremble all over.
The scene in the medicine pool just now came to my mind.
Who is this? Song Wenla's pupils shrank when he saw this, but he still looked graceful. My old husband, Gu Yan.
Zhao Mingyue raised her eyes and looked at Gu Yan, with a sly look in her eyes. Gu Yan, this is Song Wenla, the monitor of our class.
Hello. Song Wenla chuckled. Raise your hand and open the gift box.
A yellowed ancient painting slowly unfolds, and the seal of Lauren by Shi in the corner is extremely eye-catching. I knew Chi Baishi's shrimp playing was my favorite, so I bought the original from Christie's.
He handed the scroll forward.
The crowd suddenly exploded with exclamations. Mr. Chi, this is actually Mr. Chi's original work.
It must be worth several million, right? Millions? This painting is worth hundreds of millions. A gift worth hundreds of millions is given away just like that? Isn't this too generous, Master Song?
Zhao Mingyue took half a step back. His fingertips pressed against the scroll.
I don't like these anymore.
She looked up at Gu Yan, her eyes sparkling with tears. I only like.
Why should we be so formal with each other, old classmates? It's just a small thing worthless. Song Wenla suddenly approached and tried to force the gift box onto Zhao Yeye, his fingers hooking onto her wrist. Before he finished speaking, Gu Yan had grabbed his wrist with lightning speed, with such force that his joints crackled. Master Song, I'm afraid this little thing is going to be a disaster for you.
Gu Yan smiled grimly. Our Yaya said she doesn't like it, and Master Song doesn't look like a boring person who would force her to do anything. His fingertips gently twisted Song Wenla's wrist bone, relieving the force just right. Song Wenla only felt his entire right arm suddenly become numb and sore, and the cry of pain that was about to come out was stuck in his throat. He staggered back half a step. The shirt, soaked with cold sweat, stuck to my back. The hand that was pinched purple was hidden behind the back and trembled constantly, with nails digging deeply into the palm, barely maintaining expression.
Mr. Gu was really quick. Song Wenla squeezed out a few words from between his teeth and glanced at Zhao Mingyue's hand, which was in the other's arm. The crystal chandeliers in the banquet hall reflected distorted spots of light in his eyes, and the cool breeze brought by the waiters pushing the food cart brushed across the back of his sweaty neck. His life. This is the first time I've suffered a loss. I really don't like to force people to do things, otherwise I would have gotten what I wanted long ago. Song Wenla stared straight at Zhao Mingyue. The meaning is obvious. Then you'd better not think about it. What's not yours can never be taken away.
Gu Yan narrowed his eyes, a warning flashed in his eyes, and he said coldly, if you insist.
Don't lose your life because of it.
The lives of you rich kids are much more valuable than those of us ordinary people.
Court death. How dare you threaten me? You are really tired of living.
A cold light flashed in Song Wenla's eyes.
Little brother, you are an outsider, so you definitely don't know the status and position of our Master Song.
The fat man with oily hair came over, rubbing his hands, his eyes rolling under his gold-rimmed glasses. Mr. Song, he is one of the 8 young masters in Kyoto. He is just more affectionate and prefers some things to happen naturally rather than forced.
As a gentleman, you should get things in a proper way, huh?
Come on, everyone, sit down, everyone, the food will get cold if you don't eat it now. Chapter 36, the youngest professor of Yun Province University supports a student.
Gu Yan laughed twice, neither light nor heavy.
If the greasy fat guy says.
Seems like he's trying to smooth things over.
But what he said was more of a warning to Gu Yan, telling him not to make the mistake, as Song Wenla's status and position were not something he could offend.
Come on, Zhao de Shuihua, this is your seat.
The greasy-haired fat man pulled out a seat next to Song Wenla. Everyone, sit down, everyone, sit down.
Hey, that's not right. It seems like there's a seat missing. He touched the back of his head, looking embarrassed. School beauty Zhao, you didn't mention bringing this brother over when you were chatting in the group. I chose the right location, but now. If we add another seat, our table will be squeezed together, huh? When the fat man with greasy hair saw Song Wenla's look, he immediately went out to greet the waiter. You want to play with me, kid? I can't stop playing with you. You must have been extremely embarrassed just now, right? Song Wonla sat in the main seat and glanced at Gu Yan with disdain. Gu Yan, why don't we leave? Several of Zhao Mingyue's roommates immediately joined in, which temporarily gave up Zhao Mingyue's urge to leave.
She leaned slightly to the side and whispered in Gu Yan's ear, I'm sorry for wronging you.
Gu Yan patted her hands gently. Tell her not to mind it. No problem.
Gu Yan pressed his hand and took the stool brought by the waiter with one hand. Mr. Song, please move to another seat.
Sure. Song Wonla stood up with a smile on his face. The fat man with greasy hair immediately moved the stool. After 3 rounds of drinking,
everyone began to force Gu Yan to drink with bad intentions, wanting to make fun of him.
But what they didn't expect was,
Gu Yan had an amazing alcohol tolerance and he accepted all the drinks. He drank glass after glass of wine, but his expression remained the same.
Song Wonla sat aside, looking at Gu Yan, and clenched his fists under the table. Guo what? Gu Yan. Gu Yan, right?
Song Wonla said with a smile, you can drink quite a lot.
You can drink 52% Mao Tai as if it were water.
The greasy-haired fat man immediately responded, I don't usually drink such good wine.
Now that I have a rare opportunity, I will naturally feast on it. He. Song Wonla narrowed his eyes and asked, Mr. Gu is so strong, what is his job? Fitness coach, physical education teacher, or athlete?
He picked up the gift box beside him and pushed it to Zhao Ye's desk. Yeah, you should keep this calligraphy and painting.
Just regard it as a token of friendship between us classmates. Hundreds of millions have been spent. Don't throw it into my hands like the guy next to you said. If you don't like it, you can sell it when the time comes.
In this way, Mr. Gu can get rid of his job and achieve financial freedom. He shrugged his shoulders and continued, I don't like this thing either, but I can't use it as firewood to keep warm, right?
You don't want another painting of Mr. Cheese to be missing from the world, do you? The meaning of Song Wonla is very clear.
He just wanted to force Zhao Mingyue to accept it.
Zhao Mingyue heard this.
The little hand holding Gu Yan tightened unconsciously.
Song Wonla looked at Gu Yan with ridicule. His face seemed to say, see? I can do whatever I want with your wife. As for Master Song's kindness, I thank you on behalf of my yeye, but we will not accept the calligraphy and painting. Gu Yan sneered. I'm giving it to yeye, not to you, so don't yell at me here. Song Wonla said in a cold voice. The 8 young masters of Beijing are quite famous. Gu Yan still had a smile on his face, but his tone was a little sarcastic. But is this the way to give a gift? It really ruins such a resounding reputation. How many hundreds of millions? I think it's only worth 250 yuan.
Song Wonla's face suddenly turned pale the moment Gu Yan said 250 yuan, and his fingertips almost crushed the sandalwood gift box.
There was deathly silence in the banquet hall. Everyone's eyes were focused on the unfolded shrimp playing painting. The inky shrimp antennae seemed to tremble slightly with the solidified air. Fake painting?
Song Wonla forced out a cold smile from between his teeth, and his pupils shrank into pinpoints behind his gold-rimmed glasses.
Mr. Gu's ability to speak nonsense is more impressive than his skill in living off his wife. Ding ding ding.
Gu Yan tapped the rim of the crystal glass with his fingertips, and the crisp sound suppressed the uproar in the room.
The shrimp whiskers used too much ink.
Mr. Chi's wrist strength is not good in his old age, so he would never be so reckless. He opened the calligraphy and painting from the gift box and said, look at this seal. Even the ratio of Borneal mixed in cinnabar is wrong. The counterfeiters must have never seen the real thing.
Zhao Mingyue suddenly remembered something.
She stroked the edge of the scroll with her slender fingers. I remember that the mounter of Qi Baishi's authentic works used to embroider dark patterns on the interlayer. As he spoke, he lightly picked up the nails.
The QR code is revealed between the gaps in the mounting paper. Is counterfeiting so smart now?
Gu Yan took out his mobile phone and scanned it, and a high replica artwork collection certificate popped up on the screen. The whole audience was silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on Song Wonla.
This. Song Wonla's breathing stagnated. Of course he knew the painting was a fake. The original painting had long been hung in my grandfather's study. At this moment, he was exposed in public.
Cold sweat ran down the back of his neck into the collar of his shirt.
Yeah, it seems that Master Song was deceived by the auction house.
Otherwise, with his status and position, how could he give a fake painting as a gift, especially to you? The fat man with greasy hair came to the defense of Song Wonla. Yes, yes, yes. Song Wonla immediately nodded in agreement and gave the greasy-haired fat man an approving look.
But the greasy-haired fat man's low voice seemed to be wrapped in venom, and he continued to speak forcefully. Did Mr. Gu get deceived like Mr. Song, or did he do it on purpose?
It seems that the tear of Poseidon on your neck is a fake, Zhao Campus Beauty.
Ah, does it have a name?
Zhao Mingyue's fingertips gently brushed the sapphire on her neck.
The diamond-cut surface reflected a galaxy-like halo under the light. This is indeed the moissanite I bought on Taobao for 68 yuan. But what's the difference between real and fake?
The gift of love bought with real money is real, just like this painting. Her slender jade fingers poked the QR code, making a crisp sound. For example, the calligraphy and painting that Mr. Song plans to give me today is also real. I won't accept a painting just because it's from Mr. Chi and is worth hundreds of millions, nor will I refuse to accept it just because it's worth a few thousand yuan, or even a lower price.
It depends on who gives it to me. If it was sent by Gu Yan, then I would be very happy to receive it.
The long tail of her tone was like a small hook, drawing everyone's attention to the pale-faced Song Wonla.
Naughty!
Gu Yan suddenly pinched the back of her neck, using just enough force to cause her to shudder.
But since you have the heart of the ocean, I'll buy it for you tomorrow.
Fuck! At this moment, a scream suddenly came. The youngest professor of Zhiyun Provincial University is supporting a student, making up nonsense.
Wait, Zhao Yeye.
The girl with pink hair holds up her cell phone.
It was clearly on the screen. Zhao Mingyue sat astride Gu Yan's legs.
The hem of the professor's uniform skirt rolled up to her legs, and Gu Yan's hand reached inside the edge of her lace stockings.
Chapter 37, Chapter 38, Tit for tat. Let me see. Song Wonla took a quick step forward and snatched the phone from someone else's hand.
His eyes widened instantly,
staring at the screen.
His fingers slid quickly across the screen, and his pupils behind the gold-rimmed glasses contracted violently due to excessive shock.
In the photo,
Zhao Mingyue leaned intimately in Gu Yan's arms, and another photo of teachers and students shaking hands pushed the taboo feeling to the extreme.
He.
Veins popped out on his forehead, and a twisted sneer escaped from his throat. What a noble Professor Zhao, it turns out that you have such exciting things to do in private.
Gu Yan has already graduated.
Zhao Mingyue stood up suddenly, and her burgundy skirt knocked over the champagne glass, but she did not choose to deny it. The graduation certificate number is GX20230417, and the issue date was 3 months ago. The girl holding the phone suddenly interrupted. Who knows when you two will get together? There were sudden gasps in the banquet hall. You checked very carefully. Gu Yan picked up the napkin from the table slowly and wiped the wine stains on his sleeves leisurely. On his wrist, there were still teeth marks left by Zhao Mingyue when she was excited, which now glowed an ambiguous pink under the light.
Damn bitch.
Song Wonla stretched out his hand to loosen his tie, his sinister eyes swept across Zhao Mingyue's pale cheek. I have been pursuing you for several years, but you didn't agree, yet you were so coquettish as to seduce your own student.
How am I inferior to this loser? Bang! A loud noise interrupted Song Wonla's cursing.
Gu Yan picked up the crystal decanter on the table and threw it at Song Wonla.
The decanter exploded at Song Wonla's feet.
The flying glass shards tore his custom-made trousers, leaving a series of tiny scars.
Mr. Song's mouth stinks worse than a stone in a toilet.
Gu Yan still maintained the throwing posture. The smile on his lips was colder than the broken glass. I advise you to be careful with your mouth.
Otherwise, you're looking for death.
Song Wonla was so angry that he reached out to grab the knife on the table and was about to pounce on Gu Yan.
Just then,
the chandelier in the banquet hall suddenly flickered violently twice, and then a faint sweet fragrance wafted out of the air outlet of the central air conditioner.
Song Wonla stopped walking.
The corners of his mouth curled up in a smile.
Hold your breath. Gu Yan suddenly pulled Zhao Mingyue behind him and shouted sternly.
But it was too late. The eyes of several girls who were closest to the vent began to daze and they fell to the ground one after another.
Song Wonla sat on the stool leisurely. There was an expression of control on his face. You drugged me.
Gu Yan tore off his shirt in two, and covered his own and Zhao Yeye's mouths and noses with the juice. Song Wonla straightened his cuffs that were torn by glass shards, stood up slowly, and swept his sinister eyes across Gu Yan's tense back.
The sweet aroma in the banquet hall became stronger.
Zhao Mingyue's breathing had become weak. She collapsed limply in Gu Yan's arms, her fingertips weakly tugging at his collar.
The reaction was quite quick.
Song Wonla sneered and crushed a piece of crystal residue on the ground with his foot. What a pity, Gu Yan, you have already inhaled the drunken dream powder.
You can only hold on for 3 more minutes at most.
His drawn-out tone suddenly turned cold. You'll be like this stinky bitch, like mud, at the mercy of others.
Gu Yan's temple was throbbing. My vision started to blur.
He bit the tip of his tongue, and the smell of blood mixed with severe pain stimulated his nerves. He pulled Zhao Mingyue onto his back and tied her up tightly with the torn tablecloth. The girl's warm breath brushed across the back of his neck, but it was more heart-wrenching than a knife if he fell. How would Song Wonla torture her?
Break the door.
He growled, grabbed a dinner knife and slashed at the nearest window, but found that the tempered glass did not move at all.
Don't waste your energy.
Song Wonla walked forward leisurely, his leather shoes stepping on Gu Yan's shadow. I have converted the entire banquet hall into a cage. Not even a fly can fly out. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The side door of the banquet hall burst open and more than a dozen sturdy men in black filed in, electric batons crackling in their hands. Gu Yan staggered backward, his back resting against the cold champagne tower.
As one of the 8 young masters of Kyoto, you still have to use despicable means to deal with a woman?
He forced himself to suppress the blood boiling in his throat and glanced at Song Wonla's distorted face.
Means? Song Wonla seemed to have heard a joke. This bitch has been pretending to be noble and has been fooling me for 5 years. Now she's sticking to a gigolo who lives off her.
I'll let her know what real means are later.
Gu Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. In a flash, he used the force to spin around, and the blood-stained knife flew past Song Wonla's ear and was deeply embedded in the wall. Draft? Song Wonla covered his ear, which was almost cut off and was bleeding profusely. In a furious roar,
Gu Yan had already carried Zhao Mingyue towards the nearest bodyguard, hit him hard on the Adam's apple with his elbow, and snatched the electric baton and swept across the area.
However, the feeling of dizziness came over me. That is why he didn't kill Song Wonla with one blow. Kill the male and the female.
Song Wonla licked the blood stains on his lips, his eyes filled with madness. When I've had enough fun, I'll throw it to you guys to enjoy.
The men in black howled like wild beasts. Gu Yan's vision began to split into 2 images, and his ears were buzzing like thunder.
He pinched the wound on his thigh tightly.
Use severe pain to force yourself to wake up. Gu Yan, I'm scared.
Zhao Mingyue's back was soaked with cold sweat, and her pale lips were moving unconsciously.
Never fall down.
Gu Yan turned the voltage of the electric baton to the maximum, and the dark blue electric arc exploded in the air with dazzling sparks. The 3 strong men who rushed over twitched and fell to the ground instantly, but more people rushed forward one after another.
Gu Yan's suit had already been torn into pieces.
There were bloodstains crisscrossing his exposed chest, and every breath he took felt like swallowing a razor blade. Why struggle? Song Wonla sat in the main seat, shaking his red wineglass, admiring the fight of the trapped beast. When you die, I will dig out your eyeballs and put them on the bedside to see how I love Master Zhao. The words haven't finished yet.
Gu Yan suddenly jumped up.
He leaped over the dining table, causing the crystal chandelier to shake violently and broken glass to pour down like a rainstorm.
Song Wonla hurriedly covered his head and dodged.
However, Gu Yan kicked him in the chest, causing him to knock over the food cart and have the scalding soup spilled all over him.
Chop him up for me. Song Wonla curled up in the soup and roared. Gu Yan knelt on one knee.
A fishy and sweet taste rises in the throat. He took a last look at the unconscious Zhao Mingyue on his back and gently brushed her hair with his fingertips.
It was carelessness after all. The boat capsized in the gutter. Bang!
At the moment when the cold light of the black-clad man's machete was approaching his eyebrows, the gilded embossed door of the banquet hall exploded. Wood chips were flying everywhere. A beautiful figure walked in under the moonlight. The woman had twin ponytails decorated with silver bells and was wearing a snow-white Lolita skirt.
4 women in training uniforms followed closely behind her. Tit for tat.
She tilted her head and chuckled, her voice as sweet as melted honey. You save me in the evening, and I save you at night, handsome guy.
I don't owe you anything. Chapter 38, Chapter 39, Adopted Son. No, don't.
Gu Yan suddenly opened his eyes, cold sweat soaking his back.
A nightmare?
The soft body pressed against him, and Zhao Linglong's fingertips gently stroked his tense spine. The morning light shone through the gauze curtains onto her half-open nightgown.
All the beauty can be seen at a glance.
Gu Yan recalled that Song Wenla's twisted laughter in his dream was still echoing in his ears, and Zhao Mingyue's broken sobs were like a blunt knife rolling over his heart. He subconsciously clutched the bed sheet. His fingertips dug deep into his palms until the smell of blood spread to his nose.
Where is this? How long have I been unconscious? Gu Yan turned over and sat up.
The dizziness almost made him fall off the bed.
Careful.
Zhao Linglong hurriedly supported him, and the aroma of medicine mixed with the scent of roses in her hair rushed into Gu Yan's nostrils.
Thanks.
Gu Yan buried his head in the softness and took a deep breath of the unique fragrance from Zhao Linglong.
Only then did I calm down. Song Wenl.
You, just wait for me.
He clenched his fists, his anger reaching its peak. It's been more than a day. This is a villa in the suburbs of Zhongcheng. It's the little nest I bought 3 years ago for living alone.
Zhao Linglong handed the warm water to his lips, and when the silk cuffs slipped down, his fair arms were exposed.
You should get some more sleep.
You were poisoned by the drunken dream powder. You should have woken up in a few hours. But you were trying hard not to faint and exerted too much strength, so you overdrew your body and caused too much damage to it.
These are what Dr. Lin Wanning told me.
She smiled and continued. She said that after you wake up, she recommends that you go to her for an injection within the next week.
Bang! The glass suddenly made a crisp sound.
Gu Yan's knuckles turned white as he pinched the rim of the cup, and violence surged deep in his pupils. Where's Mingyue? He was afraid that what he dreamed of would come true. I returned to Shanghai this morning. Zhao Linglong took out a wet towel and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The teacher-student affair between you two is the #1 trending search. The school board wants her to attend the hearing in person.
See him stand up suddenly. She hurriedly pressed down Gu Yan's bleeding bandage. Ha!
I never thought that it was the slutty fox of the Wang family who saved you and my little sister.
Host, Gu Yan.
Net worth, 4.6 billion.
Psychological bottoming, 3-3 refresh time 6 days 11 hours 42 minutes 21 seconds. I'm going to the hospital now.
Gu Yan took a look at the psychological bottom after the system refreshed, and immediately lifted the quilt. Aya, hiss. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he gasped in pain.
What are you in such a hurry for? Zhao Linglong supported Gu Yan and frowned. Can you please not hurt yourself next time?
Although I know the situation was urgent at that time.
But my little sister and I will feel bad if you do this.
Her gentle little hand lightly touched Gu Yan's thigh, which was wrapped in bandages and bleeding again because of the force he had used.
Fine. Gu Yan smiled and said, adapt, just adapt.
Okay, I'll take you to the hospital, okay?
Zhao Linglong knew that he couldn't defeat Gu Yan.
I was forced to make this arrangement.
Zhongcheng City.
The VIP floor of the First People's Hospital was filled with the pungent smell of disinfectant. Gu Yan held the metal handrail in the corridor with one hand, and his palm trembled slightly at the cold touch.
He glanced down at his bandaged thigh.
The blood oozing from the wound formed a dark red pattern on the gauze.
Hey, I told you. Zhao Linglong supported him. This injury is nothing.
He raised the corners of his lips, and his Adam's apple moved the unhealed bruises on his neck. I can't let my mother see this, or she will worry to death.
Aha!
Zhao Linglong pursed his lips and adjusted the bouquet of lilies in his arms to the most perfect angle.
Through the glass window on the ward door, she saw the old lady sitting against the head of the bed. Her sparse white hair was tied up in a bun.
His face was full of wrinkles, and he was wearing a clean but patched coarse cloth shirt. His rough hands were skinny, showing the vicissitudes of life. You can tell at first glance that he is a miserable person.
Mom, it's incredible that I was able to raise you. She exclaimed, it's really not easy. Ha! Gu Yan took a deep breath.
The airflow caused by pushing the door startled the 1,000 paper crane wind chimes hanging by the window.
Mom!
His voice was mixed with 3 parts of sugar and 7 parts of honey, which was completely different from the pain he had just felt in the corridor.
You look so good today that you can go to the mountains to chop firewood. Where's my little sister? Why isn't she here?
The moment Yin Huixin raised her eyes.
There are tiny stars in my eyes. She went to school.
She has missed a lot of classes because of me.
Really? I'm doing much better, that's really.
She smiled before she finished her words. Zhao Linglong poked half of his face out from behind Gu Yan, and his burgundy wavy hair fell on Yin Huixin's snow-white bedding.
Hello, Auntie. I'm Zhao Linglong.
She held the lily to her chest and smiled like a fox that had stolen honey. Gu Yan always said that you were the most beautiful woman in Jiangnan when you were young, and I thought he was just bragging. Now that I see you in person, you really live up to your reputation.
Hello, hello.
Yin Huixin was stunned after taking the bouquet, her eyes flickering between the intertwined fingertips of her son and the girl.
Isn't that brat with Qianshan? Why now? Auntie, you have such great skin.
Zhao Linglong pulled out a sandalwood box from his Hermes bag like a magic trick. This is a bracelet made of old jadeite that Gu Yan specially asked someone to find in southern Xinjiang.
It really is the perfect match for you.
This is too expensive.
Auntie, this is what Gu Yan bought for you.
Zhao Linglong said as he put the jade bracelet on Yin Huixin. Look how well it fits.
Gu Yan's hands hanging at his side clenched silently. A translucent system panel suddenly exploded on the retina.
Host consumes 100,000 yuan to start psychological exploration, remaining times are 2-3 times.
Deep blue ripples spread across the field of vision.
The outline of the woman on the hospital bed gradually became transparent.
Gu Yan held his breath. The son Gu Yan is not his biological son. He was found under a tree at the entrance of the village 26 years ago. Boom! Gu Yan staggered back half a step, and his lower back hit the infusion stand with a loud bang. Gu Yan?
Zhao Linglong hurriedly tried to hold him, but he pushed him away.
What's wrong with you?
She asked with a frown.
Xiao Yan?
Yin Huixin lifted the quilt and tried to get out of bed, and her jade bracelet hit the bedside table, leaving fine cracks.
Mom, don't get out of bed.
Gu Yan tightly grasped his mother's hands, which had caressed his forehead all night when he had a fever, and said, I never thought that
I actually.
When the words came to his lips.
In the end, I still didn't blurt out the words that they were not my biological children.
Zhao Linglong's nails dug deeply into his palms. She clearly saw the bulging veins on Gu Yan's temples, and he looked a little out of control, but she wisely chose to remain silent.
There must be some reason behind this. Ding-a-ling.
Amid the tinkling of wind chimes, she suddenly bent down and picked up the jade box that had fallen to her feet. Oh, why is the lock loose? I'll borrow a screwdriver from the nurse.
Chapter 39 Chapter 40 Scumbag. It's okay, Mom is here.
Yin Huixin's wrinkled palm was like a dead leaf, curled up fragilely in Gu Yan's palm. Whatever happens, Mom will be watching. Don't be afraid, Xiaoyan. She is the same as she was a dozen years ago. She comforted her son nervously and carefully.
The dark blue ripples on the system panel still danced on the retina. The cold fact seemed to turn into a sharp knife, ripping Gu Yan's internal organs into a bloody mess. Mom!
A rusty sweet taste surged in Gu Yan's throat, but he forced a smile. Lie down, my son just suddenly felt dizzy. Tears welled up in Yin Huixin's cloudy pupils. You have been stubborn since childhood.
Mom is sick.
She reached out her hand tremblingly to touch Gu Yan's blue eyes. Don't do anything illegal for money. Mom has lived a fulfilling life to see you and you grow up. When people reach this age, birth, aging, illness and death are normal. Yin Huixin spoke lightly. But the trembling ending of her voice revealed her reluctance to leave this world, lying under the lust without her 2 children.
In particular.
She looked at her son and opened her mouth to tell him the deepest secret in her heart, but was interrupted.
Mom, I know.
Gu Yan said with a smile. A little. He has thought it through thoroughly.
What is blood relationship?
After all, it doesn't matter that they are related by blood. This is the true bond between mother and child. After 26 years of raising him, in the end he couldn't even protect his mother.
What are billions of assets?
It's like a joke in the face of life and death.
Why can't the system find the antidote to the deadly toxin?
Yes. Zhu Lingxue knew her own situation and was afraid of death every minute and every second.
And the mother?
She had no idea she was poisoned.
Mom! Gu Yan suddenly grabbed Yin Huixin's wrist and asked, have you been feeling chest tightness lately? You have night sweats at night, and no matter how much water you drink, it feels like you're being burned by fire? Yin Huixin was stunned. It seems so. Mom, your health is so bad.
Gu Yan knelt on the ground, his face full of pain. Son, I'm telling you the truth, you've been poisoned by a very serious toxin. Unless the person who poisoned you provides an antidote for this kind of toxin, it is impossible to prepare an antidote. After a month, the poisoned person will initially feel like they have caught a cold, but after a month their organs will rot from the inside out, and they will eventually die in excruciating pain. His face was bitter, and he continued, "Hey, Mom, I am sorry for you. I provoked those rich second generations who are not human. You are poisoned. You can't see your son getting married, you can't see your sister getting married. I didn't get to enjoy my old age and hug my grandson. Everything is my son's fault for you. My son is incompetent." Gu Yan punched the bedside table, and the glass medicine bottle shattered to the ground. He raised his eyebrows. See the mother's face. As expected, the color changed drastically. Xiao Yan. In Huixin's pale lips trembled. "You said Mom is going to die?" "Won't." Gu Yan almost shouted. He trembled and started to probe his mind again, and deep blue ripples flooded over his mother's hunched body like a tide. The son Gu Yan is not his biological son. He was found under a tree at the entrance of the village 26 years ago. Bone-eroding incense antidote recipe: dragon blood Ganoderma lucidum, 9-death resurrection grass, 1,000-year tai sui, red shoreflower stamens, golden cicada shell, supplemented with 100-year-old wild ginseng, Tianshan snow lotus. A dense list of medicinal herbs scrolled before my eyes. A smile appeared on Gu Yan's face. Silly child. In Huixin stroked the top of his head with her rough palm. "Mom, in this life, I will be content to see you and little sister get married. Then why don't you take advantage of the fact that Mom still has some time and go with Chanshan or?" She raised her eyebrows and gestured to Zhao Linglong, who had just walked out. "Why don't you pick someone to marry first so that Mom can feel at ease? Look, they're all good girls. You'd better think carefully about who you want to be with. Don't become a scumbag and hurt. Mom, you also know the word scumbag." Gu Yan said with a smile. "Mom isn't out of date yet." In Huixin touched her son's hand and said, "Son, your loss of composure just now was not caused by my illness, right? Ah. You fell from my body." My son, how could I not know what you were thinking?" In Huixin let out a breath. "I have kept this secret in my heart for 26 years. I was originally going to." "Mom." Gu Yan held his mother's hand tightly and said sincerely, "I will always be your son." Mother and child are connected by heart. How could he not know what his mother wanted to say? In Huixin's eyes moistened and she hugged her son tightly. "You will always be my good son." "That's right." She held back her tears and her brows widened. "As for Mom's illness, since there's no cure, there's no need to worry about it. Your money is not strong. Mom, you believe me." Gu Yan knelt in front of the bed, resting his forehead on the back of his mother's skinny hand. "Don't even mention the bone-eroding incense. Even if the king of hell himself comes to take your soul, I can still snatch you back." In Huixin's cloudy pupils rippled, and her hand covered with age spots stroked his tense face. "Mom believes you, but you have to promise, Mom." "I promise I will be safe." Gu Yan turned and walked towards the door, his knuckles white from clenching his teeth. "It's not good to leave Ling Long outside alone. I'll bring her in to chat with you." A few rays of setting sun leaked in through the window at the end of the corridor. Zhao Linglong was standing on tiptoe to reach the fluttering paper crane wind chimes. The burgundy silk shirt slid off her shoulders as she moved, revealing a charming luster on her shoulders. "How are you?" She turned around when she heard the voice, her fingertips still hooked on the silver wind chime chain. "Just now in the ward." Gu Yan suddenly grabbed the back of her neck and kissed her, and the smell of blood spread between her lips and teeth. "Ah." Zhao Linglong gasped in shock and his waist went limp. "It's all just acting." Gu Yan rolled his thumb heavily over her swollen lower lip, his breath sweeping across her trembling eyelashes. "If not, how can you trick out the antidote formula?" "You." Zhao Linglong looked confused and dug his fingernails into his arm. "What do you mean?" "Spirit cage." Gu Yan held her hand and said, "Go and talk to Mom for a while. She likes to hear your gossip about the auction house." "Good." Zhao Linglong agreed with a smile. "A little." Gu Yan listened for a while against the doorframe, and soon his mother's hoarse laughter was heard in the ward. The corners of his mouth lifted unconsciously. Zhao Linglong was vividly describing the embarrassing incident at Sotheby's auction last month where a nouveau riche sold a Tang Dynasty 3 colored glazed toilet as an antique. In the end, the toilet was made into a flower pot and placed in front of the auction house, with the words "Come here if you are stupid and have a lot of money" engraved underneath. Ouch. "Linglong, you girl." In Huixin laughed so hard that she was out of breath. Her fingers, like dry branches, clutched the corner of the quilt.
Don't dare to say anything more. Guyen closed his eyes. Turn around and walk deeper into the corridor. There was a faint scent of mugwort wafting from the third floor of the emergency building.
When Guyen pushed open the door of room 12 in area B, he saw a flash of snow. Lin Wanting took off her white coat with her back to the door. The black lace bra straps dug into her porcelain white skin, and the waist hollowed into an alluring arc as she moved. She heard the door break. He immediately raised his hands to cover it in fear.
Chapter 41 Half back. It's you. Lin Wanting saw that the person coming was Guyen.
The words fell.
Let out a breath gently. Dr. Lin didn't even lock the door when changing clothes?
Guyen locked the door with his backhand and raised his eyebrows slightly. There was a hint of mockery on his face.
In the mirror, Lin Wanting's calm profile was clearly reflected. Haha, I'm not on duty today.
I came to the hospital just to give your old lady acupuncture. She looked calm and spoke in a light tone. Besides,
she moved slowly.
Putting on a dark green silk dress, her slender fingertips inadvertently brushed across her collarbone. In the eyes of doctors, there is no difference between the human body on the dissection table and the mannequin in the window of a shopping mall.
It's just a shell. Of course, this is just my subjective opinion.
If you feel you can't put yourself in the doctor's shoes, just close your wide open eyes.
Lin Wanting turned around.
The slit of the skirt revealed an ankle wrapped in a snake-shaped silver chain, which flashed a cold light under the light.
Mr. Gu.
There was a hint of teasing in her voice.
You stared at my back for a full 23 seconds. Were you counting how many vertebrae I have? Saying,
she suddenly approached Guyen.
In an instant, the smell of disinfectant mixed with the scent of bitter orange rushed straight to Guyen's neck. He.
Guyen's Adam's apple moved slightly, and he responded calmly, the seventh lumbar vertebra is slightly dislocated.
Can't the doctor treat himself? You also know medicine?
Hearing this, Lin Wanting couldn't help but raise her eyebrows, with a hint of surprise in her eyes.
I know a little bit about massage, and I also have some knowledge of human anatomy.
Guyen lazily leaned on the examination bed, holding the back of his head with his palm. When the village chief grandfather taught kung fu, he always said that if you want to defeat the enemy with one blow, you have to understand the joints and acupuncture points thoroughly.
I've learned it pretty well. Do you want to try my skills? Speaking of.
He rubbed his hands, looking eager to try and wait and see.
I think it's better to avoid it.
Lin Wanting refused coldly. I don't want to be touched by a dirty hand.
But I didn't expect you to be a martial artist. No wonder you were able to easily throw the dean aside that day.
By the way, take off your pants.
Is this chick so hungry? Guyen was stunned. Lin Wanting, is she here? His Adam's apple rolled, his fingers unconsciously rested on his belt, and he asked tentatively, is it inappropriate? But, the office is really annoying. What are you thinking about?
Lin Wanting rolled her eyes. The penetrating wound on your inner thigh will heal faster after acupuncture treatment. She took the silver needle and burned it over the alcohol lamp. The blue flame licked the silver needle.
Sorry, I got off topic.
Guyen chuckled, a hint of embarrassment flashed across his face, and then he quickly pulled off his trousers. The edge of his black boxer briefs barely covered the wound, and the muscle lines under the bandage rose and fell with his breathing. The dormant sense of power came to the fore, full of wildness and tension.
Cough.
Lin Wanting suddenly coughed lightly, and a faint pink appeared on the tip of her ear. Her eyes stayed on Guyen's injury for a moment, and then quickly moved away, as if she was hiding something.
I didn't expect Mr. Gu to have such a lot of money.
Her voice trembled slightly, and some vividly remembered scenes involuntarily emerged in her mind. Guyen deliberately leaned forward, his tall figure forming a shadow that covered the top of Lin Wanting's head. What did Dr. Lin say just now?
Did you really not hear it, or do you want me to praise you again?
Lin Wanting's hand holding the silver needle was as steady as a rock, but the tip of the needle was still hanging on his thigh root. When I insert the needle, relax a little. After all, when Miss Zhao asked me to come over to treat you, I had already stripped you naked for examination. Then we owe each other nothing. Guyen raised his lips with a meaningful smile. After all, when Dr. Lin changed his clothes, I also.
Shut up.
Lin Wanting became angry and stabbed the silver needle in her hand into the acupuncture point.
Hiss.
Gu Yan groaned, cold sweat instantly soaked his back, and beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down his forehead. It hurts, that's right. Lin Wanting raised the corners of her lips, and the gold-rimmed glasses chain swayed slightly with her movements.
If the needle had gone half an inch off, your leg would have been sent to a museum as a mummy specimen tomorrow.
She twirled the needle tail expertly with her fingertips. The sore and numb feeling quickly spread throughout Gu Yan's body like an electric current.
Ah! Gu Yan couldn't help but speak out. Don't scream. If someone sees you like this. You thought we were doing something bad?
Gu Yan panted, laughed out loud, and suddenly rested his palm on the edge of the examination bed beside her. The tips of their noses almost touched. The smell of disinfectant mixed with the faint smell of blood on his body inexplicably exuded a charming flavor. Lin Wanting's squatting position forced her to look up. From this angle, she could clearly see the obvious teeth marks on the man's Adam's apple, which were obviously the trophies left behind in some intense moment.
Take your hands away.
She turned away and snorted, if it affects my acupuncture. The voice stopped abruptly when she looked up.
What was pressing against my forehead just now was not a finger at all. But Gu Yan.
Lin Wanting stood up suddenly, and the silver needle box fell to the ground with a crash, and the silver needles inside were scattered all over the floor. You fucking.
It's not my fault. Gu Yan raised his hands in surrender. The way Dr. Lin squats here and looks up at people would make Liu Xiaohui's blood boil. This shows that you are incredibly attractive and I am in good health. It's a win-win situation, isn't it? Smooth talk. Lin Wanting was furious. She picked up the needle box and smashed it against the tray. The sound of metal collision exploded in the office. Get out of here now. I'm annoyed when I see you now. Gu Yan restrained his smile. His expression turned serious. He picked up the pen on her desk and wrote a string of drug names in a flamboyant manner on the back of the prescription. The A4 paper was pushed in front of Lin Wanting. Dragon blood Ganoderma lucidum, 9 dead resurrection grass, Millennium Tai Sui. When Lin Wanting read the third name, her pupils suddenly shrank. You want to make an elixir? Do you know what these are worth? At the last auction, there were pieces of Tai Sui the size of a fingernail, and the black market price was 30 million. Gu Yan was not in a hurry. He showed the balance in his bank card.
The 10-digit number flashed on the screen, which was very eye-catching.
Money is not a problem. You are a rich man, but the problem is that you can't buy it even if you have money. Lin Wanting slapped her pen on the prescription with agitation. Dragon blood Ganoderma only grows in the lightning-struck wood cemetery in northern Myanmar. The people who pick the herbs have to wear copper armor to prevent corpse poison. The 9 death resurrection grass is even more outrageous.
She suddenly opened her collar, revealing a centipede-shaped scar below her collarbone. The scar was twisted and hideous, shocking.
3 years ago, a scientific expedition team was looking for this thing in Shenanjia. 12 people went in, and only half came back.
The consulting room fell into deathly silence, and the air seemed to have frozen. The twilight outside the window permeates the gauze curtains.
Gu Yan's profile was cut into 2 halves, light and dark.
His expression was hidden in the shadows, making it difficult to see what he was thinking.
Chapter 41 Chapter 42 Too deep into the play. A smoke?
Gu Yan casually picked up an opened box of Marlboro on the table, took out a cigarette and handed it to Lin Wanting. I'll accompany you. Lin Wanting was stunned, and a dark light flashed across her pupils behind her gold-rimmed glasses.
I've quit for 3 years.
She took the cigarette in silence, rubbed the filter with her fingertips twice, and suddenly chuckled in self-mockery. You ruined my plan.
Don't think I'm lying.
This pack of cigarettes was left by a patient a few days ago, and I'm waiting to give it to him during his next follow-up visit.
Bang!
The flame from the lighter made the faces of the 2 people flicker.
Lin Wanting took a deep breath.
Blue-gray smoke overflowed from her lips, forming a broken web under the light.
Gu Yan leaned on the edge of the table and lit his cigarette.
The scarlet spots of light flickered with each breath, like the pupils of an animal lurking in the shadows. That year, a wealthy businessman in the Magic City offered a reward of 300 million for the 9 death resurrection herb. Lin Wanting's voice was mixed in the smoke, so hoarse that it seemed unreal.
We were 12 freshly graduated young men, and we broke into Shenanjia with geological hammers.
Cigarette ash fell on the white coat. She was unaware of this, as memories flooded through her pupils. On the 7th day, heavy rain destroyed the camp, and the compass completely failed in the thunderstorm area.
We followed the local guide to climb the cliff, but we ran into.
Lin Wanting stubbed out her cigarette abruptly, leaving a red mark on her palm.
In the end, I'm the only one left alive.
His fingertips pressed hard on the scar. The skin and flesh were sunken into hideous grooves due to the force.
Just be alive.
Gu Yan suddenly reached out and covered the back of her hand, and his body temperature penetrated the cold silver chain.
Smoke swirled between the two men. The consulting room was smoked into a cocoon of chaos.
Lin Wanting nodded, her emotions coming and going quickly, and she turned around and turned on the computer. You must be looking for these medicines for the old lady in the bed, right? Since you have a huge sum of money, I think you can learn from the rich businessman and post a reward on the dark web. The world's top desperados gather there.
As long as the chips are enough.
The keyboard typing stopped abruptly. She suddenly leaned forward and approached Gu Yan, her nose almost touching the bloody smell oozing from his collar. But you have to think clearly. If you make a deal with those lunatics, you may be bitten back at any time.
Gu Yan raised the corners of his lips. Rather than being bitten, I'm more afraid of being too late. My mother doesn't have much time left.
The scarcity and difficulty of obtaining several medicinal herbs were beyond his imagination.
He knows. Even Wang Wenyao, the poisoner. There is definitely no antidote on hand.
To post a bounty on the dark web, you need to have an account first. As Lin Wanting spoke, she pulled over a chair and motioned for Gu Yan to sit down.
Registering on the dark web is not as simple as registering on a normal website. Her fingers danced on the keyboard.
I opened a very hidden website, and the page was completely dark, with only a few jumping characters flashing strange lights.
Gu Yan looked at the unfamiliar interface.
His brows were slightly furrowed. Lin Wanting began to explain patiently. First, we have to generate an anonymous encrypted email address.
This is the first step to register a dark web account. She operated it.
A complex encryption algorithm interface popped up on the screen, and as she entered some commands, a string of garbled email addresses was generated.
Next. 10 minutes later. Lin Wanting completed the registration for Gu Yan.
You are so familiar with the dark web process.
Gu Yan chuckled. It seems like you've put a lot of thought into it, diving? Shut up and look at the screen.
The tips of her ears turned red as she hit the enter key hard.
The dark blue bounty interface looks like a gaping abyss. 1, 10, 100, 1,000. Gu Yan's slender fingers paused for a moment on the amount column, and suddenly changed 100 million to 200 million Citibank dollars. Rich people are indeed very wealthy.
Lin Wanting took a deep breath and said, this bounty of yours will surely blow up the entire dark web soon.
I can't help but be tempted. I don't want medicine. Gu Yan pressed the publish button, his pupils reflecting the bloody countdown rolling on the screen. It's time. He finished. He opened the door and left the office. A little. Gu Yan took Zhao Linglong out from VIP Ward 9. There is one thing I don't know whether to say. Zhao Linglong said. Go ahead. Good. She frowned and said, in addition to spreading rumors about my relationship with you, Wang Wenyao also pushed the false news that I was supporting a male model to the top of the trending searches. When the stock market opens tomorrow, even if his people don't make a move, a large number of investors will quickly sell their stocks, causing the stock price to drop to the limit. Is the power of public opinion so great? Gu Yan asked. Certainly. Zhao Linglong exhaled and said, traffic is king nowadays. As long as you can control public opinion, you can easily raise or lower the valuation with a little guidance. Room 1802, Fenghua Mansion, Zhongqing City.
The crystal chandelier casts shimmering light on the leather sofa, and the cedar incense on the coffee table exudes a cool scent.
Hua Yan curled up in the corner of the sofa.
The pink silk nightgown wrapped around her plump figure, and the lace neckline on her chest trembled slightly with her breathing. She lowered her eyes and fiddled with the plush pendant on her phone case. His fingertips unconsciously traced the edge of the hot screen.
Hua Yan.
The short, plump woman who was slumped in the sofa across from me crossed her legs, her crocodile skin skirt revealing layers of flesh. I've been with you for 10 years.
When have I ever hurt you?
Mr. Liao is tall, handsome, and rich. If you just agree to his request, all the company's resources will definitely be allocated to you once again.
Oh, I don't want it. Hua Yan refused decisively. No?
Guan Hongmei said sternly, are you really willing to be hidden away like this, and then your arrogant junior sister Ding Yinghua, who has her nose in the air, will step on you 1, 2, or 3 times?
It's just a few naps, what's the big deal? It doesn't matter who I sleep with. I have a boyfriend. Hua Yan's words made the air suddenly freeze. A little. He said he could support me.
Hua Yan smoothed the wrinkles of her nightgown and spoke in a light tone as if she was discussing tomorrow's breakfast. There's no need to sell yourself for fame.
Bullshit.
Guan Hongmei stood up suddenly, and the sofa springs groaned under the heavy load.
You were still a virgin during the physical examination last month. How could you be so wild? Snap.
There was a sudden sound of the locked tongue popping open in the entrance hall. When Gu Yan pushed the door open with Yi Lu in his arms, he saw Hua Yan throwing herself into his arms barefoot, her silk skirt sweeping over her knees, her soft body carrying the cool scent of cedar.
Dear, why did you come back early? Hua Yan stood up and ran towards Gu Yan enthusiastically.
The eyelashes were stained with water droplets that were about to fall, one by one falling on the softness wrapped in lace.
She is an actress. Of course, acting is easy. Help me, thank you forever.
Hua Yan snuggled into Gu Yan's arms and immediately begged in a low voice into his ear. Gu Yan's bony hands clasped her lower back, his calloused fingertips circling her waist in an ambiguous way. Of course I miss you. Come on, give me a kiss, husband.
My first kiss was gone? Bro, you are too immersed in the drama, aren't you?
Hua Yan waited until the thick lips left before she remembered that she should bite off the tongue that was sticking out.
Guan Hongmei saw this scene. It's hard to breathe. Especially seeing the collar of Gu Yan's black windbreaker was slightly open.
A fresh bite mark on the collarbone stood out against the cold white skin.
This is definitely not an effect that can be achieved by the cruise makeup.
There is light yellow tissue fluid condensed on the edge, which is clearly a new wound within a few hours.
Chapter 42, Chapter 43, Giving Birth. Dear, who is this?
Gu Yan's fingertips wandered around Hua Yan's waist, causing goosebumps to appear all over her body.
Hua Yan suppressed her trembling.
She tilted her head back and gave him a sweet smirk.
This is Sister Guan, my agent.
She gently pointed her white finger in the direction of Guan Hongmei. Sister Guan, this is my boyfriend Gu Yan.
Yes, you read that right, we already live together. Oh.
Gu Yan's drawn-out tone was full of teasing, and his eyes swept across Guan Hongmei's greasy face like a knife. It turns out to be Ms. Guan.
Nice to meet you.
Guan Hongmei felt a chill down her spine at that look.
I don't care if you're a hired extra or if you're really bewitched by this little vixen.
But she still stiffened her neck and sneered, get out of here right now. The contract Hua Yan signed clearly states that artists must report their relationships and will be required to pay 80 million yuan in compensation for breach of contract.
80 million?
Gu Yan suddenly chuckled, placed his palm on Hua Yan's lower back and pressed her a little tighter in his arms. The soft skin under the silk nightgown burned his fingertips through the fabric, and the girl's sweet body fragrance mixed with cedar incense weaved an ambiguous web at the tip of his nose.
What does he want to do?
The tips of Hua Yan's ears suddenly turned crimson. This posture made her almost sit astride Gu Yan's legs, and she could feel the man's aggressiveness through his suit pants.
In panic, she tried to move away.
But he was unable to move because of the sudden tightening force around his waist.
My woman can only accompany me.
Gu Yan bit her burning earlobe, and his breath burned Hua Yan's whole body. As for those toads, they don't even have the qualifications to dream about them. He raised his eyes and glanced at Guan Hongmei. The smile was cold.
Hua Yan heard this. Warm words in my heart.
Tears welled up in her big eyes. Although she knew that Gu Yan was acting, she was deeply moved and snuggled tightly into Gu Yan's arms. It would be great if what he said was true. Almost 10 years of hard work.
Hua Yan is tired of the entertainment industry. If there is no other way to get ahead except sleeping with someone, what's the point? She can't let go of this moral bottom line. Bang!
Guan Hongmei angrily smashed the crystal ashtray on the coffee table, sending glass shards flying everywhere. Hua Yan was so scared that she shivered.
Pay the money. Pay it now.
Guan Hongmei's fingers painted with scarlet nail polish almost poked Gu Yan's nose. Otherwise I will ask the Ministry of Justice to sue you immediately.
Hua Yan, I advise you to be obedient and don't get angry with me, the company, or even President Liao.
Hua Yan felt the arms around her suddenly tense.
She looked up.
Gu Yan's jawline was stretched into a sharp arc, and the fresh bite mark on his Adam's apple slid up and down as he swallowed.
Snort! What a great ability to attract women. Card number.
Gu Yan suddenly spoke, shocking Guan Hongmei so much that her fingers froze in mid-air.
Hua Yan also forgot.
Hands roaming freely on the body.
What?
Gu Yan, are you serious?
I said. Gu Yan took out his phone. The blue light from the screen made his eyes look like ice. Give me the company account, dear.
Are you sure you should pay 80 million?
Hua Yan nodded. Pretend, keep pretending.
Guan Hongmei opened and closed her thick lips, and finally sneered and threw out a gold-plated business card. 80 million is not 800 yuan. Even if you sell all your organs, you can't even make up a small amount.
Hua Yan suddenly held down Gu Yan's hand as he was entering a number. Are you rich?
Her fingertips were cold and her voice was trembling.
Even if you really have so much money, we...
Hush. Gu Yan kissed her trembling lips and swallowed all the unfinished words.
This kiss was deeper than before.
With an irresistible desire to control, he didn't let go until Hua Yan grabbed his collar as if she was short of oxygen.
The transfer was successful.
Gu Yan turned his phone screen to Guan Hongmei, and the 8-digit payment notification made her pupils shrink suddenly.
Impossible. Guan Hongmei's fat body staggered backward, and her crocodile leather skirt was stretched into funny wrinkles.
She frantically refreshed the company account. That astronomical figure was like a slap in the face. Gu Yan held Hua Yan and stood up, the hem of his black windbreaker sweeping across the mess on the ground.
Now, get out.
He looked down at the woman who was slumped on the ground, as if he was looking at a pile of dirty garbage. She is mine.
Guan Hongmei rolled and crawled towards the entrance. Bang! The moment the security door slammed shut, Hua Yan fell limply into Gu Yan's arms.
She felt that it was all so dreamy.
Why are you pinching me? Gu Yan said. Let me see if I'm dreaming.
Oh, if you're in pain, then it must be reality.
You should pinch yourself, not me.
Gu Yan reached out and pinched Hua Yan's soft spot on her waist.
Ah, itchy. Hua Yan slapped Gu Yan's hand. The person has left, let me go, or I will retaliate. Destroy the bridge after crossing it?
Gu Yan didn't let go, but slid his palm down her back and pressed lightly on her tailbone.
You bought this canary for 80 million, you have to let me inspect it, right? 80 million. It's not easy for me to earn that.
It would take at least a few hours. He was joking. I hope this can ease Hua Yan's inner tension.
You.
Hua Yan took a deep breath, without any thought of breaking free from Gu Yan's arms. Why are you helping me?
Do you know who was offended by this hasty decision?
The Mr. Liao that Guan Hongmei mentioned just now is called Liao Jibin.
His strength is beyond your imagination.
She was about to continue speaking, but was interrupted by Gu Yan. If the enemy comes, we will stop him. If the water comes, we will block it with earth. He smiled and said, as for why I helped you pay the penalty.
Of course I need you to work for me. Gu Yansong opened the flower's face. Let him sit opposite the sofa. Work to earn a living? Hua Yan pulled the pillow over her chest and looked at him suspiciously. Sweeping the floor? Washing dishes? Cooking? Or giving birth to a baby? Let me make it clear first, the last item is off the table.
She raised a finger every time she spoke a word, and finally waved the 5 white fingertips in front of Gu Yan's eyes.
You wish.
Gu Yan was amused by her appearance, and his watch made a crisp sound when it hit the glass coffee table. I, Gu Yan, don't like forced melons. Although they are sweet and can quench thirst, I still prefer mutual affection. Hua Yan shrank into the corner of the sofa as if she had been electrocuted, her heart beating like a drum. This man is simply a walking hormone transmitter. Even though she was saying the most absurd things, her peach blossom eyes were filled with such affection that it made one's legs go weak.
What do you want? She grabbed the iced lemonade and took a gulp, trying to quench the heat on her cheeks. Don't tell me you suddenly want to be a philanthropist. Hua Yan wouldn't believe it. 80 million is not a small amount. I want to set up an entertainment company. Let's call it Yen Yen Entertainment Company, Limited.
Gu Yan tapped the cover with his slender fingers. You are the company's first artist. I want to make my company the best in the world and control public opinion, instead of always being led by others. The neon lights outside the window just at this moment swept across his angular profile, giving his ambition a layer of gilded color.
Chapter 43 Chapter 44 The Guardian is unwilling. Do you know how deep the water in the entertainment industry is?
Hua Yan frowned slightly. I advise you to give up this idea. Let alone the world's top entertainment companies, even second and third tier ones, it would be extremely difficult to squeeze in.
That's why I need you.
Gu Yan suddenly interrupted her. What I need is not a vase, but a comrade in arms who fights side by side with me. You have been struggling in this quagmire for 10 years, but you have never bowed your head.
This is the backbone I want. Snap. A flash of lightning split the sky.
Heavy rain suddenly poured down outside the floor-to-ceiling window.
Why me?
Hua Yan's voice was slightly hoarse. You probably don't even know how many representative works I have. I have been working in the entertainment industry for nearly 10 years, but I am still just a second or third tier unknown figure. I really can't think of how I can help you achieve your grand goal.
Gu Yan chuckled. You don't need to do anything special.
Just maintain your beauty, your charming figure, and your acting skills.
Leave the rest to me. I have a way to push you to the top. These words instantly piqued Hua Yan's interest. Then I'll wait and see.
She raised an eyebrow and asked, but what if you fail to do it?
Then I'll leave it to you.
What if I do it? Gu Yan raised the corners of his mouth and a smile flashed in his eyes.
System in hand.
He needs to collect scripts and songs from all over the country.
Carry out one-by-one identification.
If all of a star's movies, TV series and singing skills are hits, it's hard for him not to be popular.
This.
Hua Yan was speechless for a moment, and after thinking about it, she didn't know how to answer. Gu Yan leaned back leisurely on the sofa, his long legs casually crossed, with a lazy posture. It's raining heavily outside the window.
The neon lights formed colorful halos in the rain, reflecting his dark eyebrows and eyes. Top stream?
A faint smile appeared on his lips, and his fingertips gently tapped the screen of the mobile phone on the coffee table. Do you think those trending searches, press releases, and fan control comments are all due to luck? Hua Yan subconsciously clenched the pillow in her arms, her fingertips sinking into the soft fluff.
She knows the rules of the entertainment industry well.
Capital creates stars and resources pile up. Gu Yan was able to casually give out 80 million without showing any remorse at all, which shows that he indeed has the ability to do so.
Then I will be at your disposal as well, how about that?
Hua Yan pouted and said aggrievedly.
Good. It's a deal. 5:42 in the morning.
Have I forgotten something very important? Gu Yan suddenly sat up from the bed, cold sweat running down his spine and soaking the silk sheets. It's raining heavily outside the window. The moment lightning split the night sky, a white light suddenly exploded in his chaotic mind.
Qian. How could I forget my promise to her?
Gu Yan grabbed the phone from the bedside table. The moment the screen lit up, the 99 plus missed calls and message notifications were like sharp knives piercing his pupils. The WeChat avatar at the top is a hand-painted jasmine flower, which now emits glaring red dots in the darkness. With trembling fingertips, he clicked on the voice bar.
The girl's crying question pierced the silence.
Gu Yan, what do you mean?
You said you would have dinner with me, but it's 3 in the morning now, where are you? Answer the phone. Is something wrong with you? Don't scare me. The last one was an hour ago.
His voice was hoarse as if it had been rubbed with sandpaper.
Gu Yan, if you don't reply to my message, I will call the police.
My heart felt like it was being gripped by an iron clamp. When Gu Yan turned over and got out of bed, he knocked over the scented candle on the bedside table.
Melted wax spilled onto the silk carpet, condensed into hideous blood-red flowers.
He hastily put on a wrinkled shirt, grabbed the car keys and rushed out the door.
Sorry, the number you dialed is powered off.
A mechanical female voice played on a loop in the Maybach, and Gu Yan punched the steering wheel. The wipers fluttered wildly.
But I couldn't wipe away the rain that was cascading down the windshield. He opened WeChat and pressed the voice button. When the Adam's apple rolls, it pulls at the unhealed bite marks on the neck. Qian, my phone is out of battery.
Something happened at the Zhao family.
I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. The moment when lightning splits the clouds.
His scarlet eyes were reflected in the rearview mirror.
An hour later. At dawn. The main gate of Zhengda University was looming in the rain. The moment Gu Yan lowered the car window,
a young security guard in a raincoat came over. No private vehicles are allowed in, even Maybachs. The security guard chewed betel nut and glanced at the bouquet of blue roses soaked with rain in the back seat.
Brother, I'm looking for someone, it's urgent, I hope you can be flexible. She's a freshman in the fine arts department, Su Qian. Gu Yan nodded. Brother. The security guard sneered, the people chasing after her can line up from the east gate to the west gate.
Last month, a guy driving a Ferrari placed 999 roses at the door, but in the end the girl poured a bucket of pen washing water on him.
I advise you not to waste your efforts and affect other people's studies.
Gu Yan took out a pack of cigarettes from the car and said, Brother, come, have a smoke.
It won't happen again.
The young security guard took it with a smile. He immediately pressed the button to open the gate.
Maybach drove straight in.
The morning mist wrapped in the humidity of an April morning spread across the campus of Jiangda University. The newly sprouted leaves of the sycamore tree are covered with dewdrops, shining like mother of pearl in the dim light. The ringing of bicycle bells in the dormitory area startled the white crowned sparrows on the camphor trees.
Students holding textbooks walked through the mist, breathing out white air. The aroma of Qingtuan and Longjing tea floated in the air. Gu Yan loosened his collar.
The morning breeze wrapped in the remaining cherry blossom petals and penetrated into his shirt. The Maybach was stuck crookedly on the fire escape outside the dormitory area, its wheels rolling over the meadow soaked by last night's spring rain, and the splashing water droplets wet the exquisitely wrapped bouquet of blue roses. He grabbed a bouquet of beautiful blue roses and a jewelry box with the Van Cleef Arpels logo on the passenger seat, and his thumb unconsciously stroked the wrinkles on the velvet surface.
This is
the apology gift prepared by Gu Yan.
Look! There's someone holding flowers downstairs in Building 16. It's been 2 days since Su Chanxian came back to school. This is the third time, right? This one is really handsome, I really like him, but why do I feel like he looks familiar?
The sound of discussion suddenly became more intense as he stepped into the girls' dormitory area. Girls in coral fleece nightgowns poked their heads out from the balcony where shirts were hung out to dry, and their cell phone cameras kept flashing as they followed Gu Yan's tense jawline.
Gu Yan narrowed his eyes and looked towards the exit of Building 16.
The morning light flowed on the frosted glass door into a hazy golden gauze, and suddenly a mint green figure shattered the halo.
Su Chanxian walked down the stairs quickly with a sketchbook in her arms.
The ends of her hair were still stained with moisture from the bathroom. Her knitted cardigan was puffed up by the wind, and she looked like a dandelion that could float away at any time.
What on earth do you want to do, Gu Yan? Do you really not like me, so you are avoiding me? Please don't let anything really happen to you.
Suddenly someone grabbed the strap of her canvas bag.
Classmate, can you help me take a picture of the cherry blossoms?
The boy holding the mirrorless camera had red ears.
Just take you as the foreground. Su Chanxian took half a step back.
The corner of the sketchbook left a crescent mark on the palm of my hand. Ever since the Dinghong water sleeve dance at the school anniversary party was uploaded to a short video, this kind of roundabout pickup has almost become a spring exclusive.
She was about to speak,
but I heard a familiar sneer behind me. Her guardian may not be happy about this, so you can get out of here, young man.